Hey, everybody. How's it going? Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I feel like shit. How are you doing? Actually, the blanket's a prop, but it's getting kind of comfy. I wore it as like, all right, I'm sick. Yeah. And now I'm kind of liking it, but then on the other hand, I'm having these like hot flashes, like menopause kind of shit. So I kind of want to take it off. Welcome to the program. I have been out of commission since the end of yesterday morning's program. I have been doing not well for the last 24. Since you last saw me, it has been let's get that on the other side there. There we go. It has been a steep decline into the bowels of hell. Bowels, the appropriate term. I have been shitting my brains out for the last 24 hours. I currently have overdosed on ibuprofen, trying to get my hips to stop hurting. So I'm either suffering from some kind of flu, or I'm going through menopause or labor. One of the three. Hey, maybe we'll find out by the end of the show today. Either way, just that sitting up straight motion right there, that's bad. That hurts. That stings a little bit. But I promised Geno Bisconte a show. And I offered him the Tuesday guest hosting spot. So I am not going to miss the Tuesday show with Geno Bisconte. Let's take this off. It's starting to become uncomfortable. I'm really hot. I am heating up. Oh, there we go. Welcome, everybody, to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Yeah, I mean, I guess if I could open up for you, I'm down a few pounds. That's a plus. I've lost some weight. That's good. But yeah, we had to. I kept telling April yesterday, I'm like, just let me sleep. Just let me lie in bed for the whole day. I'll rest up. We have enough left over from the morning show. I can do an evening show tonight. We'll be fine. I got up around 5:30 and walked around. I let the dog out, stuff like that. And it felt like a goddamn chore just doing that. So I finally gave up and I told her, yeah, I can't do it. We're not doing the evening show tonight. So I put an extra video up for you. I hope that sufficed a little bit. Excuse me. I'm still recovering. But we have Geno. You know what? For energy today, we brought Geno Bisconte, who will be in about 1 hour from now. So we're going to bring you a great show. We got a lot of good stuff for you. I've prepped. Here's what I did. Usually I'll prep like before the evening show. I'll get the evening show and the morning show ready to go. And obviously last night I just felt like ass. Just sitting down sent a shooting pain from my hips down my legs kind of. And so I woke up at 4 a.m. I prepped the show. Went back to bed until about 5:30. And then came back down here and got everything ready. And here we are, ready to do a show. I'm a little clammy. My abdominal muscles are sore from retching all day yesterday, and my hips are on fire. Other than that, I think we're going to be fine. Let's go into the chat. Also, this is how guest host days work. We've got the goal, but we take half of what comes in when the guest host is on. So we've had some generous people. We went 25 over the goal yesterday. And then we had Michael with $20 on PayPal overnight. Raymond with $10 with a super chat just now says, bring it. So $300 is the goal today. I think we can hit that. If you guys want to get crazy generous, I'll put my blanket on and hold my little sick cup here. If you want to fill it up, let's get that shit down to like 150. By the time Geno gets here at 7 o'clock. I will not lie to you. I will not hide my shame. I will not lie to you. Knocking out that goal on a day where I'm powering through and doing a show after what happened yesterday, that would lift my spirits immensely, as it were. So there's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, all that shit counts. Let's do an awesome show. Thank you, Raymond, for starting us off. April renewed her membership, which, I mean, kind of have to, don't you? It's kind of a mandatory thing. Rusty Grammer renewing his for a 12th month, says just say you're gay. Balls Deep renewing his for a 12th month, says toughen up Buttercup. Big Earn renewing his membership for a 12th month. Thank you, boys and girls. K. McDuck says, oh my God, it's bedridden Aaron. Yes. I will tell you this. After today's show, I am returning from whence I came. I am returning back to my bed as soon as today's show is over. Oh, boy. It is one of those days, my friend. One of those days. I am going to... honestly, this is going to be the best part of my day. Doing this show is going to be the best part of my day, and then after that, it's going to be just shit. April is painting our youngest's bedroom right now for her birthday, which is tomorrow. She wanted her bedroom painted dark purple. So April's painting it purple while I lie around and die all day. So that seems like a fair trade. Sir K says, how's your rosebud / prolapse / caved in shit cutter? Better than you'd think. I thought I would wake up this morning and I would feel fire. It's hanging in there. It's hanging in there. That's what I'll tell you. Scarface says, when Geno comes on, just start drinking whiskey with him. It'll burn it out of your system in no time. I will give you this good news. I think it is burning out of my system because I am just sweaty underneath this shirt. I am a sweaty monster underneath. Like I said, I will be honest, if I didn't have Geno today, if Geno wasn't coming in at 7 and I wasn't very excited for the show and I didn't have a lot of good stuff to talk to you guys about, I might have thought about resting one more time today because... Ow, I just put my foot up on a chair. My back feels like that of a 52-year-old who just threw it out. Glenn says, you got flu. Probably. It's probably the flu. This is my Michael Jordan flu game then, as it were. Good old JR says, your hips hurt. Too much pegging. Some people did theorize that April, quote, blew my back out. But if I tell you that's not the case, would you believe me? Be honest. You wouldn't. You wouldn't. Mr. Steel Toe has undercover ovaries, says Sir K. April really did blow your back out? Yes. Tin Man Taylor says, flu doesn't exist anymore. Rona ate it. I mean, I guess it could be COVID, technically. And April yesterday was like, would you... Because, like, I don't usually get multi-day flus, but I've had COVID twice. And my hips and knees and ankles have not been this sore since I had COVID. And April's like, do you want to take a test? No, I don't want to take a test. Because it doesn't matter. Like, if you have COVID, it doesn't matter. What can you do? There's nothing you can do. You know, you just sit there and you wait for it to be over. So I think it was a great idea to shut down the economy for an entire... I still think of COVID and I just get upset. If you ask me, like, Aaron, your show's about having a sense of humor about everything and everything else. What do you not have a sense of humor about? The one thing I really struggle with, sense of humor-wise, is the COVID stuff. Maybe if it's having kids that weren't allowed in school and, you know, watching a great economy just get completely thrown away. But that one still really pisses me off. Stephen Weisfout says, Aaron, do you do any stretching? Yeah, I've been trying to do some hip stretches and stuff like that. It doesn't do anything for the pain. Did you find some silver dollars in your waist, says Sir K. No. I'm not pregnant. Aaron fucks April sounding like Vince McMahon. MSO says, should have let April do the show alone. She's capable. I think April's tired from all the painting and taking care of me she was doing. So she could use some rest. Orange Boy says, sounds like you need to eat more burritos to lose weight. Some people were theorizing that April did poison that burrito yesterday. Someone also said that it could have been the refined grains in the burrito. We talked about that homeless guy complaining about refined grains. Who knows? Who knows what happened? Cynically Insane says, instead of prepping for shows, you should have taken your prep for AIDS. Wonderful. Oh, man. K. McDuck says, I thought the blanket was a Macho Man Randy Savage outfit at first. Well, then I should have kept it. Oh, great. Now Johnny is going to die from your sickness. Oh, man, maybe I killed Johnny. That's a good point. Oh, my God. What if I murdered the man? Yikes. Thank you to everybody who's renewing your membership. Chad's Flattened Brother says, I hope Aaron shits himself live on the show. Oh, see that right there? Right there, that stretch. Oh, that feels so good. Right there. Oh, fuck my ass. That is good. Probably shouldn't yell that on a recorded program. Daniel and Give Me Tips, thank you very much. Thank you to Stevie Lou and Grinch Girl for renewing their memberships. Give Me Tips, gifting us a membership to Kinky Loco. There you go. Now Kinky Loco's got a sub. Again, I thought Kinky Loco hated our show. And when you get a membership, that means that you watch the channel a lot because it gives the memberships based on watch time. So here I thought Kinky Loco wasn't a Steel Toe fan. Turns out they watch all the time. Thank you to John Satera and Turtle for renewing your memberships. People are asking, where's Geno? He's coming. We're going to get Geno on in about 45 minutes. Maybe I should have had him start the show today. Jennifer says you should try activated charcoal. It absorbs the toxins. Yeah, but what if it's a virus? Activated charcoal doesn't just come and scoop up a virus. What kind of shit are we talking? Kind of new age mumbo jumbo are we talking about here? Go to the Tractor Supply and get the ivermectin. My COVID lasted 2 days, says last statute. April stretches out Aaron's hips. When I had influenza A, it was like every sickness I'd ever had all at once. Miserable for 2 days. Sounds like influenza. Oh, boy. Well, hey. Something to look forward to, I suppose. I got some great news on the coffee yesterday. They said that today it looks like April and I can approve the website. And as early as tomorrow, you guys might be ordering your Steel Toe coffee, and I can start making my Jeremy spoof commercials. So everybody wins in that case. Citizen M says April should have done the evening show. Yeah, April was really busy too. So she took it as a chance to paint the kids' room while I was lying and dying. Gary Crouch with 5 gifted memberships. Chad's Flattened Brother. George Floyd. Oh, George Floyd got a membership. That's nice. World's Worst Artist. Charles Weathers and Glitched One. All getting a membership. Posterior Attention says mine lasted all last week. 2 days of chills and aches. Then the rest was just straight sickness. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of people are getting all kinds of fucked up. I don't know. Maybe like in Minnesota, maybe like all of our ground thaws in May, and it just releases cancer, and we all get it. That could be the case. I'm a doctor, so you have to trust that that's what it is. We have a great show coming up with Geno today. Alex Stein has lost his fucking mind. He fed a black man. He fed a shirtless black man a banana while the black man was on his knees on his show. I don't know how else to... There's no way to tease that. Alex on his show last night had a black man kneel down in front of him and hand-fed him a banana. It's his world, man. Matt Fields with $10 says, fight through the AIDS, you can do it. And Blake with $10. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate that. You guys are only $265 away from knocking it out today. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says a lot of sickness are going around. The flu is the same as COVID. Well, maybe I am fluing it up this morning. Return Trip points out banana is a nice treat. You know, it is. A banana is a wonderful treat. And maybe Alex feeding the banana is like some avant-garde shit. Like it's showing us our inner racism. Because technically all Alex is doing is feeding a black guy a banana. If you think black guy eating banana equals monkey, then you're the racist. Maybe that's what Alex is going for. Or maybe he just thought it would be really fucking funny to feed a black man a banana on his show. I don't know. Now, why is Vinny's mom turning on Alex? That's what I want to know. Vinny's mom says Alex is gay. I don't get it. Why turn on the lovely and talented Alex Stein like that? I don't get it. No, Alex did not put a banana in his tailpipe, boys and girls. That is not what happened. All right. Fun hanging out with you guys. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. I'm sorry. If you see me making weird faces and noises and things like my body is trying to evacuate some kind of bug. There's going to be weird shit that happens. I believe this shirt may end up soaked through with sweat by the end of today's show. I'm a little shaky, and I've got all kinds of burps and bubbles and all kinds of shit going. I'm sorry. Balls Deep says, let out an oofta. I'm not a dirty Swede like that. I'm a German. We just shout curse words. Oh boy. All right, let's jump into some things here. We got lots to talk about. I think somebody, this is more of a local story for the central Minnesota crowd, but I think somebody is fired over at the university here at St. Cloud State University. Apparently somebody sent out a mass shooter warning to the student text service. So all the students on campus got an active shooter warning. There was no active shooter. So all these people getting the living shit scared out of them for no reason. Before we jump into that, I do want to thank Mike the Tool Man. He says, don't tell Geno how much money I have given you. I certainly won't, sir. Thank you. Sean Raz with $10 says, stop your whining. All right, buddy, you got it. I will stop my whining. Hey, guys, thank you very much. The goal is at 245, and I really appreciate that. If you guys want to all team up on Streamlabs and PayPal and Venmo today and knock that out, holy shit, would that make me feel a lot better about doing the show in such a poor state. And I really hope that I can give you the show you deserve today. I'm going to be trust me. I'm going to give you everything I got. I'm going to hit stop streaming on OBS at the end of today's show, and I am going to collapse onto the floor just for you guys. So if you want to knock that out, I promise you a decent program. Blazing Barbarian says, get some of that Pine County meth. It'll clear you right up. All right. Fair enough. So yes, St. Cloud State University students briefly thrown into a panic after active shooter message sent out Monday night. How do you take that back? I mean, I'll tell you how they did. It's not good. But, like, how do you fuck that up so bad that you send out an active shooter message, which has got to be, I don't know how these mass text services work. There's got to be, like, a button or a thing that you hit on a computer, and then you hit select all and you hit send, like a pre-written message for an active shooter. And then what do you send them after? Like, oh, hey, guys, just fooling around. Sorry, just pulling your nuts. No big deal. Hey, you know that thing I told you about? There's a guy marauding about the school, blowing people's heads off. I was only joking. I know it's not lawsuit material, but somebody's got to get fired for this, right? Like, I know government, education, nobody ever gets fired. Nobody gets held accountable. But like at your job, if your job was like you were in charge of warning people about bad shit and you told everyone there was a massive shooter and then you went, oh, my bad, I was mistaken. Like, I would seriously think you would either be suspended or fired for that. Like, you caused serious panic. This is what was sent via St. Cloud State messaging service. Active shooter on campus. Run, hide, fight. Which, by the way, the fight one is a terrible idea unless you have a gun. Run, hide, fight. Maybe like if he walks by you and you can grab him by the ankles and lift and take him down, maybe. But that fight part to me is seems like a good way to get turned into gazpacho, but all right. If it's possible to safely escape the area that you're in, do so quietly. If you hear gunshots, hide in the room you're in. One person from the room should call 911. Stay put until police arrive and advise you that it's safe to leave the room. In other words, hide, hope the guy who's shooting people doesn't find you. It's wonderful advice. That was sent at 10:44 p.m. 6 minutes later. Disregard last message. Suspicious individual on campus. Stay inside. Do not let anybody in. Description, male individual, dark sweatshirt, light pants, flat rim hat. Okay, there's a difference between there's some creep out there and he's just walking around being a weirdo, and there's a guy shooting people on the camp. Somebody has to be fired for that. Somebody has to be let go. A suspicious guy, sweatshirt, hat, looks a little fucked up, maybe a little like Kevin Spacey when they first come to his house in Seven. Okay, not the end of the world. But not active shooter. God damn, Red Fox Mad says it ended up being a shelter-in-place order. Yeah, big difference between that and, hey, if you go outside, somebody's going to blow your head off, versus basically what, let's call it what it is. If you go outside, some guy might flash his dick at you. I mean, for some people, that almost sounds pleasant. It's a story, at the very least. Thank you to Turtle for the $2. Says, just shart yourself. Host in the warm, seeping shame. Guys, I don't know if you've ever been sick before. That is not helping. That just gave me extra bubble guts. Just shart in your pants. Sit in the... Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, KO it now so Geno doesn't get anything. No. You guys don't understand. If we knock out the goal before Geno gets here, Geno gets everything. Remember we did it with Stevie Lou last week? Once the goal is hit, the co-host gets everything. So if you guys knock out the goal now, Geno gets it all. Red Fox Mad says, everyone was in panic around SCSU and at SCSU. See, we live a long ways away from the university. So we didn't even know anything was going on. And obviously, I really wasn't interested in anything going on outside of my bed the way I was yesterday. But, oh, man. I can't imagine how pissed off I would be if I got that message. I'm losing my mind. I'm like, oh, my God, where is he? Is he on this end of campus, that end of campus? And then they go, yeah, just kidding, guys. He's in a sweatshirt and he looks funny. Thanks. Appreciate it. Jonesy says, what's the goal today? We got a lot of contributions coming in. I'll have to count them up. It's lower than whatever I have it up as now. Hey, don't get rid of K McDuck's. Why did we delete K McDuck's comment? I liked that one. Steel toe bingo card with all bodily fluids. I almost have a bingo. Hey, I liked that one. Why did somebody mod that? Yeah, shit. 10 seconds, I'm out the building, regardless what floor, says Mike Herb. Yeah, I mean, it gave people 6 minutes to think about what they do because they're thinking there's someone coming to shoot them. I mean, I guess there's that. You did that favor for them. They got to prepare. Outside of that, you really just scared the shit out of a bunch of people for no reason. Although Ron Kaniska says, keep the socialists at SCSU on their toes. That's true. Those kids need to, toughen up a little bit. Vinny's mom says, please excuse Vinny from school until the shootings are over. Yeah, that seems like a legitimate reason to stay home from school. Kotod says, if you ever vomited through your nose, the burn and the smell is atrocious. I feel we all have. However, I don't want to I can't think about that today. And I'm hesitating to tell you guys that I can't think about it today because now it's all you guys are going to tell me is puke and shit stories. Because I've now told you that it's getting to me in the state I'm in. So now, puke and shitsville, here we come. Turtle says, feel it, Toe Daddy. You have to sputter gut at least once or that dam will burst. Hard times and super soft shits. See, that made my stomach weak. That made my stomach really, really weak. Luck of the Bind says, Geno is a rich New Yorker. He doesn't need our scraps. Well, don't give him any. Knock out our goal and call it a day. Delco Lou says those 6 minutes must have been a real shit show on campus. No, the real shit show was in my bathroom yesterday. Oh. Jameson's Repair says he doesn't know. Aaron was too busy shooting up his toilet. Yes, there was an active shooter in my bathroom yesterday. Citizen M says if you reach the goal, Geno gets it all. What? Well, that's what we did for Stevie Lou. Wouldn't it only be fair that if we get what we need, then the person who came on and did the show with us gets the rest of it? I mean, I'll still keep half and put it towards tonight's goal if you really want me to, but I just thought it would be a nice thing. I didn't mean to upset Citizen M. Oh, man. Them ropes a coming, says Turtle. God damn it. 383 Novocaine. Chocolate rain. Aaron's ass is going to leave a stain. Chocolate rain. My anal rings were really feeling pain. Chocolate rain. It all fell out, I didn't even strain. Chocolate rain. For about 3 days, there will be no weight to gain. Chocolate rain. Eating food that goes right through, I'll refrain. Chocolate rain. Ryobi says, he's gonna puke. Victor, if you're listening, if you could grab the Vince McMahon, he's gonna puke. I would love to put that on the soundboard. Chad's flattened brother says, my Xbox puked on my dick once. I still finished. God. You and April are going to have a dump off to start the evening show tonight? Maybe. Who knows? K. Fallen the Great says, when is Daddy coming? 30 minutes. 30 minutes, Geno arrives. He's gonna puke! I'm not going to puke. Don't gulp. Don't gulp when you push, says Turtle. All right. You guys are being very generous. Let's check on your contributions. I know there's a couple more in PayPal here. Bobby with 10 says, thanks for toughing it out today, brother. Thank you. And sorry I didn't read your screen name. My bad. I won't do that now. And Matt with $40, Matt Field, says, I'd be in bed telling these F slurs in chat to suck a banana if I was sick. You're a different caliber e-beggar. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Hey, guess where we're at, boys and girls? 190 away from today's goal. I think you can do this. I'm shitting my brains out. I'm clammy as fuck in the tit, back, and stomach region. My legs and hips are aching, and you guys are being incredibly generous. You are nice people. This is fucked up. But really, thank you guys. Maybe we knock that thing out before Geno even gets here. I don't know. But being a different level of e-beggar, I appreciate that compliment. Jessica J says, you're a trooper. Hung Solo says, here comes another cease and desist letter. This one will be from Hershey for your squirts. Yes, copyright infringement. Oh, see this right here. This is what I need to do. Every once in a while, if you see me doing this, that is not me jizzing all over or shitting my pants. That just stretches out my hips so well, and I love it. You know what else stretches out my hips? When April blows my back out. It's hard not to consider April as a suspect, though. You know, I don't want to have this conversation because it is uncomfortable to have, but it's hard not to consider her one of the Consider her one of the suspects. When she fed me half a burrito yesterday. In your time of watching this program, let me ask you guys something. When have you ever seen April bring me half of a burrito? I ask you. Yesterday, she brings me half a burrito. Oh, my God. And then yesterday in bed when I was really sick and I couldn't hold down any chow, she brought me broth. I drank broth out of a coffee cup like an AIDS patient yesterday. Am I being Misha Barton in The Sixth Sense? Somebody did comment on a YouTube video today. They said you have to set up a camera of you doing your marionette dolls in your bedroom to see if April's poisoning you. That's a good point. Last statue says it's female MO. Women kill with poison. That's really true. Uh-oh. Scarface says she said she would never poison you because that's pussy shit. She would off you in a hunting accident. I don't know. Wrong Hole Rick says Aaron could shit through a screen door without leaving a stain. I wish you were lying, buddy. I really do. I thought it was weird that a woman acted on her own without being summoned. I think she did poison you, says Papa Dan. So that's the theory. April, we're working on an April poisoning angle. But would it hurt my hips? Would it give me like the flu aches and shit like that? Maybe. Did you see April take a bite of the other half? No, I never did. I never saw her take a bite of the burrito. Oh no. Like I said, you wreck her colon, she wrecks yours in return. Maybe she's goodbye Earling you, says T. Jefferson. I mean, look at April and look at Aaron. Wouldn't you poison him, says Chad's flattened brother? Well, that's not very nice, coming from a man who's a stain on the road. Hobo Chili Recipe says, did you marry Stacy Castor? I'm starting to think. Oh, Citizen M says, it's always someone you know. Let's talk about that new Zeldar game, says Sir K. Cue the Law and Order theme, says Cheetos from Stoney's. Boom, boom. April didn't poison you, but Loaf Piggy does clean up any food still she was eating. Oh, well, thank you. I mean, I don't, but I appreciate that. I am now I'm actually starting to get sick again. Just thinking about the possibility that I was indeed poisoned. Like they said, it's always someone you know. They're saying when Geno gets here, just let him take the stick today. I don't know. I can do it. I can host today. I can introduce topics. I can introduce stories. I can do this shit. I promise you. Let's watch this Detroit Metro Airport TSA worker. He got suspended because, well, let's just say he's not the best dog handler out there. Now, usually I thought that these people who are supposed to handle canine units are like very specifically trained, and it takes a long time and you have to bond with the animal and everything else. Apparently, this Detroit TSA worker he wasn't taking the dog for a pull around a walk around the airport. He was taking the dog for a pull around the airport. Yes, I did just fuck up my own joke. Leave me alone. I'm sweating. I'm bubble gutting. I'm achy. We'll get through this. Let's check it out. This is from the Detroit airport. Let's see if the Detroit airport is maybe overreacting, or maybe this gentleman did deserve to get suspended. Maybe he was mistreating the animal. Let's take a look. That's not so bad. I mean, the video's a minute 30 seconds. Okay, it's a little dickish. What is he doing? He's like, is he like doing an impression of like when you watched cartoons, like the old castle guards would march back and forth in front of the castle wall, like hup, 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 hup. What the fuck is this guy doing? Oh, okay. All right. Now, dude, give him a second. Like the minute this guy heel toes it to turn around, he just fucking pulls on the dog and lifts him up in the air. Give the dog a second to follow the leash. He'll be okay. You know what this is? This is something else going on with this guy, and he's taking it out on the dog. Yeah, you're just being an asshole for no reason. What the fuck? What is he doing? Like, where is he going? What's his whole point of existence right now? That dog should turn around and eat that fat fuck. Like, I don't even understand, like, is he searching people, or is he just, oh, fuck you. Yeah, like, what's the point of this? Was being put with the dog like a punishment for this guy, and he just resents it? I don't even know what the hell job he's supposed to be doing. The unidentified canine handler can be seen walking back and forth at Detroit Metro Airport as people shuffle past him and his dog, which he has on a tight leash, quite literally. This dude is doing what a lot of TSA people do in this situation with dogs on the job, attempting to sniff out and detect drugs, explosives, or anything else that shouldn't be at a federal facility. So he basically walks around with the dog, and the dog tries to see if he can find coke and weed and bombs. Okay. Pulling him around like an asshole isn't going to help him do his job any better. Of course, the problem here is that the guy is jerking his partner around to the point it feels jarring and aggressive. People saw the clip and were outraged, demanding the guy be taken to task and removed from his gig. He probably caught his girlfriend fucking somebody or something. That looks like a guy who's just pissed off about something externally, something outside of the job that happened to him, and he's taking it out on the dog. What a piece of shit. Black and White says he needs to get his steps in. I mean, he needs a lot more steps than whatever it is he's getting. The dog was his baby mama. The last statue says, "This is my dog, gamer word man." Turtle says he is being a cunt and the dog is a toy to him. I can't describe how much I hate that dude. Well, and like I said, it doesn't even look like, again, it just looks like he's doing it because he hates his own life. That's not like I fucking had it with this dog. Like, maybe people have had a moment where like the dog won't cooperate and you tug on the leash. You're like, come on, you get frustrated. That's not even that for this guy. The dog's doing fine. The dog's following him around and he just yanks on it every once in a while. He caught the dog licking peanut butter off his wife, says Papa Dan. See, now that would do it. If you catch the dog eating your wife's pussy, you're going to be upset. What, does the dog do it better than me? He wanted a pit bull instead, says Ryobi. He's pissed because the dog found his drugs. He's pissed his dog made him walk today. Yeah, usually he's working at the computer bank, just watching surveillance footage and eating. But today he can't eat pizza while he works, so he's really pissed off. And he's taking it out on the animal. You know what? That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Let's go to, thank you very much to the Tigger next door says, don't take my charitable donation as a sign of weakness. $15. Thank you. And Timothy says, to help the anal sphincter after the pegging you took last night, and $20. Thank you, sir. Guys, thank you so much. We are 155 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. You are making me dragging my ass out of bed and doing and scraping a show together today feel very, very good. I appreciate it. 155 away from knocking it out today. Thank you so much. If you feel like chipping in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. And again, if we hit today's goal, everything after we hit the goal goes to Geno Bisconte today. Cynically Insane says, today's real goal is not to shit yourself. Look, if you think I didn't think about it when I came down here this morning, like, oh my God, what do I do if Geno's not here yet and my guts start bubbling? Because honestly, I think falling asleep and going to bed last night at around 10 or 11 o'clock, I think I finally got to bed, and then waking up at 4 is the longest I've gone without shitting my brains out the last 24 hours. So I was kind of thinking to myself, like, oh no, what if what if something hits during the show and Geno's not here? Do I just do I put what we could do? We could put a picture of Andy Beckett up there because I have AIDS. Not that Andy Beckett. Andy Beckett from Philadelphia. Who gives a shit who the actual Andy Beckett is? Here, let's find a good one that we could put up. Here, copy image. Oh, I have to. Okay, so hold on. I have to save the image and then I can put it up on OBS. What's a WEBP file? Can that go in? Ah, son of a bitch. No, it won't. Damn it. Here we go. Save image. Sorry about this, guys. I'm totally killing my own momentum. WEBP files. I don't think they'll go into... it doesn't look... Oh, you know what I can do here? I can save it in my... photo program. Save it as a ping file. And then here we go. Look. Whoop. When I need to go to the bathroom, I can just put Andy Beckett from Philadelphia up there, and you'll know I'm shitting my brains out. Let's crop him. Crop him there. Crop him there. There you go. Aaron's gone right now, but here's the AIDS guy. Perfect. Hold on. Let me get my head right. Hello, everybody. I've got terrible news. I have been infected with the AIDS virus. It was a terrible thing that happened, and we're looking to get through it, and I promise I will. And in the next 24 hours, if this doesn't clear up, I'm going to write my will. I'll read it on the air, and you will know that I did everything I could to do a show for you, regardless of my new limiting illness, as it were. There we go. See? Now I can be AIDS guy whenever you need me to. So people like that. Okay. We like the Andy Beckett thing. Ryobi says, he's gonna poop. Instead of puke. It works. Turtle says, I also over-explain things when I'm not trying to shit myself. I know what you're doing. Thanks, buddy. Fauci's Pangolin says, that's great news. April has AIDS too. Nope, just me, Andy Beckett. I am the only one with AIDS in this house. But I'm going to fight like hell and make sure that... Oh, God, I forgot the name of the fucking law firm. Wyant Wheeler Kettleman, Tetlow, and Brown, or whatever the fuck it is. Aaron, that's fucked up, says Darb. It's not so bad, is it? Just having a little fun with a character from a movie that famously died of AIDS. Chris with $15 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. And we are, again, now 140 away from knocking it out today. Look at you motherfuckers knocking this shit out. 140 away from hitting. Thank you, guys, so much. There are all the links in the chat. Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, the whole deal. You are making my inflamed rectum feel so much better. Carlos says, can't wait for your debut as the lead in Rent tomorrow. Well, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I prefer an Andy Beckett reference. Aaron, this is why you don't share dildos. Yeah, well, now you tell me. SC Motorsport says, use that trick when you do Mike Lindell, too, instead of the cutout. That's a good point. Hung Solo, I keep a bucket with a garbage bag in it when I have the shits. Oh, God. Oh, come on. No. Don't do that. Get your ass up and walk to the bathroom. Omega Wolf says, I always thought of Aaron as more of a Jenny from Forrest Gump. Should we just give me different AIDS characters? Here, Jenny from Forrest Gump. Here. We'll get you, let's find a good solo picture of her with AIDS. And then we'll be able to get ourselves a good AIDS picture for me. Oh, here we go. How about her with AIDS, like on her deathbed? There we go. Save image as. Janae. Save it there. Open it up. I don't know why you have to take 18 different steps to save it, but you guys are worth it. All right, here we go. Now we can put the Janae right there. See, look, and then I can crop it. And then we just got her head. Get Forrest's goofy ass out there. I'm sorry, everyone. I was sharing heroin needles. Partying in the 70s was really weird. And I took a lot of dick, like miles and miles of dick. And I got some kind of virus. The doctors don't know what it is, but they can't cure it. And it looks like I'm a goner. So I appreciate everyone helping us out. And I don't. Oh, my God. Tom Hanks is here from Philadelphia. Holy shit. We should change his size, too. Let's size him down a little bit so we can make it just my head. There we go. This is fun. We can have all kinds of different AIDS characters in there. Oh, I got a good one for you. Hold on a second. Get Tom Hanks' goofy ass off there. Let's get Tommy Morrison in here. Tommy Morrison. Images. He looks like Woody Harrelson in that one. Let's get I need like a prime Tommy Morrison, because otherwise you get the Tommy Morrison with AIDS and it just looks fucking goofy. God, I want a decent close-up of Tommy Morrison. Here we go. Save image as. Boom. And then resave the motherfucker as a PNG file. And now look. Check it out. Give me a second here. Now look what we've got. Look. Hold on. We got to crop just a little. Take him off the shoulders. Take him off of that shoulder. Bring him up a little bit here. Oh, guys, you wouldn't believe it. So I'm fucking and I'm partying and I'm having a great time. And wouldn't you know it, it was the wrong whore at the wrong bar. And I stuck my dick in a bad one, and now I'm going to rot and die. But it was a good run. I'm glad you guys were here, and I'm glad I could share my final moments with you. See? Now I got Jenny, I got Andy Beckett, and I got Tommy Morrison. I got all the AIDS people. Oh, Freddie Mercury. That's another good one. Coconut Dip with $5 says, what's your favorite scene from Mad Men? I believe it was the one where Tommy Morrison got AIDS. There we go. Thank you, Coconut Diff. Appreciate that. 135 away from knocking it out today. There we are. You guys are a generous lot while I sit here and rot away from the inside. We got about 15 minutes until Geno comes in. Why don't we get that all set up, huh? Let's get the Zoom set up for Geno. Oh, right here. See that? Oh. That right there. It looks like I'm stretching out my asshole. I'm not. That makes the hips feel, yeah, just loosen up those hips. Oh, that is magic. And then this one. Oh, that's my favorite. Just keep that shit nice and loose. Well, anyway, guys, welcome to the program. We're going to have Geno here in just a little bit. I got to, here we go. Copy invite link. Send it to old Bisconte. And we will have him joining us in just a wee bit. Where is he? Where is that stupid fuck? Geno Bisconte. There he is. There is the link. Boom. And he's got it, boys and girls. Geno will be joining us momentarily. Father found dead in son's freezer. Hasn't been seen in 25 years, neighbors say. There was a man missing in the UK. He'd been gone 25 years. Nobody knew where he was. Man comes forward. It's the guy's son, and he says, I've had him in my freezer the last 25 years. Now, this raised questions from authorities, as it normally does. Number one amongst them being, wait, what the fuck? Apparently, he just thought if he buried him or if he had a funeral, he'd miss his dad. So his dad, he didn't murder his dad. He didn't kill the guy. Like, there was nothing nefarious about it. His dad died. And after his dad died, he just really felt like, he was going to miss the dude. And he just kept him in the freezer. I mean, he's not going to smell. He's not hurting anybody, right? Just kept him in the freezer because he was going to miss his daddy. That's kind of charming. The police didn't think so. They are investigating. They don't suspect the son of killing his father, but they do suspect him of hiding the body. I mean, is it really hiding? When your dad dies, isn't he technically your property anyway? Let him. I know one guy who they wish they could have kept in the freezer. Tommy Morrison wanted to be kept in the freezer after he died of AIDS. Oh, man, I really would have loved that. Maybe they could have brought me back after they found a cure. See? Lots of it. Now I've got 3 AIDS characters I can shuffle through. We're going to have fun with this. We could put all kinds of faces in. We just opened up a new avenue for Steel Toe with that bit. There's a lot of good creative ideas come from the fact that I am doing a show from my deathbed this morning. The 82-year-old son told regional broadcaster L1 that his father died a year and a half ago at the age of 101. Oh, I'm sorry. The son is 82. The dad was 101. I didn't want to lose him. I would miss him, the man said. He kept his father in the freezer so he could talk to him. Now, if this was a 25-year-old man, I would find this creepy as shit. But it's a little 82-year-old man, and he's like, I was going to miss my dad, and I just wanted to talk to him, so I kept him in the freezer. I kind of like that. Like, again, if he was 25, I'd be like, dude, you got to move on. Like, that's just a part of life. But at 82, I mean, that's kind of sweet. I mean, dad can't talk back. It's not like you can talk about sports and he's going to engage you, but, he's going to miss his daddy. So he froze him. Apparently, though, that's illegal. Again, I think if your 101-year-old dad dies, I think he becomes your property. In fact, you know what? In general, if you find a 101-year-old corpse, I think it should be yours. That's a rare find. The fired ginger with $2 says maybe get heads cut out for when you do characters. Maybe get heads cut out for when you. That's what I mean. Like, we could save a shitload of pictures and do it that way. That sounds like fun. The Gravy Show says, if I make it to 82, I'll be satisfied. That's 50 years longer than I expected, right? It's all gravy after that. Hulkamasha Baby says, someone hasn't come to grips with mortality. He's just missing his dad. That's all. He's just missing his pops. Leave the guy alone. So he is The police only said that the victim died of natural causes and that the other resident of the house was considered a suspect but was not arrested. We are currently investigating this person's death and why the remains were placed in a freezer. In the interest of the investigation, we are not making any statements about the relationship between the residents of the building at this time. You can't arrest an 82-year-old man and throw him in jail. If he's convicted of concealing a body, he could face 2 years in prison or a hefty fine. Well, just fine him whatever. Like if there were any kind of checks coming in for his dad, just make him pay those back and then leave him alone. You can't give an 82-year-old man who just missed his dad a 2-year sentence. That's a life sentence for an 82-year-old man. No. Somebody says, I'll be happy to make it to 35. Boy, you guys don't, you guys do know it's not 1425, right? Like if you get an infection on your foot, like you can just take medicine for it. God, everyone here thinks that they're going to, none of you live that exciting of lives that you're going to die at 35. You understand, if you die at 35, you earned it. Like you did something hardcore to die at 35. You don't just sit there. You can eat shitty food and get fat and have a terrible heart, and you can make it to 40, 45 easy. So I don't think that you guys thinking that you guys are going to die at 35, quite frankly, is a little presumptuous and arrogant of you. The more I think about it. Laughing Lion says it could be grayscale. Oh, no, that's not good. Wiggle Wiggle Wiener says, did Dad get his own freezer or did he have to move the hot dogs to chat with the old man? That's true. You know what? If he put him in the freezer with all the other foods, then he's kind of a piece of shit. But if he put it in the freezer with like his own freezer and he built like maybe a little shrine to his dad, that's kind of adorable. Nannerdiff says, you bought that light. Why do you want me to do the Sosa bit? Nannerdiff. It doesn't make sense. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, have you ever tried Kegels? So what your colon looks like ricotta cheese in a hefty bag. This is April's Pleasure Palace. Can you do butthole Kegels? I don't think butthole Kegels are a thing you can do. If so, don't send me any videos. I'll find out on my own. Thank you. We are, guys, big news. 1:30 away from knocking it out today. Thank you very much for all of your support. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. You guys are being incredibly generous today with a very sick man. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Mac, for the $2. Appreciate that, buddy. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I'll check Grindr. Yeah, feel free not to send it to me. Please. I don't need to know. Shouting at Cloud says it's called pooping. Well, then, yeah, then I've been doing a shitload of butt Kegels. Speaking of sexy things, in Australia, scientists have begun vaccinating koalas against chlamydia. What the fuck took them so long? Like, this has been an issue for a long time. I've heard, like, almost every koala has chlamydia. Like, this is a serious problem. They fuck each other all the time. They never use condoms. Multiple partners. It's disgusting. Australian scientists have begun vaccinating wild koalas against chlamydia in an ambitious field trial in New South Wales. The aim is to test a method for protecting the beloved marsupials against widespread disease that causes blindness, infertility, and death. Yeah, because it's not like they're taking their medicine when they get chlamydia. They just smell something funky by their dick or by their pussy, and they go, that's just kind of what happens to us. It's killing koalas because they become so sick they can't climb trees to get food or escape predators, and females can become infertile. Honestly, except for that whole becoming infertile thing, that was me yesterday. The scientists' initial goal is to catch, vaccinate, and monitor around half of the koala population in the Northern Rivers region of New South Wales. That means vaccinating around 50 animals. Shit. The safety and effectiveness of the single-shot vaccine, which has been designed specifically for koalas. I think about shit like this, and it's kind of fun, but it also bums me out because you're talking about scientists who spent a lot of time and money developing a shot that would stop koalas from getting chlamydia. And I always just consider all that kind of stuff time that could have been spent on like AIDS and cancer, but we didn't. We just went right to helping koalas not get cheese dick. Now scientists want to understand the impact of vaccinating a population of wild koalas. We want to evaluate what percentage of the koalas we need to vaccinate to meaningfully reduce infection and disease. Is this kind of their trial run to see if they can do the same thing to the LGBT community with monkeypox? That would be good. You're right. You know what? I see some possibilities in this. This could work. I like it. If the koalas get vaccinated against chlamydia and we see the chlamydia numbers drop for koalas, then holy shit, you bring that to a gay bar and you just start, jamming people with a monkeypox thing. It's like, hey, I know I can't stop you guys from having 19-somes, but I can stop you from getting sick and creating a public health problem. I mean, that's maybe. If we can take this koala thing and we can expand it into something else, I think we might have something. Easy Money's wife with $4.99 says, go buy some Pepto-Bismol. Oh, thank you for the Pepto money. I appreciate that. Yesterday, it was April got me Imodium. I did Imodium yesterday, which is supposed to apparently like concrete mix your shit. It's supposed to firm it up when you're not doing so hot. I don't know. I don't know if it worked or not yet. I think whatever it is, it just has to run its course, as it were. Anyway, guys, 125 away from today's goal. Thank you so much. Remember, Geno gets half of everything coming up at 7 o'clock. We got a lot of great stuff to talk about today. Before we do, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, our friends at Stoney's with Stoney's Garage. The patio is now open, and it's got that walk-in bar right there connected to the patio. Stoney's Garage is great. Usually live acoustic music going on there. Thursday night is bike night at Stoney's. Go hang out. The best dive bar in central Minnesota. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Geno, who's going to be our co-host today, will be joining us for our 9th anniversary party, Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today. If you're in central Minnesota, you go in the ditch, you have any kind of issues, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Use midlandarmory.com. Go check out their selection and use the promo code SteelToe to get a nice discount on your next order, whether it's firearms, tactical gear, optics, knives, parts, whatever you're looking for, they've got it at Midland Armory. That's midlandarmory.com. Midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe. And if you weren't here at the top of the show, I am doing the show still quite infirmed, but I am very excited to have Geno on today. Also very excited to report to you that the coffee is just about ready to go. I got an email yesterday. It looks like April and I will have a chance to approve the website, approve the order page today, which means that Steel Toe Coffee could be ready for you tomorrow morning. Fingers crossed, that's at the earliest. Maybe Thursday, who knows? But it will be this week that Steel Toe Coffee is ready. April, take me to the lake, says I came here for Geno. When will he be on? Geno is coming in 2 minutes. See, if we go to, if we put the Zoom there, it's still me. It'll be Geno very, very soon. Somebody was writing in one time. They said, Aaron, when you have the Zoom guests on, why don't you put them right next to you? And I'm just kind of like, first of all, I think it works fine the way we're doing it. But also, I can't, if I split the screen, it's going to cut me off and then they're going to be all fucked up and weird. It's just, I think it works better this way. What do you do? Ryobi says, just to prove it, I need beans. Well, we're getting there. I promise. We're getting there. Oh, guys, you know what time it is? Oh, there we go. Hip stretch. Hip stretch. There we go. Ah, Jesus fucking Christ. Damn it, that feels good. I am sore and AIDSy today. Brett Favre, who's got problems of his own, to be sure. Brett Favre is calling for a boycott of Fox News over the firing of Tucker Carlson. Why does it not surprise me that Brett Favre's kind of a based dude? It just kind of seems like a very Brett Favre thing. Famed NFL player Brett Favre on Monday added his voice to the chorus of conservatives calling for a Fox News boycott in the wake of Tucker Carlson's abrupt departure. I don't think you need to organize a boycott of Fox News over the Tucker thing. Everybody just seems to be boycotting them naturally. Everyone seems to think that they did him dirty, they fucked him over, and now they're not watching. Doesn't even seem like a boycott. It just seems like they got rid of their most popular show. People got resentful about it, and they stopped watching Fox. What else is there to watch? I mean, I'm actually kind of proud of Fox viewers because I really was shuddering to think that they actually like Hannity, and it turns out Hannity was just on after Tucker. So that makes me feel really good that his ratings have gone in the shitter because I don't think I want to live in a world where Tucker Carlson or where Sean Hannity is popular because people like him. That just sounds like there's no hope left anymore. Carlson, who had hosted the largely popular Tucker Carlson Tonight since 2016, parted ways with the news network on April 24th for reasons that have yet to be officially disclosed. And I think the reason they haven't disclosed them is because Fox is still paying him. In fact, Fox still owes him through 2024. His contract runs out, wouldn't you know it, right after the election. His contract is up. So I still hold the theory, and that's all we have at this point are theories on what happened to Tucker. My theory is that as part of the Dominion settlement, they made Fox fire him. Because you have to remember, Dominion was suing Fox for like $2.5 billion, and they let Fox settle for $750 million. So there had to be some other, sealed terms to that deal. And I think one of them was Tucker's gone. I think they're going to replace him with Jesse Waters, who I've always thought is kind of I don't know. I've always found him to be kind of a douche. And they can't put Gutfeld on every show. I mean, Gutfeld's got his late night show that's doing very well. You've got The Five that's doing pretty well still. So you can't just put Gutfeld on everything. I mean, he's not just like the patch that you put on every hole in the leaking ship. You got to have somebody else. SH says Gutfeld, is he still funny at all? Gutfeld is still doing very well on Fox. But as Scarface says, the only thing besides Tucker is Gutfeld, and Gutfeld has been having terrible guests lately. And a lot of people in the chat right now are saying Gutfeld is the only show I still watch. Gutfeld. Tucker was the hottest thing they had. They got rid of him. I mean, don't who's the other person they have on primetime? They have Sean Hannity and the chick, Laura Ingraham. Like Sean Hannity and Laura Ingraham just seem kind of boring compared to Tucker, don't they? Because they're like those old-timey, stuffy shirt conservatives. Like, oh, those damn video games and these kids today, and like the Simpsons old man yells at cloud kind of thing. So there's nothing really exciting about those two. Like the people who have been really popular on Fox have kind of been a little psychotic. Like Bill O'Reilly was out of his mind. Glenn Beck was insane. Tucker's a little crazy. Those are the guys people want to watch. The guys who are going to say shit that doesn't come out of a can, like a left-wing can or a right-wing can. They want people who are going to mix it up every once in a while. And I can't wait to see what Tucker actually thinks about shit, because he got away with some stuff on Fox News, but he still had to play the Fox News game a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what happens because he's got lawyers, and the lawyers are trying to get him out of that fucking contract he's got with Fox so he can do something, which I guess the rumor is he wants to start his own network, which, I mean, good luck. If you can just get the people who left Fox News when Tucker did to join up with his new network, it'll be pretty successful. But I just think that Fox News needs somebody exciting. Like Gutfeld's one of those guys. He's not just right all the time. Like Hannity, you can watch his show, and if you look at the run sheet and go, oh, here's the topics that Sean Hannity's going to talk about today. You know what his opinions are before you even turn on the show. It's just the Republicans are always right. Isn't that amazing? And the Democrats are always wrong. Whereas on Tucker's show, you would hear him say, all right, look, we all know the Democrats are dipshits, but did you see these stupid fucking Republicans and what they're doing? That was refreshing. That was nice to hear. Give me a little bit of variety with my bias. Marshall Beaupre says Jesse Waters was a little punk when he would chime in on O'Reilly's segments back in the day. Yeah, he bugged the shit out of me because I remember Jesse Waters as the guy who would go and like ambush people on O'Reilly's show. That annoyed me. He would go in and he'd just annoy the fuck out of them, and then they'd be like, oh yeah, this is hard-hitting journalism. Like, oh yeah, this Jesse Waters, man, he's tough. It's like, no, he's not. Jesse Waters isn't tough. He just goes when people are eating lunch and he bothers them. That's not like oh man, this guy's he's the next Ted Koppel. It's like, no, he found somebody with spaghetti hanging out of their mouth and went, hey, why did you let that rapist get parole last week?
Buddy.
Oh my God, the voice. Yes, Dad?
Am I on? I don't know. I'm senile. Hi, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. On your screen now, there he is. Geno Bisconte is here.
Oh, I didn't know about. I'm here. What was there ever? How are you feeling, buddy? Good morning. Guten Tag.
How am I feeling? Like a pile of dog shit.
What did you do? What happened? That HIV? Like I told you to take the prep before the show, not do prep.
Well,
I said take your prep. Look how good I feel with the age.
Did you see what we did? Did you? We put a few faces on here to commemorate my illness. If you take a look here,
let's see.
Tommy Morrison is here. Oh my God, Tommy Morrison is in the building to show his support for Steel Toe. That's very nice. Also, Andy Beckett. Oh, Andy Beckett is here to say hello. He's very.
I didn't know who Andy Beckett was till you. Oh, the dead guy from Phil. His name was Andy Beckett.
Andy Beckett, yeah.
I have to act like I don't know and not like he's a role model for me. I have to act like Andy Beckett. Who? The dead fag from? Oh, we're on YouTube. It's good to see you, buddy. It's good to see you.
You too. You're very sprightly this morning.
Well, I got my coffee from my drinking brothers mug that far more successful comedians were on the show of while we're here. How are you? Good stuff.
Did your lady come back yesterday?
Yes, she's actually duct taped in the room right over there, sleeping peacefully with my dulcet voice screaming and screeching in her ear. Yeah, they came back. It was like, my God, I don't know if you watched Compound yesterday, but it was like the Bataan Death March for her and Chrissy, because they get home and it's 2 weeks and they're exhausted, and then the boss is like, "Oh, come by our show, come by my show and we'll talk about the elaborate ruse you made up at the airport that everyone." And so they do, and before they go, they're like, "Well, let's get a shot at the airport bar." They do a couple shots. Chrissy's half hammered. Keanu's just a total alcoholic, so she's fine.
Sure.
They do 2 hours of the boss's show, but then they have to do the wet spot. And then it's like they literally get off the plane at noon and they don't get to go home till 8 o'clock because they're just, they're doing they're doing podcasts and such. And, and then Keanu can't sleep because she has to watch all the clips of me and Chad on your show. She just refuses to go to bed. I'm not jabbing her in the side going, then look what me and Aaron did. No, I wasn't doing that. Not like a 5-year-old Aaron. What am I, gay? What am I? Who am I, Andy Beckett? Come on.
What? Hold on. Wait a minute. Who are you? Jenny from Forrest Gump? There she is. I actually got the picture of her on her AIDS deathbed, so I made sure I got the perfect picture.
Did you ever see, it's like, something, a meme, it's like, all right, Barst, I'm going to go fuck everyone in America and then come back to you when I have AIDS. Okay, Jenny.
She sucked. I hated her. I have your kid. And I still haven't worked out like how the kid didn't have AIDS, but whatever. I'll watch it 19 more times and figure it out. She didn't give the kid. She comes back because I have the kid. You're a multi-million-dollar shrimp.
Oh yeah, that
magnet.
was in the meme too. You're right.
Yeah. You're a multi-million-dollar shrimp magnet, and with your legless war buddy, and I'm dying, and I really need my kid to be taken care of. So.
By the way, did you call him a shrimp magnet? You mean a shrimp magnate? because I am a shrimp magnet. I attract all the shorties.
I have been shitting my head off.
Magnet.
I have been shitting my head off for
That's
24 hours.
Matt Miller, I'm sorry. Go on, buddy. I'm sorry.
I have had nothing but water purring through my asshole for the last 24 hours. I reserve the right to mispronounce Lieutenant Dan's occupation.
He's a shrimp magnet. What can you say?
He's a shrimp magnet. Yeah.
I heard Tattoo from the. But now I'm going to show old time. I heard Tattoo from Fantasy Island in his heyday was a shrimp. No, nothing.
Oh, Turtle with $2 says, "Say it, Geno."
Clam Radio.
There you go.
We're working on those shirts as well. I'm just a shill. Anyway.
$4.99 from Omega Dreads Gaming Channel. Get well, Broven. Also, Geno is happy. There you go. All right. Remember, half of everything you throw in today goes right to that man on your screen, Geno Bisconte.
Why?
So whether it's because you came in here, you woke up early and you decided to do the show, and quite frankly, you're going to have to carry it comedically because I'm going to be doing this every 25 minutes. Ready? Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, that feels good. Oh, shit, my back.
Is it like, well, that money, remember, half of all the Super Chats go to our bar tab in August when me and Keanu will be at Stoney's. By the way, did you see when I was yelling at the man we call Chad? And I'm like, oh yeah, and you lied. You literally said the guy from Stoney's flew out to beat you up. Do you understand? That's borderline. Yeah, it's a great radio bit. You're retarded. And by the way, if I can bring our 8th grade girlery into it, I heard, I'm not kidding, because I was helping with the pretend death march of Keanu and Chrissy yesterday at the studio. I heard he made like over 1,000 in super chats yesterday.
Who?
And I mean this, Chad.
Did he really? Nice.
And I think that's, I'll say it again, the guys in that echo chamber are the ones pulling the strings now. Yeah. They're like, no, don't quit. Here's the thing. And I said, and I says, Mabel, I said to another guy, I'm like, what did MLC make? And he just put because Bob wasn't on most of it because he was doing Legion of Skanks up here in New York.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I said, what did MLC make? And the guy just puts Larry David, a gif of Larry David from, the curb going, meh. So I don't know what's going on there, but I'm telling you, I can't stop watching.
Yeah. The Herd is running those shows. They are pulling all the strings. They are the show. They're disgusting people. Like that MLC crowd, they are disgusting people. I want absolutely no part of them because you look at what they're doing to Kevin and Chad right now, and it's just it's like, dude, they want these two to die. Yeah. Like they want to kill these two. It's psychotic. Yeah. It's like that the experiment they used to do, like, would you hit this button if you knew it was torturing someone? And like all they do is they hit the fucking button all day long.
And the actor's in the other room. It's an actor going, ah! Yeah. He's literally screaming. He's not really getting shot. You know what I think it's like? I'll make an even simpler reference that's more my age. The Romans in the Colosseum. The people in the chat have become because I don't know where they're getting this money, but it can't be fake. Like somebody gave Kevin a $400 super chat the other day. And if I may, as Keanu calls it, the Real Housewives of YouTube, I call it Vanderpump Rules MLC. One guy, and I've talked about this, I thought it was hilarious, was giving money to Kevin. And then yesterday he gave 4 separate $100 super chats to Chad. And he said and I know, like I'm so Andy Beckett. I'm such a piazza that I know some of the names. And this one guy, William Borgeson, thank you. You're looking. That's actually better. You should keep that up.
This guy wasn't shitting his pants all day. He's in much better shape than I am.
It's good for radio. See, and when you say you're shitting your pants, unlike Chad, you're not lying. I know you shit your pants. Good for you, buddy. There's one guy, William Borgeson, that Kevin calls Borgo, that literally gave Chad a couple $100 yesterday, and he said, well, I just did it. He tells Kevin, I did it because I feel bad for Chad. I don't know what's going on, but I have got my fucking popcorn.
They're doing
Mr. Beckett.
Yes, they're doing they're basically behaving the way the CIA or United States foreign policy does. They're arming both sides of the war. Like they're selling weapons to both sides because like we just want to see them fucking keep killing each other. Like, let's just see where this goes. And they just throw their money at them. And I'm like, these guys think they're first of all, you nailed it on that phone call, or not the phone call, the appearance you made where you said you guys aren't doing shows. These aren't shows. You're not show hosts. You guys are showing up. You're putting your head in stocks. People are paying for tomatoes, and they're chucking tomatoes at you.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. And look, here's my thing. The audience is enjoying it. That's all that matters. The audience is having fun. They're having a great time. But like I do a show, you do a show, and then after we're done, we go and we live our lives and we do our things. These guys are like, they're so wrapped up in this, like this is their life now, and it's like costing them actual shit. I would never want to do any kind of sort of performance or quote unquote show like that.
Well, let me pay you a compliment, and please let me compliment me, and you're the same as me. So that's actually an insult saying you're the same as me. But it's not just we go to a show. Our lives are seamless. You do a show with your wife, who you love hanging out with. I do a show with Garrett and Steve, who we can't wait. Well, I can't. I drive them nuts. We can't wait to hang out and be idiots together. I mean, do you understand? Like, that was the other thing that got me about the Chad thing. The second time was like, he wants to be my ally. Okay. I said this on the air yesterday. One, I never wanted to be your ally. But even if I did, Chad, let's say that you're me and I'm Chad and you come on my show, shouldn't the first thing I say is, by the way, Aaron, let's say by the way, Aaron, I know I've been lying about you for the past 7-8 months, but if we're going to be allies and I want credibility, let me say this to the viewers. I lied. I lied about you lying. I apologize. Going forward, now that people know you're not a liar and I'm a big enough man to admit I lied and you can trust me, let's go forward. It's like, no, hey, welcome, Aaron. He's a piece of shit, like I've been saying for 8 months, but now this piece of shit's on my side. Right. That's how retarded Chad is. And again, I'm not trying to destroy Chad. Please keep throwing the $100 super chat tomatoes at him, to use your fucking reference. Yeah. But that's how stupid they are. And my point is, from 20 minutes ago, Mabel, to think that I'm like, wow, I can't wait to form an alliance with Chad and hang out with him every day. That's work. Yeah, it's work. What we do is a crime. Someone's gonna come through that door. By the way, do you see what's behind me? There, look. Wait, I'm Frank.
Oh, it's the Chargers pennant that I bought you. Oh,
you know when I brought that into this apartment yesterday, because it's been in the studio since Christmas, because I always take the subway. Keanu's there with her bag. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to take an Uber home finally. Yeah. And I said, let me get my Charger pennant. So, yeah, I mean, it's been up forever.
If you bring it on the subway, you're going to have to end up beating a mentally ill black man to death with it. So, I mean, you don't want to wreck it that way.
You never know.
How is the subway? Like, is it just certain parts of it? Like, what's it like as people are protesting a piece of shit who should have been choked out?
Yeah, the subway's fine. It happened. Like, I guess it was just going on one day on the weekend when I'm old, Aaron. I don't leave the apartment. I don't know what goes on. I just sit here. But New York is like excuse me, that's like the rest of New York. It's in one spot. They put it up and people think it's happening everywhere, and it's not. You know what I mean? Like, New York is fine. But the parts, and that's the other thing I say about Chad that's going on with Godfrey, who I'll give Chad credit. He gave me Godfrey's number, and eventually I'll reach out to him, because the only thing dumber, I've said this on the air, than getting your New York comedy information from two 60-year-old men that live in South Jersey is getting your fucking, getting your New York City crime report news from a guy that lives in his aunt's basement in Tennessee. No. And that's the news you're getting from people out there that don't realize, like, New York's like it's always been. If you go to certain places and assholes are running around, but the videos you see on New York are the things Chad is basically accusing Godfrey of. Well, Godfrey, you're angry and you're black, so obviously you're going to be violent. That's not racist
and that
at
kind of that's interesting, because that's
the kind of behavior that gets you in the nigger Hall of Fame.
What? Jesus.
I'm quoting the news. You saw that guy.
Negro.
We went to the Hall of Fame.
You and I, by the way, disagree on that.
I'm going to hell. We've been over this. You and I are fucking women way out of our league. We've been over this. What?
I will tell you and I disagree on the Negro League guy. I think he was trying to say Negro League. I think he fucked up. I think he stumbled.
Well, that's even worse then.
He was talking too fast.
I've said this, but and everything leads me to a point that justifies the piece of shit that guys like me and you are. And I said it. I'll say the N word because we're on YouTube. But I said when I say the word, that word, when I say it, unlike these guys, where if you're that baseball announcer and it kind of rolls off your tongue, it rolls off your tongue because you say it in everyday speech. And there's two kinds of like there's racists that use that word, like Kevin Brennan. I'm sorry, that uses it in text, that uses it on the air, that we get sound bites of because it's just a word he uses, okay, without thinking. There's guys like the guy you saw on the air, like who's old. Like my Aunt Olga used to say colored. She would say colored, which I find as comical as I do offensive because guys like this don't know any better. But when I say it, when I say the first person ever to say that word, please, was Thomas Jefferson on the preferences of his eHarmony profile, yes. I never say that word lightly or darkly. I never say that word without knowing exactly I'm about to say it and why I'm about to say it. That's the difference between fucking racist, lazy old people like this dude and fucking wonderful people like me who can fashion the N-word into clever comedy.
Well, so I've called baseball games. I've done broadcasts.
I didn't know that.
Like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've you name a sport. I've called play-by-play. I came up in radio.
Now we're fighting. I'm leaving. I did not know that. Look,
yeah.
Okay, so here's what we're doing. We got to go to I got to come out there. The four of us have to go to a baseball game. We get drunk and you obnoxiously call the game. Like
it's baseball. Baseball. Calling a baseball game is fucking stealing money when I would get paid to do those because it's a slow game. There's very little to describe. It's either hit to left, right, or center, and it's either on the ground or in the air or a line drive, and it's either caught or a base hit. But I first of all, the guy you were talking about on your show yesterday, you're like, who the fuck is this guy? I don't know how much of a baseball fan you are.
That's Steven Crowder's second mic. We still don't know who the fuck that guy is. I don't know.
That's Dallas Braden. He used to be a pitcher for the Oakland A's. I remember Dallas Braden from when I was a lad. But this is Glenn Kuiper. If you haven't saw it, we watched this on yesterday's
show. Dwayne Kuiper's older brother.
Yes.
Dwayne Kuiper, another form. Like I read that in the article. I'm not trying to wow you with I don't call baseball games. I'm just trying to keep up, handsome.
So he goes and he talks about the two places they went to in Kansas City. Now, I have not been to Arthur Bryant's barbecue, but I hear it's very good. I've been to Gates Barbecue in Kansas City. It's delicious. But I have not been to the museum that this man went to. Let's watch it again. You say that this guy calls those leagues that in his normal everyday life, and that's why he slipped and said it here. I think he was excited. He was telling everyone about his day. He was trying to say Negro leagues, and it came out bad. Let's take a listen.
Before you hit play, I'm going to ask you a question, and I agree, but have you, because me and you use the word, I'm going to be on, someday we'll let people read our text. No. But we use no. That was Kevin Brennan. Kidding. But there's never a time. Has there ever been a time where you said it and be like, oops, I didn't mean to say that? Has there ever been a time where you're about to say the word Negro and the other one slips out because you flip-flop them so much you don't know if it's your perfect example. When you're on real radio, don't you have a switch in your head that says don't say fuck? And every now and then, I don't know about you, like it slips out because like, oh, I forgot where I was. That's where he had the wrong switch. His switch was on home, and now it should have been on at work, and he was going like that before. I'm rambling now.
I never say Negro and accidentally say the other word for one simple reason. I never bother with the word Negro. So I'm more of a swing for the fences kind of a guy. So here, let's watch.
Way to keep it in the baseball world with that swing for the fences.
I'm telling you, I think it's a slip. I'll watch it one more time from your perspective and see if this is just, hey, it's an older white guy, and he just calls it those leagues museum all the time.
And
all right.
Let me say one more thing. He bullet points it. That's why I keep doing this. He doesn't go, what he said, he goes, boom. He's like, let me tell you where we went. Boom. All right? Just watch the thumb.
We had a phenomenal day today. Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue. We had a phenomenal...
By the way, I love the person who put this up on YouTube. They looped it for 2 minutes and 37 seconds. So they're just like, here you go, guys. Enjoy this forever. All right, one more
day today. Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
And then there's some guy with spina bifida or some shit.
Do you understand? Like you don't.
Okay, Okay, I'll tell you this. The more I watch it,
please,
the worse it looks.
Did you say better? See, the more I watch it, the better it gets. We're saying that we're using the word. Now we're using a different word.
When you see a guy do that, I know the immediate response to go, holy shit, on a baseball game. But then do you also get a little jealous? You're like, that's where I should have been.
No, because I couldn't do baseball. Like, that's why I'm like, I can't say. We need you to sit in this booth for 9 innings. Try and sit still. Good fucking luck. And don't curse. What? And try to stay. Actually, I don't think they'd ask me to stay sober. I don't think they would.
You don't have to in baseball. Salvatore with a great point. He says, Aaron, you're right. We don't like Chad or Kevin. We just like drama. And let me tell you this,
we all do.
I don't want those shows to go away because I don't want that audience to go looking for something else to listen to because I don't want them. I don't want them.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like Chad's like, I took you out of my. And I said this on the air. I don't either. Like, there are people that watch both Chad and us, and I think that watch Kevin or Chad and us. And I get it. There are people that I would argue there are people like us. We like a little of everything. We like a little drama. We enjoy fucking actual shows like this, where, as I say, we either go within. If you don't go within, you go without. And we create from within. We say what we like. There's a reason you sent me a list of show prep that I very easily could have looked at if I wasn't a piece of garbage and a terrible friend. But it wasn't like their show preppers read super chats. Repeat, see above. That's going without. You're like, what are they going to say that we can respond to? We do our show, and if you like it, great. But there's no way, like, if you think I was like, and once I go into Chad's fucking show, I'll humiliate him, and then I'll march out like the Pied Piper with all his piece of shit view. I don't want them. I don't want them. Why would and we enjoy watching them throw more money to the fucking, throw money at the fucking people in the fucking Coliseum with the Lions. The money is like it's the weapons. I don't even know. I can't.
They've made it like they've imprisoned those guys into doing those shows because they can't say no to the money. I mean, that I'm going to give their audience this compliment, and we do share some MLC audience, but the hardcore ones who throw in all the money.
Hold on, let me take a picture of this super chat. Hold on.
That is weird. I never understood that. But the compliment I will give them, the audience, is this. They know that they've put these guys in golden handcuffs and that these guys have to dance for them. And it's sadistic. It's fucking violent in a way, but it works. It works for them. They bought themselves a show. I want to burn through a couple of these because people are giving you money, Gene. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, Geno, what lost Italian tribe of Israel do you hail from? You are the John Turturro of tiny hats. Salute.
See, these are good. Don't you love the super chats that, like, when they shit on you really good, you're like, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, I got to give them that.
I've been getting them all morning from basically about what my asshole's doing. Those have been mine.
Hey, she's still in bed, right? Can you take that out? Kidding, April. Hi.
Stevie Lou with $4.99 for my boys. Love you too. Now back to modding for me. Marshall Beaupre with $6. Oh, I lost. I hate when my chat does that. I don't know how to get it to stop doing that. But anyhow, there we go. Marshall Beaupre with $6 says this money is specifically not intended for Geno.
Beaupre's mad at me because I'm like, he's not mad at me. Marshall Beaupre, if you don't follow in Hot Water, he is one of our guys that just does whenever you see the worst artwork possible, like ahead of Frankie beating up the Queen of fucking England in a Buckingham Palace, which is a housing project lobby. It's me calling Marshall Beaupre like giddy at like 9 a.m. Can you stick Frankie's head on this? He's like, I'll surprise you. And he does all and his best shit. I don't even know. Like, he sends it in during the show. So shout out
Marshall
to that guy,
Beaupre put a tattoo, a fake tattoo of you on near his genitals and decided to take a picture. Well, fake, whatever, allegedly, and decided to put it up on Twitter while he had a half a chub working. He just wanted people to see his dickhead.
Marshall's a weird dude, and you see my face. He's a weird dude. I like him, dude. I was supposed to have cigars with him and Chrissy's better half, soon to be husband Frank, and this out you make excuses if you don't want to do something now. You're like, I called up Frank. I'm like, it's Saturday, 2 hours from. I'm like, I just don't want to do anything. I want to do nothing, and I'm like, and he's like busting my balls. I'm like, I'm sorry. And you're going to it's Saturday. I'm burnout. I just want to, it's my last night alone before the crazy whore comes. I said, I just want to sit on the couch with my cat and do nothing. And I proceeded to watch the Phillies and Sixers win. So that was nice.
Just sat on your couch with a cat?
Yes, I did.
You
And my Charger pennant, which has been here
shit's
since
all
the day
retarded.
And there you go. Yeah. And my Chargers pennant, which has been here since the day you guys sent it to me.
Toolman Mike with $10 says, to Geno for proving to me I'm not an alcoholic, but I just like to drink a lot.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is yeah, okay. Oh, I wish we put a blonde wig on you. So,
she's just woke up.
I said descendant Asian. I told her.
She just woke up. She just woke up and she's scared to be on camera because she's ugly.
She's like, can I take a huge dump? Yeah, honey, whatever.
Oh, that's sweet. Hey, everyone, when Keanu comes walking back through the frame, make sure you ask her how her shit was that she took in the morning.
She's the best thing. She's an idiot. I don't know why she's here, but she's the. So anyway, yeah, that's my Marshall Beaupre story.
Happy Plague Doctor with $5 says $5 N-bomb. Yeah, thanks, Gene. Appreciate that. Citizen,
do you want to make another $5 right now? Who wants to get?
Citizen M with $4.99 says Chad made over 3,000 in super chats yesterday. He's killing it. Also, no one ever claimed that the Stoney's manager assaulted Jet. Yes, they do. We've got receipts.
By the way, Citizen M, like he's another guy. Thank God I didn't block, because half the time I think he's a troll. Half the time I don't. Whatever he is, I don't believe he did not. But
you know what he is? I'll tell you what Citizen M is. Citizen M's a kid who really likes this internet shit. That's it. He's just a kid.
He's
who loves
good at it.
Yeah.
Am I right? He's good at it. Like I there's two guys I blocked. One, and I wish I hadn't. TK Suso, who I don't know how to unblock you. I'm sorry, because I got angry. And another guy, Ian Hawk, who hates Chad, but he said something I didn't like when I first started, and I'm shitting on me, and I blocked him, and because his thing was a Kmart Ready logo, but it was retarded. He was making fun of Chad. So
I unblocked that guy recently. Because I was
you have to show me how to unblock people on the YouTube. I don't know how, but yeah, I don't think he made over $3,000. That's got to be bullshit, Citizen M. And look at my face. I hope it's not. I really hope it's not.
I hope he did. I hope he made it.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Like, if that seems too okay.
Keanu pooped. Keanu made a shit.
He just shut up.
Keanu has diarrhea.
You're missing intelligent comedy, you stupid broad. All right.
Balls Deep with $5 says, got that neighbor good. That's all right. I think we're way behind. Oh, $4.99 from Hulkamash Baby says, Geno, are you going to make Aaron's day go by faster?
I can close with that. Go on.
Because he's a filthy wop bastard. All right. I got to, you know what? I got to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. So I have to mute you for just 1 second. Otherwise, people are going to hear this sound over and over, and they don't want to. So Geno did not look at the show prep. He said that. He admitted it. He said that, folks. He admitted it. He said that. But if he would have looked at the show prep, and I will now bring Geno back on mic because I'm done opening shit, he would know that he missed preparing himself for Alex Stein, who I love Alex. I think Alex is great. Alex goes slumming with this show, bless his heart.
The girls did his show twice when they were out there.
Yeah.
And so Alex Stein was on their show at Hyenas.
He also goes slumming with all of, I guess I can say all of us compound people now. By the way,
he's very good to it.
Steel Toe Memorial Day special. Be sure you tune into compoundmedia.com for that one and to see the other Steel Toe specials that are on there. But don't watch Bobby Tamburo, who's a fucking ass. No, you know, I got a text from E-Rock, and he goes, dude, did you say something about Bobby? I'm like, yeah, I was fucking around. He said something on In Hot Water, and I was like, oh, it's on now. And he's like, oh, because he thought you were serious. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, no, Bobby is so, like, I would shit on Bobby if he wasn't exactly like we all were when we were that age. Okay.
How old is he?
Look, I'll say it, like, Jim Norton used to take me on shows with him all the time. Okay. When I first got up here. Okay. And I'll never forget one time he's like, he calls me up. He's like, what do you do on New Year's Eve? And I go, nothing. He goes, shocking. He goes, hey, and he let me over from like the Bowery Ballroom here. So, but he was another guy that would always say to me, it's like, stop worrying about what other people have and just focus on what you're doing and it'll be fine. And I'd be like, okay. And then I'd sit there and focus on what other people had, you know? And Bobby still does that a lot. And I hope Bobby sees this because I love him, but he's another one that's always yelling at me. You got to do I'm like, I'm done with the clubs. We need you in the clubs. People with your voice. I'm like, I'm done with the clubs, Bobby. And he's not being he's stubborn, but it's coming from a good, stupid, stubborn guinea place where you're like, no, fuck these people. You got to come back. I'm like, Bobby, I'm lying there on my comedy deathbed. Oh my God, Bobby, you got to go on.
He's just a young man. He's a young man full of piss and vinegar, and he's going to tackle the world. And then you get older and you go, you know what? I'm going to pick my spots. I'm going to throw the punches that I know are going to land.
I'm going to sit on my couch with the cat and let you guys smoke cigars without me. Yeah.
Perfect. But no, that was very funny when I got that text from E-Rock. I'm like, oh, God, tell him that I was fucking around and it's fine. And then I was pissed because then I felt bad. I'm like, no, I'm not shitting on the guy. He's not as...
See, felt bad? What does that feel like?
Yeah.
Felt bad. What does that feel like?
I went, so what if he's not nearly as funny and talented as Steve Conte? That doesn't matter. He can still do his own thing.
We're not as funny and talented as Steve Conte. And stop saying it, because when he figures it out, we're fucked.
I know.
We're fucked. When he becomes sentient, we're fucked.
He is a funny dude, though. He's
stupid.
He has no his greatest gift is he has absolutely no shame. He doesn't think anything's beneath him. He's like, fuck it, I'll do prop comedy.
I sometimes and I talk about this on the show, years ago, I was doing, again, quit bragging, I was doing Catch a Rising Star in Reno, Nevada, and I was a headliner, and there was this feature of Vilmos, this big dude, and he's the feature, and he's sitting there you get to eat at the cafeteria when you're a big star for the week you're there. And I would always sit with him and bug him. He's like, shouldn't I be bugging you? I'm the feature. And I'm like, no, buddy, what are you doing? And that's me with Garrett and Steve. I'm the one texting them all weekend. They're like, what are you doing? Hey guys, what are you up to? I'm having a life. We're doing stuff. But that's how great those two are. And I'm like, am I bugging you? Because you guys have lives and I just want to fucking talk to you.
So I'm excited to show you this. Before I even hit play, I'm just excited to show you the still shot. I'm glad you didn't look at any of the prep work that I sent you. Right. This was something that happened on Alex Stein's show last night. There you go. Just take a look at the freeze frame there.
Okay.
That is a black man on his knees.
That
is Alex Stein with a banana. And what I love about this is remember, this is on Blaze TV. This is on Glenn Beck's network, Mormon,
oh my God, I love that.
Conservative Glenn Beck. And let's watch what I know everyone's looking at this going, well, Aaron, Alex Stein is not going to feed a shirtless black man a banana.
No,
while he's
that'd
on
be silly.
That would be ridiculous. That would get him in maybe all sorts of trouble. Who knows? One of the guys from Tim Pool's show is on as his co-host, and the face he makes over this bit, it's like his soul is trying to pull him off camera so he doesn't have to be in frame with any of this. Let's watch Alex be the professional broadcaster that we all know him to be.
I'm sorry. Just have a banana. Just eat the banana. Eat the banana.
Oh my
it's gonna
God.
be okay. Eat the banana. Eat the banana. Stick it in your mouth. Stick it in your mouth. Stick it in.
Look at the co-host. He's just like, I can't fucking be here for this.
He wins. Again. I love Alex. When the girls were on his show last week, he fed a black crack addict fentanyl waffles.
I saw that.
Waffles. Yeah. And the funniest part was, if you watch the show later, he dies. His feet are in the fucking picture the rest of the show. Yeah. He doesn't drag them off. His dead feet are in while he's just having he's like, hey, let's bring out Lila's mother. And she has to step over over a black man who died from eating, I'll say it again, fentanyl waffles. So there you go. Let's go on. Here we go.
Is Alex unhappy at the Blaze? This looks like a man trying to get fired.
I don't know, because this is insane.
When they were so happy to get rid of Crowder after we see what he's like behind the scenes, they were like, Alex, just go ahead and do whatever you want.
Is April off doing her wifely duties right now, by the way?
I believe she is, and if she doesn't, she better fucking watch it.
Watch it. And you said what we all said, why do you have one car? By the way, Kevin Brennan, I don't know if you saw the picture of him with a retired NBA player with a huge cock in a liquor store. He's got 9 cars. Fuck you. He's either a maintenance man or a guy with 9 fucking cars. So somebody's doing well. And this guy we're looking at, to circle back, because I'm sorry I'm such a tangent. Is he in on this? Because his face is this camp.
I don't think he knew that Alex was going to do this bit. I don't think Keanu and Chrissy knew that he was going to do the fentanyl waffles thing. So
they certainly did
I think
not.
you just come on.
Keanu, did you know he was going to do the fentanyl waffle thing? I don't know if ugh means yes or no, but that's what she said.
Well, this guy looks as though he wants to leave. And what I love about this, he's sitting right next to a black dude who's laughing. And this is kind of, you've talked about this before. This is kind of your racism punk test. Like, if you look at this and you see racism, you have a problem. Because now you're going, oh, black guy, banana, monkey. And it's like, oh, okay, that's on you. You're the one. This is Alex Stein. You can say that he's humiliating another human being by feeding them a banana while they're on his knees and petting him. But if you put the racial part in there, that's kind of on you. And I don't know if Alex is going for that or if he's just going for, what my immediate reaction was, the shock value of, holy fuck, he's feeding a black guy a banana. I know how some people are going to look at that. This is insane. But I think if you're the kind of person who goes, black guy, banana, monkey, and you get offended by that, which tends to be a more like left-leaning progressive thing, I think you've got kind of fucked up views on race that you're not comfortable expressing with people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you said it perfectly. It's the punk test. It's like if you think this is real, or that's the other thing. The thing I say in my act about these words, these acts, all these people you know what it all boils down to in a word? Victimhood. They all want to be victims. You know what I mean? Like these are like all the people that go through these, like Chad, when he's like, Bob would shit on my grandmother and my mother. It's like, yeah, Chad. And you went along with it because it made you money. But now on the outside, oh, you're a victim.
Not only went along with it, by the way, you brought it up. You volunteered this information. There's a reason I don't talk at length about my kids and put pictures of them up and shit like that. I don't want people talking about them. So if you go, oh, yeah, hey, guys, I mean, Chad deep down knows he's the piñata, and he kept handing these guys sticks, and he goes, oh, yeah, guys, hit me with this. It's like the fat kid in school. He's like, before anyone can make fun of me, I'll make fun of what a fat piece of shit I am, and then at least I'm in on the joke. It's a low self-esteem kind of abused kid thing he's almost doing.
It's a lot like Camus in The Fall, where it's like, if I attack myself first, then you can either defend me, which is great, or you can attack me, but I've already attacked me, so I've beaten you to it. And either way, I'm a better person because I'm the victim, but I've already called myself the fucking victim. Either way, I should say it makes me immune. But the point I was making is these victims, by being a victim, you don't have to, you're not held accountable, but it keeps you from doing the other thing that I would like to say. People like you, me, all of Compound Media, comedians that get it. Like, we make fun of like ourselves as much as everyone else. And if you can't laugh at yourself, I don't want to hang out with you. And that's what this country has become. Like, we had slaves ages ago, and it's something that you need to laugh at. But I always say, like, we've all done stupid shit. And the people that are like, I don't ever want to talk about that again. It's like, well, you're no fun to hang out with. I remember that time you fucked the basketball team on a dare in high school. Yeah.
What Geno's trying to say is, if you won't talk to him about slavery at length, he doesn't think you're any fun.
No banana for you, monkey. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
So we got about 30 seconds of Alex Stein caressing a black guy while feeding him a banana shirtless. Let's see.
Stick it in your mouth. Stick it all in there. Get it in there.
Are we allowed to laugh at this? Are we allowed to laugh at this?
All the way in. As deep as it'll go.
Oh, God.
Okay. All right.
Are you out of your mind?
Look, the black guy is like, I can't be seen watching this and just letting this go. And then the white guy's like, why did you have to put me between two black people while you did this? Alex and the other black guy are the only two people having fun, because this guy's going, am I under some kind of like code where I have to beat the fuck out of this guy now? And he's going, just by sitting here, do I still have a job with Tim Pool tomorrow?
I don't understand what's going on in the bit. I've got to watch this episode. I do. Fortunately, I always keep a spare coffee right here in my backpack from yesterday. I've got to watch. I'm going to try and cool. I got to text Alec and ask him what the bit was. I'm kidding. I'm just going to look at it on YouTube, but that's incredible.
I almost don't want to see the context of this. This is too perfect. I just want to watch Alex feed a black guy a banana.
What kind of gerbils he into the cheek?
That's good. Keep eating it. Suck on the banana. Oh, don't drop the banana. Keep sucking on it. You're not finished yet. All the way to the finish.
Okay, pause it a second.
That's the end of the clip.
Nope. Well, then replay it. I'm kidding. The point I'm making is, like, normally be like, now if we did this, I'd be like, but here's my point. There's no point to this. He's feeding a black guy a banana.
Yeah, that's all it is.
All right, just checking.
What are you looking for? Are you looking for some kind of deeper meaning to Alex?
Yeah.
Well, you see the working class in this country are the black man, and we are all
It's a metaphor.
on our knees. Or a psychotic man from Texas wanted to bring a black guy in, take his shirt off, and feed him a banana just to see what the rest of us would do.
I'm going to say the second one. The second one? Is it the second one? It's the second one.
It's the second one. Alex is out of his fucking mind.
It's the second one.
That's what it is. Alex is like,
Oh my God.
this is like old school, like the old school shock jock radio days. Like this, I've seen this play out many times before. Alex is, and I'm going to enjoy him until it happens, but this is going to end up crossing the line at some point. Like,
Oh, you think that? Nah.
he's going to keep going and going and going. And there's going to be one day where Glenn goes, dude, I can't fucking protect you on this one.
Now I got to turn my back on you.
Yeah, I'm going to give you this money, and then I got to turn my back to you.
By the way, did you watch, what was I going to say? Did you watch any of the, or hear the Legion of Skanks? Because Levy and Shuley, shout out. Levy is fun. Like, I've made my peace with Bob, or vice versa.
You have?
I've apologized to him and stuff, and I like to think we're boys. We're definitely not fighting, unless
Bob,
he needs me to be fighting with him.
Bob is growing. Bob and I said hey, shit got fucked up. What are you gonna do? Move on.
Yeah.
And then like a bunch of people on. This is where the MLC fans are insane. The MLC fans are like, Bob, why did you apologize to Aaron from Steel Toe? I'm like, he didn't. I didn't apologize to him. He didn't apologize to me. We went, hey, shit got fucked up there for a while, and then he said, wow, I didn't really know exactly what Chad was until I had to go through it myself, and holy shit, is that a fucking mess? And then I went, oh, yeah, and then we both said the same thing: water under the bridge. It's all fine.
Yeah, and I've known Bob for 30 years, and I've never, even when we're fighting, never wavered from the fact that I owe so much of where I am to him. So blame him. But I think Bob he's becoming sentient as well, as am I with what's going on in the MLC. It's like, what are we doing? And Bob's in there to like, I'm just gonna keep showing up and making the money, but I don't give a fuck. But him and Shuley were on Legion of Skanks, and Legion of Skanks, I didn't watch it. I snuck in a couple times and watched the snipe stream that Nobody Loves Onions was doing, and fucking Dave and Jay and Gomez were all dressed in war gear because they're getting in the podcast war, but they were making a joke of it. So I was hearing that shit.
I heard from other people that it was pretty funny, that they were ripping on.
They're always funny, yeah.
They were playing to Shuley and Bob, and they were shitting on John and Chad. And I will say this: people keep wanting to make the Stuttering John comparison with Chad. It's not. I tweeted this yesterday. I go, he's not the next Stuttering John. He's not the next Ethan Ralph. He's the first Chad Zumach. Like he's in his own category. I mean, because at least John did have a level of dignity. John went, I'm not going to sit here and be a fucking punchline. I'm not going to
sit here in a horse outfit or cat and get whipped with a cat of nine tails. I'm kidding. I love Brian Callen, but like that's insane. Go on.
I feel really bad for Brian. I didn't think it was possible, but I feel really bad.
But Brian, and let me tell you, I think Brian would know my name because I met Brian years ago in Venice Beach, California, doing my buddy Bronson's room, and a year later, I'll never forget. And this was, before he got 800 other things, but I'll never forget, a year later, my nephew loved him in the movie Ride Along. So I'm like, I bump into him like, hey, and you can look at my thing. I never take pictures with other comedians. Like, my nephew thinks you're great. And I'm like, you don't remember? He's like, yeah, Geno, we did the show last year. I'm not, and I'm like, of course you remember. And I says, Mabel, I says, I'm like, can we take a picture for my nephew? And Brian Callen goes like this, because he loves doing that shit. He goes, let's make him a video. And we sent my nephew a 1 minute long video, and I'm sitting there like this. I'm the coolest uncle. I'm the captain now. I'm the cool. Fuck you, Uncle Greg. I'm the coolest uncle. So like from what I know of him, and I'm not acting like, oh, we go yachting all the time, but I think he's like, yeah, I'll fucking do your stupid thing. I'll do your dumb horse and pony show, but he knows who he is. But still, what are you doing, Crowder?
Did you see Crowder already hit the button on him? He hit the shut
Am
the
I
fuck
nuts?
up
Like,
Dave
is he
button.
leading into everything? Because Crowder didn't subtly. He's like, I think he wound up his arm and did that under the table.
He gave it a Sugar Ray Leonard bolo punch. He wound up with one.
Yeah, he's leaning into everything. And why wouldn't you? Because it's these religious fucking right people that fucking get like, look, I stop by church every day I possibly can on my walk home and say, thank you, God, for dropping whatever the hell you did in my lap. I don't deserve it. But it's the people that read the Bible chat. Like we were showing after the capital of the world, we were showing other clips with the boss. And the one I love best is the guy from Cincy. The Cincy announcer that gets caught on a hot mic going, the fag capital of the world.
We've got the Bob Higgins thing.
Is that it?
Yeah, we've got that. It's funny you mentioned that. It's next.
Yeah, and
Bob
he
Huggins
literally says in the apologies, like, I know it's next. I did the show prep, and I thought we were
Oh,
segueing into it.
Nice segue. Gene. Nice.
Let me try with a straight face. I'm not a professional, but then his apology includes, he's like, I forget. He basically says, I'm a religious. He doesn't say fanatic, but he's like, yeah, I'm that guy that fucking believes Jews can't eat shrimp and women are lesser than men, and God made gays wrong because even though it's a contradictory, God is perfect, but he made gays wrong. Okay.
So wait, that was in the apology?
No. Well, I read into things.
I
read into things.
Because we have.
He basically said in the apology, like, I'm a devout. He used the word. He somehow said the words like, I'm very strict religion, but I can't think of how he said it. But you hear the three words and you're like,
Yeah. Look, it's not my. He called the Xavier basketball players Catholic and then gay F words, YouTube and all that. And it was on like some conservative, Bob Cunningham or Bill Cunningham. It was on some conservative guy's AM news talk show. So that's about like as hard right, like culturally, that religious thing as you're going to get. If anyone anymore is going to say the gay F word about basketball players, he's going to say it on right-wing AM talk radio and unabashedly. It's also where you're going to hear all your N-words unless you're an A's fan. But before we
or in our text thread. Oh, never mind.
Yes,
Go on,
of course. I believe I was texting you during the Vikings-Bills game, and I want to really apologize because that must have seemed like a psychotic break. Because it went from I fucking hate this is bullshit to oh my God, we're gonna fucking do it to these pieces of shit every goddamn time I get some hope, and then I'm like, we fucking did it.
Yeah, that's me watching a Charger game. Only it's too distinct. The first half, like the Jaguars playoff game. First half, like this is amazing. Second half, this is going to shit. Yeah. I'm a battered woman. Like they'll never do it again. Boom! I deserve that. That was me.
Kirk Cousins is going to have an MVP season this year and earn his next contract extension.
Did you get a quarterback this year in the draft?
Oh, he's a nobody.
I didn't follow the draft this year because
we drafted out. We got Kirk another wide receiver from USC. And then in like the 5th or 6th round, we drafted like a developmental quarterback from BYU.
I don't mean to brag, but despite the fact that we have Herbert and Keenan Allen and Mike Williams and Austin Eckler, who's going to play because no one's going to sign him, he's going to be miserable. We drafted the entire TCU offense. We took both their wide receivers and their quarterback. So eat your heart out. I hate them. I don't know why I keep this pennant so religiously in my apartment. I hate them. By the way, I love this pennant. Thank you both so much.
We saw it at
I'm gonna put it on the wall with my Charger stuff.
We saw it at the antique store next to all the Negro figurines, and we thought, well, he's going to like one of these. Patrick with $5 just says the aristocrats. That was from earlier on. We missed that. Robert with $5 says, as far as the elephant bit on yesterday's In Hot Water, I just want to say, why, Gene? Why?
That's, like I text people all the time, and whenever I call, and I went after my ex Alex Engelbert because she's insane, and it's too long a story, but whenever I call her fat, and I'll say this because she's not like a pig, but we exaggerate because she's so insecure and stupid.
She's a chunkier broad.
What's that?
She's a chunkier broad.
Yeah, she's quite the chunky broad. Yeah. To quote, I won't say who, but they might be in the other room. Said, I hope the entire state of Florida sinks into the ocean under the weight of her fat arms. Wow. I don't know who it was, baby. I don't know who it was, but it was hilarious.
For those of you who don't know, Geno has an ex who is not playing the role of an ex, not just going away and being an ex, but rather finding ways to involve themselves in pretty much everything Geno's attached to. This Alex seems very fascinated with the American Airlines thing. It doesn't sound like jealousy at all. It's
because she's so over us, and and don't get me wrong, she's not obsessed with me. She's obsessed with everything because she's nuts.
Right.
But the best part is, and I said this on the air, I'm like, it's like, we know it's not a lie, but part of me really hopes that the following three people, fucking the fucking Alex, of course, Kevin Brennan, and all the people in the fucking Kevin Brennan that are in the Coliseum throwing fucking them to the lines. I hope they think it is a lie, because if it is, that makes Keanu and Chrissy a better liar than those people are.
And
that would drive them crazy. That's why, even though we know it's true, and I know they know it's true, part of me is like, God, I want you to believe it's actually a lie. And in the moments where they actually convince themselves, they get no joy from it, because they're like, in the moments when we convince ourselves we're not really gay, Aaron, and we're like, we kind of like ourselves, and we think that God didn't make us wrong. In the moments they're like, no, it's definitely a lie, they should be like, fuck, they're better than us at everything.
Then they then they ask you if you want cucumbers on your sandwich, and you start sweating, and you're like, what does this mean? Yeah.
By the way, circling back to what started this, the guy Robert, he watches the show live, and whenever I call Alex fat, I just get a text from him in all caps on my phone. Why, Gene? Why? Because she's just going to fucking scream and yell and make other idiotic tweets, so it's kind of my fault.
The American Airlines story of when Geno's girlfriend Keanu and Chrissy Mayer had to change their pants into more revealing clothing because the airport is run by retards. Alex Engelbert, Geno's ex-girlfriend, decided that she needed to chime in and let everyone know that it's fake. It's not real. This is bullshit. And I have to tell you, that is doing a terrible job of being over it and moving on with your life.
It's fucking lousy. And that's the other thing. It's like, I said this on the air yesterday. It's like, I can call you the fat pig that you are all I want, because are you going to ruin me in the world of digital marketing in Florida, you fucking dummy? And when you go on Misery Loves Company with Pat Dixon after Kevin Brennan's like, yeah, you're right, Pat, you don't have exes on the show, and you're both on at the same time lying. Well, I say it all the time, and it's literally the line from fucking the first, I hit the wrong button, I was looking at the wrong screen. It's literally the line from the first fucking Die Hard. Welcome to the party, pal. Welcome to the party. What are you doing here? What are you promoting on MLC? Your digital marketing page? What are you doing?
And you can't make Geno Bisconte unmarketable. He does that himself. Thank you very much.
Don't need your help. I've been doing this for fucking going on 25 years up here. I don't need your help, people.
All right, guys. Thank you very much for your generosity. Half of everything today goes to the lovely
our bar tab at Stoney's.
They
don't give us a bar tab. Our bar tab the morning after at brunch.
The lovely Geno Bisconte gets half of everything. There's all the links in the chat and pinned to the top of the page. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. You get it. If you want to chip in, there's all the links. All right, Bob Huggins. I didn't know that I liked him.
I didn't realize I was such a fan.
When it comes to college basketball, look, man, I like college basketball better than pro basketball, but my Gophers always suck a dick, so I don't watch. But the West Virginia Mountaineers have a coach. Oh, wait, I thought he was the West Virginia. Oh, he's the Cincinnati guy. He was coaching for the Cincinnati Bearcats against the Musketeers in a crosstown shootout rivalry game.
It's pronounced crossed town. They live across town.
No, he's with West Virginia now. He used to coach for Cincinnati. So he was on a Cincinnati talk show, the Bill Cunningham show on AM 700 in Cincinnati. And they decided, just a couple of 60-year-old white conservative guys decided to talk about hot button social issues, which always goes really, really well. So I could skip right to the part where Bob Huggins says the gay F word, or we could just listen to the whole 2 minutes of two old white conservative guys talking about trans and gay basketball issues.
And wonder how it took them 2 minutes to get there. We could do that, right?
Oh, no. Let's find out how they got there. Ladies and gentlemen, your new favorite college basketball coach, Bob Huggins.
Coach Bob Huggins, you're on the air. I'm sitting here with Steve Muller and the Segman.
What would make you think I wanted to talk to you?
It's okay, guys. He thought Bill Cunningham was black. But I listened to these two, their accents, because I saw this on Twitter yesterday, and I heard their accents, and I went, I have to research this to make sure I'm not watching a clip from like 30 years ago. Because I listened to it, just sounded like two guys with a mint julep on the front porch talking about The Help. But Bob Huggins decided to let it fly on what he thought.
Hey, Coach. Now, we're telling Huggins stories, but we had a cut at which you kind of took a little shot at me as not being a trustworthy person. Would you want to revise and extend those remarks?
By the way, guys, if I could, again, fill you in on this stuff. He thought Bill Cunningham was a Jew. All right, continuing on.
Absolutely not.
Hey, Hubbs, I told him I thought it was misunderstood, taken out of context.
It was out of context.
I don't know. It must have been my thoughts at the time.
Now, Steve also tells me that you have the best portal transfers. Have you poached any Xavier guys to come to play for West Virginia?
Catholics don't do that.
No, we're above the fracas, aren't we? No problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I tell you what, any school that can throw rubber penises on the floor and then say they didn't do it, my God, they can get away with anything.
So he's, like you said, he's an old school religious guy. Like, you know you're old school Christian when you hate Catholics. Like, that's because nowadays everyone's just like, they're just Christian, whatever, denomination.
Yeah, well, we're the latest, they're the latest ones, right, to the fold. We're based on that dead Jesus guy and all the other Christians. No, I guess we all came in under Christ as Christians.
As someone who was raised Catholic, I'm not a religious guy anymore, but I will defend the Catholics on all but one issue. I will defend the Catholics on this. They were first. They are the true religion, right. And all the other Christians are full of shit.
Okay.
I don't like all this Molly Coddlin preaching where I'm trying to do, what's his name? Michael C. Parks from Red State. Have you ever seen Red State?
No.
Oh, you would fucking love Red State. So
I have so many. I was talking to E-Rock yesterday. There's two shows. I have to watch I have to watch Brockmire because we were talking about the Hall of Fame and he's showing Brockmire clips and he goes, the guy hits home run. He's like, that ball can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery because it was tattooed. I'm like, all right, I gotta watch.
No, there's a movie called Red State where basically a Waco like siege happens. Okay. Kevin Smith made it, but it's a serious movie. I think it's his best movie. And Michael C. Parks plays a pastor called Aben Cooper, who's like one of these Westboro Baptist Church type guys. He's kind of based off Fred Phelps. But like, what if the Westboro Baptist Church had machine guns? And he does this 15-minute scene where it's just him preaching about like gays and shit. You would love it because when the movie came out, you went, geez, this guy's a little hardcore. And then like as shit gets weirder and weirder, you watch that movie now and you go, you know, the man raises a good point.
Guy's got a point. Guy's got a fucking point. Yeah.
But anyway, Bob Huggins he's in the rubber penis arena talking about Xavier and how they throw dildos on the court. Now he's about to get to what he thinks of Catholics.
Rubber penis. Was this
I think that was at the Crosstown shootout, wasn't it?
It was transgender night, wasn't it? What? Was that it?
It was a crosstown shootout. Yeah, no, what it was all those Catholic I think.
Notice how he didn't say, oh my God, it's like faggots, like Catholic faggots.
Yeah.
Let me verify, just so you know.
He said fags, and then he went, oh, shoot. And he wasn't going, oh, shoot, because he said the gay F word. He went, yeah. I forgot to preface that with Catholic fags. Yes. And you're like,
I can make allowances if you're gay, but if you're Catholic, that's it. I can't. You Catholic queer. You Catholic queer.
Look, I want to apologize to all the queers I've offended that aren't Catholic with what I said yesterday, but to the rest of you, you know where you're going when you die.
All right.
They were envious they didn't have one.
Now that's fucking funny. He's like, are they mad they didn't have a dildo because they're Catholic faggots?
Geno.
I didn't.
YouTube, for God's sake. See, no, look, I can do this. YouTube, I disavow my co-host, Geno Bisconte. He is Italian.
You have to say it like that.
He's not, he doesn't know what he's doing. Forgive him. And let him. No, but what I love about this is like being the host of a show when someone like, say, Geno Bisconte says something that puts you in a weird place. there's always that humana panic thing. And Bill Cunningham does that here where he does the nervous laughter. And then afterwards, he just starts saying words. He doesn't know what he's saying. He just needs to make noises out of his face so that people forget that the gay F word was just said twice in quick succession on his AM radio show.
In case you missed it, in case you're just tuning in, in case you're just getting here.
Although,
the Catholic piazzas. I'm sorry. I'll steal that from Kevin. Shut that fucking dog up. All right, back to you.
I will say this, though. I don't think anyone listening on AM radio in Cincinnati was offended by any of that.
Oh God, no! Well, they love their Bob Huggins, so they're like, we don't, whatever he says. What do they have in Cincinnati? The Bengals have been decent.
Yeah, the Bengals have been good. I don't even know anything about the Reds. Baseball's too long of a fucking season for me to pay attention to who's good. I just know the Twins are in a shitty division, so we're really lucky. But yeah, they probably in Cincinnati, they're probably that Huggins tells it like it is.
Steve, your comments about Bob Huggins. Is he the best?
He's the best.
The best ever.
No.
I love it. They say he's the best. They're like, look, he said what he said. That's not us. He's the best.
Guys, when this goes to TMZ, you saying he's the best is not going to help.
Is he the best assistant coach you ever had?
Who?
Steve Moeller.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, anybody who
He was really good at helping me coach all those. Bob, Jesus
Bob,
Christ.
we love you, but Bob,
you can get away with the Catholic F word thing, but not. Oh my God. So there are now two updates to this story. It's it's never good when you apologize once, and TMZ goes 2:33 p.m. Pacific time. Bob Huggins addresses the incident. Then 3 p.m. Pacific time, he addresses it again. That means that Bob Huggins apologized for it, and all of his people went, okay, good, Bob. And then at 3 o'clock, Bob went, you know what? Wait, I'd like to add to that. Bob, shut the God damn it.
you're not helping.
You're
not helping, Bob.
Well, look, I'm sorry I said that on the radio, but God knows my heart, and he knows I meant it, so I'm not going to take it back exactly, but I'll try to temper my speech in the future. Bob Huggins just addressed the incident, apologizing and promising to do better. In fairness to him, it's not hard to do better. He's just got to downgrade it to queer, and he'll be fine. That's technically doing better.
See, and again, let me tell you something. Getting back to, because when you say queer, that's a word that, if you would say that instead of, and my Aunt Olga lived till 94 because she had to outlive all of her enemies. And she's the one that would say colored because that was awkward and uncomfortable. Like you would say Orientals about Asians. But she would never say fahag. She would say she'd say queer. She would say cutie. Oh, that girl's a cute. That guy's a cutie.
Oh.
One time she was telling me, I'm like, tell me a story because my mother passed away so long ago. I'm like, tell me a story about my mother. She's like, here's one you never knew. When she was in high school before she was dating your father, there was this one really good looking guy that really liked. She goes, there was this one cutie there was this one guy that really liked her. He was a cutie. And she went on and told the story. And after 5 minutes, I'm like, well, why didn't they ever start dating? And she goes, because he was a cutie, Eugene.
Oh.
He was a cutie. He was a queer.
Yeah, at a time where you were allowed to use all those words, they still came up with more creative phrases for it. Lighten the loafers and shit like that.
Because you just didn't talk about it. Because it's because look, it's not your fault if you're gay if you believe God made you wrong. It's like a retard. It's like, well, we can't. I feel bad for him. God made him wrong. So the guy's a cutie. You understand? You feel bad for him.
There's only one thing. Well, there's not only one thing. The one thing though that definitely when it comes to the whole gay thing, the thing that triggers me most is the idea of stubble on stubble. It makes me uncomfortable. I can get past everything else. You want to do that, that's fine. But just you guys having stubble touch each other. I don't mean to sound like a evangelical here, but it just seems so You know what? I'm just going to get in trouble. It's a sin against the Lord. It is funny though, all the religions, no matter what, they've all got, no matter how much they want to kill each other, they all agree on that one thing. They're just don't put your dicks in each other's buttholes, please. Like we're gonna have to punish you for that one. I mean, don't get me wrong. We hate each other and we think they've all got it wrong, and we'll wage holy wars over it. But you don't put that penis in your mouth, or we're all.
By the way, I was listening. Sorry, I had to send a thank you. I just got an email from a guy for show prep for our show today that may or may not have been an elephant with a collar that says Alex on it. Anyway, what?
Hey, how are I see him showing up in the chat here. How are you and Tubby doing?
He's a piece. Tubby, I don't know who you're talking. Tubby's a piece of garbage. He really is. He's a psycho that he's a pale, unhealthy psycho that keeps sending booze that I keep dumping out into the garbage every time.
Oh, is that
he
what it
sends
is?
it. Yeah,
is he trying to say he's sorry to you? Is he trying to apologize?
He's a psychotic piece of shit.
Oh.
He is. And again, I'm telling you, I always go back to the first day back with the broken jaw. Everything I said about the entire incident with Pat Dixon is coming true. You can believe me now, or you can keep holding on. Fucking Tubby made a video on fucking Twitter with a fake account with my exact. He kept making the exact identical logo of my Twitter, and then he made a video of me with karaoke. This is another thing where I wish I had this much time to waste in my life. I don't even know how to do it. Made a video of me at Bob's old shit club in Vineland playing karaoke, saying, yeah, the karaoke music. And he put it on Twitter, and Bob saw it, and Bob insisted that I did that on our show. And I'm like, Bob, no. And Bob literally still thinks it's true. And Tubby never fucking reached out to Bob and said it. And even if watch this, if he did, I'd forgive him. I won't. He's a piece of psycho shit that needs attention. Take all the attention you want, you fat fuck, while you're still alive. God forbid you spend all this time photoshopping shit. Instead, you should be taking walks and maybe doing anything that doesn't involve eating your feelings.
I'm going to go ahead then and paraphrase the answer to my question and say that you two are still working it out.
And we'll work it out when I'm fucking doing whatever. Yeah,
he's doing whatever.
Look, he's a piece of shit, and
Tubby's a piece of shit. Like Tubby.
He's a sad man who fucking, he sits at home and he does all this, and then he makes videos, I'm told, and I have to be told because he blocked me and stuff, and I don't care. He made a 4-part video about meeting the boss, which took forever to tell all the lies, and then the boss goes, some psycho came up to me, gave me, bought me a shot, gave me all this food, which I assume is for Geno, and a can of a bunch of, he's drinking the Jack and Coke out of a can now, which, that shit is strong.
Yeah. So you're saying Tubby's the fucking idiot.
Yeah, he's a faggot.
Tubby's fucking stupid. I will say one thing I cannot get enough of with Kevin Brennan, and I look.
Gay sex, we've been over. Oh, wait.
I'll admit it. I am starting to get ground down and worn out by the constant drama on MLC, and I had to tap out yesterday. But I will say that when he gets going on a rant, especially about Chad, and to listen to Kevin Brennan use his, what I call his centering words that bring him back to his center.
Yeah.
Like just
ground him. Yeah.
Chad's a piece of shit. Like it's like a haiku poem. Like he starts with like Chad's a piece of shit, and then he'll go, he's dumb, he's a failure, like he's got nobody likes him. Chad's a piece of shit. Like I just love that he bookends it. Like he has his thought, the meat of his rant, and then bookends it with the same phrase. Chad's a piece of shit at the beginning, and then Chad's a piece of shit at the end. It's artistic. Yeah. It's artistic.
And the beauty of Chad, like when I went on the show, is like, Geno lies. And I'm like, tell me one. And he couldn't. And I said, because you listen to Kevin Brennan say, Geno lies about this, Geno lies about that. But you understand, I'm not fucking summarizing. I'm directly quoting what Kevin would say. Geno lies about this. Geno, what are this? What are that? Geno attacks. What did he do? He attacks people. He does this. He said he's a racist. What have I done racist?
I mean, you only said the N-word twice on this show on YouTube.
That's right, and I said it on purpose. I said it with purpose.
Thanks.
I said it to make a point.
That makes it totally fine. You know what? Thank you for explaining that. If I hadn't known that you did it on purpose, I've always seen this when
you're welcome.
I've always seen this when people get fired from jobs. It's always they always list the reason as said the N-word by accident. I never see them get fired from a job and then they go, oh no, we didn't fire him because he said it on purpose.
No. Well, you know what? It is because they did say it by accident, but they said it by accident. Like the accident was I said it at work, not that I said the word. Hey, I made an accident. I didn't mean to say this at work. I didn't mean to say it in public. I didn't mean to say it outside of the chat with friggin' Aaron. I didn't. That was the accident. Saying the word was not the accident. I do that all the time. That's what goes on. I never say it by accident anywhere.
Geno gets half of everything today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. If you feel like chipping in, half goes to Geno, which he will drink, so at least you know it's going to a good cause.
I don't even understand what you mean.
So Bob Huggins responded. I'm sorry, we're bouncing all over the place. Bob Huggins responded to him calling Xavier players Catholic gay Fs. He addressed the incident, apologizing and promising to do better. Said, quote, by the way, for a man his age, promising to do better is just saying it under his breath away from microphones. It's just...
promising to do better is promising not to get caught. Sorry,
right.
I hit a button on your thing and was playing like the Chad clip. I apologize. That's what it is. Let me do better. Let me do better at not getting caught. That's all they're saying.
Yeah. During the conversation, I used a completely insensitive and abhorrent phrase that there is simply no excuse for. No, hold on, Bob. Don't be so tough on yourself. You used a completely insensitive and abhorrent phrase twice. And I won't try to make one here, Huggins said. Oh, see, he's already doing better.
I not even twice. I would say you piggybacked. You piggybacked the abhorrent phrase for clarification.
Yeah.
Not just all fags.
Look,
not just all piazzas. The Catholic piazzas.
I said...
Then Brennan 2 nickels for the piazzas. Sorry,
I said gay Fs, but what I meant to say was Catholic gay Fs. I just want to make sure that that's clear. I am ashamed and embarrassed and heartbroken for those I have hurt. Geno, quick question. Do you think he's really ashamed and embarrassed and heartbroken for those he hurt?
He's ashamed and embarrassed and heartbroken that he said it on air.
Yes.
That for those he hurt should be replaced by that I said it on air. When you know I think it off air.
So then at 3 p.m., so now this kind of ties into the Oakland A's guy, who, by the way, I don't think is going to be coming back. I don't think they're going to bring back the A's guy. But West Virginia University had to respond to this. They released a statement saying Huggins' comments were insensitive, offensive, and do not represent our university values. West Virginia University does not condone the use of such language and takes this action very seriously. The school says the situation is under review. Now, Bob Huggins is a good basketball coach. If Bob Huggins was, missing the NIT every year, I think he would have been gone last night. I think since Bob Huggins is seen as a pretty good basketball coach, I think he'll skate on this one.
Oh, dude. And I'll tell you this, getting back to the announcer for the A's, the way he apologized makes me think I'll give credit to E-Rock. We were talking about it yesterday, and he said it's like the way he apologized was perfect, though. Like, if he's going to keep his job, it wasn't like this, like the guy did for the Reds when he's like, well, I'm a devout Christian, blah, 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 and he went on and on. He literally, in between pitches, he's like, I want to apologize for what I said, ball outside earlier. I didn't mean it, whatever. It was so matter of fact, I can't remember what he said. Yeah. And then he just said, all right, and that's high and outside. Right. It's like, all right, well, you don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah, right. I thought, and he waited till the 6th inning, too, so obviously it didn't get back to them. That's why it made me think that he was trying to say Negro Leagues and slipped, because it took until the 6th inning for him to actually address it.
Yeah. What a niggardly apology. Anyway.
He means cheap. He means cheap and skinflintish.
Means lazy and slow and slipshod, does it not?
Oh man! Hey, have you ever seen the cartoon? God damn it! I shouldn't be enabling you like this. Have you ever seen the cartoon "Wash Me, Mama" with a boogie beat?
No, I have not.
No. Oh no. Well, fine.
I feel like I'm about to.
Hold on a minute.
Well, let me juggle my schedule. Oh, I have time.
This was a cartoon in 1941. It's called Scrub Me Mama with a Boogie Beat.
All right.
And it takes place in a place called Lazy Town. And it is a horrible cartoon, remarkably offensive. Would never fly today. But I'm going to skip ahead. Yeah, okay, here we go. Good swing music. I like it. Okay, first, the title screen. Scrub Me Mama with a Boogie Beat. Now,
of course,
I believe that is what you would consider cartoon blackface.
Indeed.
Today, it gets better. The old Universal cartoons. So here we go. Lazy Town. Look, Gene.
It looks very nice.
It's got cotton fields. Oh.
This is fantastic.
This feels like I'm watching a movie waiting for someone to get their head split with an axe. This is going to be bad. Lazy Town Laundry. There's the docks. There's a gentleman fishing with the lines tied around his toes.
But even the fish are too lazy to eat the worms. And notice, no white fish, all colored fish.
The
Look at
fish
that.
all
Just
have
lazy colored fish.
Very large.
What? They're colored
lips.
orange and black and gray. What? They're what?
Alex Stein is feeding one of them a banana. And then here you go.
Look at the lips.
Oh, and there's a chicken that he's snoring. Oh no.
Lazy Town was originally called East Harlem 104th and 1st.
Okay, so this is just fun to watch this. And in 1941, you realize the reason this was a cartoon is because everyone, it's not like there was a segment of the country that's divided like we are now. Everyone in the country watched this and went, yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, Lazy Town. What do you mean? Sure.
It's exactly what it would be like.
At least the chicken is white. Let me guess. Wolf.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
Yes, there you go. Oh no!
Jesus.
Oh, don't pick it! Don't pick it! Don't pick the! Don't put it in the basket! Don't
He
put
is
it in.
picking
Oh no! Don't.
cotton.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh don't. Oh.
And look how they go out of their way to make the palms white. Do you understand?
Oh, yeah.
Let me explain again. If you can't laugh at your past, okay? Again, people are like, I don't want. Look, we had slaves. It was stupid. There was a time when you just said it. We'll say 1941, when we were so happy to be killing Jews in Germany, we didn't even notice how racist this was.
Right.
But this is how we were. And now we look at this and we don't, like, this is what I always say, like, I'm sorry. Well, I'm a comedian. I don't say, you know what the best way to bring back the Holocaust and slavery? Go into a room at night of people that came out to laugh and say, these people will definitely, because no one racist is at a comedy show. No one is like, because they'd walk in and be like, why are there blacks and Jews and fucking, Iraqi people in here? But that's what people think. Like, well, a comedian that gets on stage obviously wants to spout about race and bring back race. No, that's insane.
This is funny. This is funny because it's so ridiculous, and we all know that this is insanity. That
this is us laughing at our past.
Yes,
this is not us saying how great. And well, we are saying how great is this cartoon because we're laughing at how we were like, yeah. By the way, let me explain Lazy Town. There's a black guy picking cotton. He's a cotton picking.
Lazy Town resident.
Yeah, Lazy Town.
Yes.
Lazy Town with 2J. Do you understand? Like, but it was 1941. Like, anyone that would make this today, like, I'm going to see a thing on, I'll plug it. I got comps, powerful man. Gonna go see an off-way play right now, tomorrow night called Race the Movie, the Play. And it's called Race the Movie, the Play, because you could never make a movie like this.
Right.
And it's based on the fact that when you say the movie Blazing Saddles, people always say that's one of the funniest movies ever. But you could never make it today.
Yeah.
And that's how we fucking evolved from thinking this was normal to laughing at how fucking stupid we were back then to, oh my God, we're so woke now. We can't laugh at how stupid we were. We need to be ashamed of how stupid we were. And it's like if you're dating someone and they never let you forget the dumb shit you did, they are fucking trying to control you. They're not fucking, they don't genuinely love you. Keanu, remember the time you burnt my dinner? I'm kidding. She makes good dinner.
I want to fast forward this. So a group of people take a lunch break at Lazy Town on this riverboat cruise they're on. And then I want to fast forward to the laundry song that they end up singing.
Please do.
Because I just wanted to let you know, this gets way worse.
better. This gets much better.
1 hour stop for lunch.
So now,
Woohoo!
so now here
By the
comes.
way, again, notice how, can we pause it right here?
Yeah.
Perfect pause. Again, I don't know if you know this, but in 1941, we were pointing out how white people are gorgeous and perfect. And what's the word I'm looking for? Clean.
I know.
Black people are lazy and shoeless and filthy and tattered. And
Right.
again, this, if we were to make this right now and be like, what's the joke here?
Right.
But this is how dumb we were.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Just so you realize.
See, look, they're not lazy anymore because the white woman came and made them really excited.
Ah.
And then her father is following her off the boat going, all of you look away.
By the way, now I'm wondering, is she Asian? Like, it looks
I
like
think she's
got-
like part black. I think she's like a light-skinned black person. That's what I always. That's what I always.
I don't even know how to wrap my brain around that one. Then
Listen, Mammy. That ain't no way to wash.
Listen, mammy.
oh, she is black. Listen to her talk.
Yeah, she's a light-skinned black woman. So,
all right.
So she looks at this person. She goes, "Listen, mammy," and that's how she greets her.
Oh, yeah, that's.
What you all need is rhythm.
What do you all mean, really?
You know,
That's a dude, by the way. That's a dude's voice, isn't it?
You know, do you not look at this like I do and just go, "Boy, I miss Patrice."
No, not at all. Never once. No.
What do you all mean, really?
I'll show you what I mean. In Harlem, there's a little place where everyone goes to see the way a washerwoman washes her clothes. If you like boogie woogie,
No teeth. No teeth.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
then she's gotta be. Let the boogie woogie washerwoman give you a treat.
Just
On
wait.
every afternoon, that's when the sessions begin. And all the boys from all the bands come down and sit in. They sit around and knock each other out when they play. While the boogie woogie
Stealing a piano.
Rub me up, done. That's just the way she rubs. Rub me up, done. That's just the way she rubs. Rub me up, done.
Of course.
There's no reason for that.
Well, I mean, come on. They're trying to sell concessions if they show this in a movie.
Oh.
She wears her own and does she rubs and rubs
Does he
and
spit
rubs
out the
and
pits?
down to the nut.
Fuck no.
Rub me up, done.
He guts
That's how
that
she
shit.
keeps it off. Rub me up, done. She keeps it nice and soft. Rub me up, done. If someone hollers on, rub me mama with the boogie beat. You really
All right. So that's Scrub Me Mama with a boogie beat.
Again, it's almost like we did show. It underscores the point I'm making. That's a 1941 movie. And now, my point was with Race the movie, the play, they're like, well, you can make an off-Broadway play like this, and there's some great black, Dean Edwards, black guy, good friend of mine. We chat, well, not lately because we're separated, but a text, because fucking he doesn't, it's amazing how outside of the MLC verse, like they were watching, 4 different people texted me last night. They're watching the Legion of Skanks. Like, oh yeah, the Skanks all said great things about you. Yeah, why wouldn't they? They know me in person. We're all friends with Louis J. Gomez and Dave Smith and fucking Big J.
Yeah.
We're Philly, me and J. And Dave and Gomez will tell you, like, I helped them get when they first started doing stand up. Like, I'd be doing fire holes and gigs in Delaware. I'd drive them down. I'll be like, tell you what, I'll host. You two do all the time you want, and on the way home, I'll get you Wawa. And it's like great. It's like, again, it's like I don't need to close this show. It's better than anything they're getting in fucking in Dover, Delaware.
Yeah.
In Tabernacle, New Jersey. So do whatever you want, and then we'll get Wawa. So they're like,
Wawa. Wait a minute.
Oh my God, he's like a black woman in a Wawa.
There you go. By the way,
so yeah.
Did you ever heard the drop of this was Anthony on his show talking about being on our show here, and his takeaway from our show was that the way he talked about April and then Gavin's laugh at the very end of it made me very suspect. I want to play the clip for you. You tell me if the Gavin giggle at the end is something I need to be concerned about.
It's a guy and his very attractive wife.
Yeah, that little titter, that little.
Knowing Gavin, that's Gavin not even knowing the show and just trying to be like, well, let me do a middle of the road laugh unless she's not hot. or if she is just in case. Like,
Keep
because
her-
everything with Gavin is a work. Well, half the time it's a work, and he'll say shit. According to Gavin, he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that Keanu pays Geno's rent, and then I laugh about it, and then we're joking about it the next week in the bar having drinks. But half people are like, yeah, Gavin, it's like, yeah, whatever you want to do. But Gavin, half the shit is just like the work shit. Like when he acted like he got fucking, swatted. Not that you know what that actually is like.
No,
when he
no
acted like
idea.
that, people gave him shit and he didn't care. He's like, it was a joke. It was a work. What's the big deal?
See, now,
he doesn't care.
If I'm Anthony, I'm offended when Gavin says that Keanu pays your rent, because as Anthony, I would say, no, fuck that. I pay Geno's rent.
That's a good point. Anthony pays my fucking rent. Thank God by letting me rob him.
Yes.
By letting me sit at that desk and be a fucking idiot with Garrett and Steve. And sometimes Bobby.
Scarface with $4.99 says towards Geno's bar tab. Oh, there you go.
Thank you
Remember,
very
guys,
much.
half of everything goes to Geno today. There's all the links in the chat. Frank Pellegrino with $19.99 says, morning, fellas. Love the guest host idea. Stevie Lou did great last week and happy to see Geno on this morning. Please put this toward Keanu or Marshall's tattoo removal fund. There's so many.
I got to get me one of them.
Now, are you going to get a matching tattoo? How gay is this going to get? Because if you
it's going to get that gay.
If you guys don't know, Geno's girlfriend, the lovely and talented Keanu C. Thompson, got a tattoo. It says Bisconte and a heart next to her pelvic region, and it's and a lot of people felt, well, that's not a good investment because Geno's going to die in a couple of years. And so,
oh, you're rounding up. Thank you. A couple.
And so now the question becomes, you guys are a remarkably homosexual couple who do gay shit all the time. How gay is it going to get with the tattoos?
We did if you watch the last episode of Gum Friday, it's on Patreon.com/Gum Fridays, plural with an S. We spent an entire hour chatting about it and looking at a tattoo idea, like the thing we call Kiki. Keanu sometimes is canoe because Bob Levy couldn't pronounce it, so fans still call her canoe. I was thinking of getting a canoe, and then we ended up spending half an hour looking at canoe tattoos, and we arrived on the fact that I'm going to get one on the length of my leg that ends at my ankle and starts at my penis, and when I get an erection, an Indian will pop up on my penis in the canoe. So pretty much a done deal.
That's really
now. We just a matter of getting the artwork and the Viagra. So they can do the Indian in detail.
That's really sweet.
Sure.
I hope you try, but I hope you're so fucked up when you go to get the tattoo. They go, I want a tattoo of Keanu on my back. So they put like John Wick on your back and you just get Keanu Reeves on there. I think that would be wonderful.
Wouldn't it be funny about, we're like, oh yeah, I got it over the Alex one. What? She would believe that. She's like, I told you.
Xenia, I wanted to do this one today. This might be the most modern news story I can think of that gets all of the current cultural flashpoints, except maybe race, into the story. I've got obesity, transness, bathrooms, children. I've got it all in one story. A Xenia County judge in Ohio ruled that trans woman Rachel Glynis did not commit indecent exposure in a female bathroom after the defense argued that she was too fat to have her genitals exposed, that her body fat covered the genitalia area. So the lawsuit being brought forward here is that this biological man came into the woman's bathroom, had a dick, whipped it out in front of everybody. They were scarred. It was terrible. It was awful. And they're suing. The person defending the trans woman, mustering up the best possible defense they can of this person's dignity and goodwill, is saying, Your Honor, these charges are completely specious. They are terrible. They are untrue. Look at what a fat fuck my client is. They can't find their dick.
Yeah.
That's
a Better Call Saul type defense.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I think I'd rather lose my lawsuit than, hey, that lawsuit went well for you. You didn't have to pay a dime. What happened? Apparently I'm too fat to see my own dick. So they,
it's even better, or I can't imagine they didn't do this. They probably got what's it called? When they changed the date, they got what's it called? Whatever.
Oh,
so they put, They put people are yelling it right now, but they got one of those. They got one of those, and they're like, all right, here's what I need you to do until the next court date. Eat. I need you to fucking eat.
Just like the person who played Gluttony in the movie Seven. I just need you to go face first into a pile of spaghetti.
That's literally it. Don't stop eating because we need but whatever you can do, fucking don't get aroused. Don't get aroused.
Yeah.
Don't look at pictures of kids or just actually look at pictures of kids the week up to it and jerk off like nuts because I gotta have your dick being so fucking cold, wounded, and frightened underneath all the fat.
Hold on a minute. Are you saying that there is a higher than average chance that this trans person would be into depraved shit like perhaps underage kids? Quote me 19,000 places where that statistic's been exposed.
No, actually, I'm not saying higher than average. I'm like, there's a 0 chance this thing is not into there's a 0 chance.
So that is the fucked up thing about like all the fighting over the drag story hours and shit like this. It's like, why are we even having this argument? Why do any of you want to hang out with kids so bad?
Yeah. And the other thing, that's what gets me about this drag story hour. This is what I always say. It's not like I'll take the kids out of it. It's an insult to the parents because to do that, and maybe I'm overreacting, but like if we had kids, it'd be like me kind of just sat there looking at our kid like trans people, and we would never. We'd be like, trans people are fucking not normal. That's all it's not like we love them and hug them and just teach them to be good people and strong family values at our house. All we do is have pictures of fucking drag queens going like, these people are evil. And the school's like, we need to do to fucking offset the evil parents like Geno Cannon. We need to fucking have a drag. Why? Why don't you just trust us at home that we teach our kids to love everyone and accept? We're going to raise your kids for you.
That's just it. Like, that's just it. 2 years ago, the faucet just turned on this shit. And we're like, hey, nobody was talking about this. Like, like drag queens thought we got to get in there and show kids we're real human beings. And we're like, nobody was talking to their kids about you. I promise.
Nobody. You're right. That's even better.
Nobody
no
gave
one
a
cares.
shit.
Yeah. Like we need to fucking have people listen to my album in schools. Why? No one cares about me. I know that. No one my fans are my fans. Like I don't need to fucking have schools institute. Oh, this guy really has some salient points about how it's okay to fucking tell Holocaust jokes 70 years later.
Right. Witnesses claimed in these incidents.
80.
Witnesses claimed in these incidents that women, including young girls, saw a, quote, naked man in the female locker room with a visible penis in a YMCA in Xenia, Ohio. The charges against Glines were then brought to court in February. So this is where this story gets very 2023 for me. So we're saying we need to bring this woman to court because when this woman was in the women's bathroom, her cock was out. I'll never look. I'm only 36. I'm not the oldest guy in the world. But
so young.
There's always that age where you're like, okay, there's just certain shit I'm going to stop learning at this age. Her cock is like one of those things. That's the cutoff point for me. Like I'm never going to go with her dick.
Yeah, but that's the insane part of this story. The insane part is like that they just write it and I'm like, simply put, there's a graph going around now and it said, it's a graph and it says testicular injuries of females in sports. And it's a line that goes across 0 and 20, like 2000, like 1950 every 10 years. And it's 2010, 2020, and then 2021. It just leaves 0 in 2021 because it's testicular injuries of women in sports.
Yeah. Like here's how progressive I get at my age. If you cut all your shit off and you commit and you go all the way, all right, I guess you cut yourself enough to now you're a woman. But I'm not where I will cut off my tolerance is at that woman's dick. Phrase to me is just, it's a bridge a bit too far. So the defense that was brought.
Hey, fatty, I got a movie for you. A Fridge Too Far. That's The Simpsons when he was gaining weight to not have to work.
I
heard your dad went into a restaurant. He ate all the food in the restaurant. They had to close the restaurant. All right, go on.
Judge David McNamee eventually cleared Glines of these charges. So it worked, insisting there was little dispute as to the facts of the case regarding Glines' permission to be in the locker room, as well as the fact that Glines' heavy body set likely covered the penis. So this woman actually has to be insulted twice in this courtroom in order to win their case. The lawyer has to present it, which I'm sure took some selling to her. They're like, all right, look, we're going to go in there. I'm going to tell the judge that you're such a big, fat, gross fuck that we can't see your dick. And they're like, are you sure?
You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly. And then to have the judge go, you know what? That makes a whole heap and lot of sense. You know what? Not guilty. You're free to go.
Like,
Thanks? Question mark.
The tattoo on my back that says "Die Bart Die" is German for the Bart. Anyone who speaks German can't be evil. Parole granted. That's what they did. They're just like, yeah, you're a piece of shit, but a good piece of shit.
I mean, you shouldn't have been in there showing your dick, but fortunately, we don't think you could have shown your dick because you're a big fat fuck. It's the only time someone has actually gotten out of a crime by body shaming. It's the only time it's happened. Body shaming is fine as long as it gets me out of a whipping my dick out in front of children charge.
It's just insane. Like, this is the news now. And it becomes the fact that we talk about it, like, not us, because we're just laughing our balls off at it, but the fact that it becomes just common to say what you said earlier. The woman showed her penis in the men's bath, or like she showed her penis in the woman's bathroom. It's like, then why are you in the women's bathroom?
Yeah.
You know, unless it's a dildo. Hey, look at the penis I bought on the way in. That's fine. Fine.
It's going to be so much better when we find a solution to all the, a final solution.
My man.
To all this trans stuff, where I think where it's heading is we're going to get a dick's bathroom and a vagina's bathroom, and I'm going to really appreciate the artwork they're going to do.
Oh, yeah.
Taking off the man and the woman with the dress and just putting on a nice big cock and a good meaty pussy just right there on the bathroom door.
Delish.
It's gonna be great. And then there's no more arguing. There's no more fighting. Whatever you got down here, that's where you go. Although, you know what? That's going to backfire, because then you're going to have the women with the dicks, and they're going to come in, and we're all going to... Then you're going to be like I was on the toilet all day yesterday.
Yeah, then we're the bad guys.
Yeah, you know what?
Speaking of the toilet, I'm going to take a quick 1 minute pee. I can't do it.
All right. You know what? I think I'm at the point. I'm going back to my original thought, which was I'm just going to try to die before this all gets too bad. I'm going to try and die before society completely falls apart. Just hold back the floodwaters until I'm dead. Fauci's Pangolin says, my dad slapped me when I said I was playing with her long blonde hair. Then she drug her balls across my chin. It's a lovely upbringing you had. All right, guys, half of everything today goes to our co-host, Geno Bisconte, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. And also, if you feel like throwing a thumbs up and a subscribe over at our channel, that would be wonderful too. Thank you guys very much. I'm not feeling like total shit at the moment. I'm feeling not great, but I think we should be able to have an evening show tonight. I think we should be able to have the 7 o'clock show this evening. I'm not feeling as shitty as I did yesterday. Tubby Tommy says, with these dicks and pussy doors, which one will Geno decide he really is? Just kidding, my man. Love you. Well, he's taking a piss in the vagina bathroom right now, so you'll have to excuse him. Oh, this is humiliating. You know how Biden's re-election campaign slogan is "Finish the job"? And what we've been saying on this show is that you're not going to need the 4 years. I think in the next year and a half, you'll be able to finish the job. This next story. How's your wiener?
What's that?
How's your wiener?
I couldn't see it over my my tranny flab, so I guess it was good.
You're so overweight that you can't see your dick. I mean, that's a joke. That's a joke we used to tell in school. Like, oh, you're so fat you can't see your dick. This actually got a woman off of a felony charge.
Yeah,
how fat she was.
Yeah, off I think a sex offender charge too. No need to register.
I was just talking about Joe Biden. We're about to introduce this this story that makes me feel like I was just saying their re-election slogan is "Finish the job." I don't know why they think they need 4 years to do it. I think the next year and a half, they're perfectly capable of burning the whole fucking thing to the ground.
I can't even. I wish I never cared. I didn't care about politics till literally the night of the election coverage when fucking Trump beat Hillary Clinton, and you're watching like, wow, they just won't admit Trump won. And then you get guys like Rachel Maddow comparing it to when Hitler was elected in Germany, but she doesn't realize when Hitler was elected in Germany, everyone celebrated, even America. He was man of the year before he fucking came up with his master plan years later.
Yeah.
And fucking, like, if Republicans are as terrible as they say, like, don't you think when a black guy was elected 2 times in a row, we'd be crying even louder, like you're ruining the country? But they sit there that was when I got involved. And now you look at Biden, he's such a piece of shit. And the old press secretary, that redheaded chick, Psaki, who's a patwat, like I miss her now.
Me too.
Because you get it, like she was being smarmy because she was smart, and after a while she's like, I can't keep lying like this. But this new chick who fucking fits she's black, she's a survivor, she's a lesbian, and she's so fucking stupid that they'll tell her, oh yeah, when he asked her the dead guy, when Biden said hello to a person that had died days earlier. Top of mind. Here's what you say. Top of mind. He was on the top of his mind. Yeah. And it sounds fucking retarded, but you can't say you're retarded. Like, what are you, racist? What are you, transphobic?
Yeah.
What are you, homophobic? What are you don't fucking have any respect for a rape or whatever she is, survivor? She's a dumb fucking dancing monkey, not because she's black, like Kevin Brennan's a dancing monkey. Okay? She's just doing what she's told, and anything they give her, she's like, I'll say this, I'll believe you. And when she doesn't have an answer, she's offended. How dare you ask me a question they didn't put in my book?
She has like a really undeservedly arrogant, cunty attitude when people call her out on her horse shit. Like Peter Ducey will always go, hey, you said that illegal immigration is down like 90% or whatever. It's like record lows. That's demonstrably false. That's horseshit. She goes, no. Peter, if you were listening, it's like, no.
Yeah.
You fucking told the lie. You don't get to be smarmy and dickish now and go.
Didn't she call him? That was the time. I know there was a time. Was that the instance where she goes, you're being dramatic? I'm not being dramatic.
Yes, he was.
I'm not being dramatic.
Right.
And Ann had the boss had a great point about it. It's like from a study. It's like you could take a study where you take 10 Peruvians, I don't know what, and it's like, and of that, like a certain thing, like 10 Peruvians from this, like whatever instance in the study, 9 of them decided not to move into the country, probably because it's better to fucking be raped in Peru than come to this shithole. So they stayed home. It's like, well, that's 90%, down 90% from this study.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Here's the
you
clip.
can find a study that says the vaccine works. I'm kidding. You can't.
He's joking, YouTube. He's fucking kidding. We've already got one.
Nope, I'm not.
Hey, asshole. We got one medical strike from YouTube already. I'm not getting a second one.
What? I wasn't talking about it. I was talking about the polio vaccine.
Exactly. He's talking about the polio vaccine. Now, Gino, when we had to do Rumble for a week because we had a strike, boy, then could we let loose.
That was for the Rumble people.
Yes. He was talking about the polio vaccine. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Quit being so sensitive. The polio vaccine, it's been shown, has Aaron, shut the fuck up. So this is the clip you were talking about where Corinne Jean-Pierre and Peter Ducey had their little spat over border stats. And yeah, she told him, could the dramatics come down a little?
Look at her face. Sorry to interrupt you. It's galling. Look at her face. She's like, why do we even do this anymore? These people are so stupid when she's dumb.
Oh, she's the worst. I mean, but you know what? She is good. She's good at just reading. You're right. The shit they put on that paper, man.
Yep.
They didn't get a smart person to do this job. They got someone who would just, with no conscience, who would just read the fucking paper, and that's it.
Yeah.
You said
and believe it. Sorry.
No, she's Jim Carrey in Fun with Dick and Jane, where they make him the CEO for a day, and they just go, "Hey, just say all the shit we need you to say while we rob this place of all the money." And then watch it all fall apart.
And the stock is tanking. Yeah. Love that movie.
I said yesterday that when it comes to illegal migration, you've seen it come down by more than 90%. Where did that number come from?
I was speaking.
is telling us the number is.
I hear you. I'm about to answer.
See, now that is a person who knows they fucked up and they know they've been caught. So they're trying to get that person to not talk anymore. We pointed this out when you were on with Chad, oddly enough. When you would say something that made Chad look like an ass, he'd cut you off the camera because he didn't want the people watching him to see him look like an ass. But he doesn't understand. Everyone is only just watching this for him to look like an ass.
And he takes it off. He's like, oh, Gino's trying to steal my viewers. I'm not. I want them to stay in there and realize they're watching an idiot. That's all.
I don't want the fucking viewers. These people are insane.
Yeah.
I'm about to answer you.
She's so excited. She actually has an answer to this. Like, look, they're gonna call you out on this. Yeah, I got an answer. Watch this. She's so excited that fucking tome that she brings up every day actually has an answer. Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm about to
this
answer
fiscal
you.
year so
If the dramatics could come down just a little bit. If the dramatics could come down a little bit.
The dramatics.
The dramatics. He asked that question as calmly as possible. Here's dramatics. Hey, bitch, you fucking lied about immigration.
Lying, cunt. You're lying.
You stupid whore. Tell the truth about Mexicans. That's dramatics. Now, if he would have said it that way, you could have asked for the dramatics to come down. He literally was reading stats off of a piece of paper, and you had to be such a disingenuous cunt so that you could save face. You're like, if you could. Everyone, by the way, has had a girlfriend or elephant who argues this way. Who, when you make a salient point, they just go, oh, well, if you wouldn't be so excited and you would just calm down a little bit, maybe we could talk about this. And then that only serves to further infuriate you, so you yell more, and now they win.
Yeah.
Ugh, she is the worst.
About asking a question about...
Okay, I'm going to answer. So I was speaking to the parolee program. As you know, the president put in place a parolee program to deal with
You didn't say that.
to deal with certain countries on ways that we can limit illegal migration, and we have seen the data has shown us that it has gone down by more than 90%. That was what I was speaking to. No,
well, why are you saying it now?
Yeah,
because it's such a small. And by the way, that's even better. She said it's parolees. So if you were smart, you'd be like, hey. No, actually, so you're saying even people when they get out of jail would rather stay in the country that imprisoned them than start fresh in America. God, you're making it so hard to not say that fucking word.
Right.
You know where she belongs? In the Something Hall of Fame for actually saying that with a straight face.
She belongs
the
there.
Something Hall of Fame. That's where she belongs.
And Arthur Bryant's Barbecue. Mm-hmm. We can't forget the Arthur Bryant's Barbecue shout out that he gave at the end there.
It seems to have been overshadowed.
Yeah, by him saying the N-word leagues.
It seems the barbecue was, dare I say, outshined by their comment. I'm just saying.
King Kong Dong with $2 says, Geno, that monkey thing was definitely a black thing, he's saying.
Yeah. Maybe.
$5 from Coconut Diff. Thank you, Coconut. All these fucking diffs now. There's too many diffs. We can have a potato and a
There's
corn.
a Coke diff?
A cock diff. He's an eggplant.
There's so many. Like I'm just and I know whatever the Cardiff Electric came first.
Yep.
But I'm more a corn diff guy. I like Cardiff, but I like corn dip.
You like the corn.
Mm-hmm. And then I never did any other diffs. There was a beet diff that actually reached out to me to do an interview. And I'm like, what do you, I can't. And they did legit interviews. I'm like, I'm out of the diff business.
I'm out of the diff
Doesn't make
business.
a diff.
It's too much with the diff. I like to be the guy who gets out of these businesses too early rather than too late. As of Chaz with $2 says Steel Toe Morning Show should do F4HQT Fridays with Geno on Rumble. Oh, the gay F word Fridays on Rumble. Of course. A couple more thank yous to throw out there. I think one, a thank you to, oh God, and now I can't open it because I'm retarded.
Retarded.
Delco Lou with $10. Thank you very much. Of course, everything that comes in today, half of it goes to the lovely and talented Miss Geno Bisconte.
Thank you, young man.
Who is here with us today. There's all the links. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. Mumble Slam says, do you like Tukey, Geno? Yeah, have you seen the Tukey guy?
I saw Tukey. I watched for 2 seconds. It's another way to watch, I guess, MLC, where he's a puppet. It's kind of cute. But no. Like it's a great angle, but when I'm watching MLC, I'm in the pure hate fucking vein, and I just want to see that go on.
I just my attention span gets lost for a while because I'm like, I'm the kind of guy when I watch something, I'm like, I want a show. You know, I just have different tastes. I want a show. I think the whole having the head in the stocks and people paying to throw tomatoes at you and being the butt of the joke it's fine for a little while, but it's just it's not for me. It's just one of the guys is a giant piece of shit, and I like watching him fall apart. But like outside of that, I need a show. Like I know that I know the boss has his problems with these guys, but I think Royce and Mersch from Revenge of the Sis, like when I watch them, I'm like, oh, they're doing a show. You know,
right?
They're actually talking about shit. I need shit to move along when someone's doing a
like
show.
Even me with like I was watching Chad for a while, and you know, like I went on. Like I can't even watch Chad break it down anymore. Like I know all this. I think I'm literally at the end of my MLC rope. You know, it's like I'll stick my head in just to see what's going on. But now it's just like I'm following it on Twitter. Like it's like Chad made fucking according to Citizen M $3,000. I hope it's not. Like I hope that did happen.
Right.
But it's like I'm just watching on fucking Twitter now to see what's going on. Like we get it. It's a circle of it's a loop of hatred. I don't even know who Kevin had on yesterday after Bob left.
Yeah, I don't
know
either.
who was left.
I tapped. I probably watched for about 4 minutes yesterday, and I was just, you know, not to shit on what anybody's doing, but I was just going, I don't feel like the hate and anger show today.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I was shitting my brains out. I'm like, I don't need to add more of this.
Yeah, my bile is good. My bile level is fine right now. I don't need any more.
So we were talking about the Biden thing. So now his speechwriters have decided to have him embrace the humor about his mental deterioration and age so that he's in on the joke.
Like he's a likable old coot.
Right. The speechwriters have now run out of ways to cover up for this guy being fucking senile. So now their idea is, well, he's the most powerful man in the world. Why don't we just lean in?
Yeah.
Which
is terrifying in a way. Am I wrong?
No, it's absolutely terrifying. Basically, we have to make do. Our president is so old and brain dead that even his speechwriters are like, I guess we'll just have him embrace that he's losing his mind and we'll project that out to the rest of the world.
Which is in a way like I think we've all known this. It's like the president's a great office, but the only guy that ever really fucking used it as the office was Trump. Like every other guy has 900 advisors, and Trump would listen to him. He'd be like, nah, and just do what he wanted to fucking do. But this is the country saying like, look, he's the guy, he's the president, but he just fucking on a good day regurgitates what we're telling him to do. And maybe like, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I would say it's a bad thing for people that fucking can think for themselves. Like, no, we're not that dumb. They're so arrogant now. They're like, look, he's an old coot, but even you guys know he's not doing anything. Yeah. Even you guys know his fucking twat-sickle of a wife is going to hell for what she's doing with him to fucking have this fucking fame and just be around. Like, she's the one fucking covering for him when he acts like hey, at the egg fucking scramble race, whatever. Where they, they were rolling his scrambled brain. Like, yeah, I'll be here another 8 years. So you're saying no? Oh, Joe, it's it's embarrassing. And now you're telling me the speechwriters are like, well, he doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
look, but you're gonna vote for him again because Orange Man bad. You believe that shit we write,
right? Do you think that an 80-year-old man from fucking Scranton, Pennsylvania is in with all this trans shit and Black Lives Matter shit and stuff like that? No. They got an empty-headed, senile old man, and they went, oh, look, we'll just dump. Nobody would ever vote for us and the crazy shit we believe, so we'll put an old man in there, and we'll basically make him a hollowed-out, empty husk, and we'll just dump our shit into him once he's in there.
Yeah.
I just don't. I don't see a guy his age where he comes from being like, yeah, you know what? People with dicks should be in women's bathrooms.
By the way, speaking of writers, this is, and I said this on the show, I love this writer strike because fuck them. Fuck these writers that think they want money when all people watch now is YouTube, is old shit on streaming services, is you don't need fucking writers. And these writers, the ones I'm looking at, are the ones that write for fucking, that have been a shill for the fucking same writers as this fucking president, like fucking sitting there fucking writing for Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel and fucking Corden and fucking, I always forget his Seth Meyers. And now you're fucking abandoned. All you did was fucking write propaganda for the left, you fucking pieces of shit. And now you're like, we didn't get paid enough. You got overpaid.
Yeah.
And fucking, I've said this, war is coming and war is here. And the smart people find a way to survive. And you're just going to sit there and beg for fucking money in a dead, defunct fucking model. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right. Garth Heritage with 70s Zimbabwe something. Garth Heritage, thank you very much, but that guy's absolute garbage and begging for both daddies' attention, and we don't even mention him on this program. He's pathetic.
All right.
He's another Chad. What are you gonna do? He tried.
He's a piazza.
He's a piece of shit. I think Kevin.
Breadsticks don't sell tickets.
Yeah, Kevin went off on that guy too yesterday. I thought that was funny, and that's when I tapped out. I was like, there you go. No, that's what it was. He was shitting on people yesterday, and he shit on this one guy who's like desperate for me to notice him, and it drives him nuts that I don't. And then Kevin,
is it me? Look at me.
No, it's not you. I acknowledge your existence.
Me, Aaron.
Yeah, yes,
Aaron.
yes, Geno.
Aaron,
yes,
Aaron.
Geno.
Look at me.
Yes,
Did you
Geno.
notice me? Aaron.
Yeah. Hi, Geno.
Aaron.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Hi.
What can we do?
Aaron. Hi.
I have a hard time believing that wasn't you as a child.
It's me. 54 years it's been me. Look at me.
It's you right now.
Me. This is a picture of me and my brother. Like he's fucking 2 and I'm like fucking 1. I'm like 7 or 8 months and I'm just like, no, this is the greatest picture ever.
Oh my
brother's like,
wait, is that really you?
That's me.
Holy fuck, you're old.
That's me.
Those are pictures. Those are like grandpa pictures.
That's 1971.
Oh,
look at
man.
that. Look at that. I'm so cute. Yeah, so 54 years. Me. It's me.
1971.
Me.
So, yeah.
I didn't have this plugged in. Jesus Christ.
What didn't you plug in, you piece of shit? What didn't you do?
Look, the little thing of fans, and it's Keanu and me in a heart. Isn't that cute? There you go. You can't really see it, but it's cute.
You guys are remarkably gay.
Very gay. So gay.
gay.
Incredibly gay.
So yeah, they've decided to just lean in on Biden's senility, and they're just gonna have him acknowledge it in speeches and like, oh hey, I forgot that. Oh, isn't it funny that I forget? Hope I don't do that with the nuclear codes. Am I right?
He's just a crazy old
fella.
Sorry, he's just a crazy old lovable coot that you're gonna vote for again because he doesn't do anything, and I don't know how you can have faith in the electoral system if he wins again. I don't know how you can. I don't understand.
Honestly, I've never thought this before about like elections and shit like this, but I really don't know how we would make it through another 4 years of this guy.
No. And that's the thing when Trump was getting elected, and again, the last time I voted, I'll say it was for Obama in like 2012, I think. But when Trump got elected, I'm like, good, because he'll run the system is broken. So let's just burn it to the ground and start over. And everyone hated that, both sides. And they're like, we got to get rid of Trump. Even fucking, that's when I learned the term rhino Republic. Like they all like, this guy is fucking, he's showing what pieces of shit we all are. And they want him out, and Biden's like the fact that he got in, it's like, you just don't understand that none of them give a fuck about us. No. None of them. And that's what I say it in my act. It's like you're in a good place in a comedy club. You're in a safe place because we joke around, and you're in a comedy club and it's every race and religion. And the people that are telling us we're racist are people like Joe Biden, who lived in a gated community, and he's been fucking in Washington, like elitist is for the past 50 fucking years, and he owns slaves. And you get entitled people like Don Lemon from the mainstream media who can't believe he was fired because even though he sucked at his job, he's gay and he's black and he's rich, so he should be given. But the people like us that hang out here, it's a joke I say in my act that I said on the air once, but I love them. Like, I live in East Harlem. I see more black people on my 5-minute walk to work. It's a 10-minute walk, but I run. Those coons are dangerous. I see more in my fucking 5-minute walk to work than they see in a lifetime. A lifetime, but we're racist. Not these, not Corinne Jean-Pierre, whatever that cunt's name is, who's a fucking wealthy black woman who fucking is an elitist as well. But we're racist when we ask questions about fucking immigration. Fuck her.
Fake pilot says banks and war people like him. That's true. I mean, the people who make bombs and tanks and shit, they seem to love him. The banks like him because the banks can fall apart. The banks can absolutely fall apart and die, and he'll just bail them out.
Trump was the only president in how long that never started a war? Never got involved in a war.
How shitty,
and he was going to start World War III, but here we are with Biden in the Ukraine.
But how shitty are we though? That like that's the standard. That hey, guess what? I didn't start any new wars. Like I kept the old ones going, but I didn't start any new ones.
Yeah, good point.
Let's lighten it up a little bit. Let's go to Maryland, where somebody is apparently just tossing dog shit out of the window at their apartment complex at people.
Nice.
This just seems
about right.
Yeah, this just seems like a fun pastime. I don't think anybody's getting hurt. Let's check it out.
Welcome back. Somebody's tossing dog droppings off the balcony of an apartment complex Upper Marlboro. And as you can imagine, people who live there and people who live nearby aren't that happy. Tisha Lewis is live from Upper Marlboro.
They've got it. I guarantee they've got a new puppy. The puppy shits on the floor. And instead of them like bagging it up and walking it down or putting it in the garbage or anything, they just open the window and they just kind of yeah.
By the way, where is this exactly? Because how do they know it's dog poop? I've lived in New York long enough where I can tell the difference between dog poop and human poop. Is that something you can do, everywhere across the... Okay.
You can tell the difference between... Like, I own a little Chiweenie, right? I own a little Chihuahua Dachshund mix, and he's got little
Gordo, he was pet of the day. We're all very familiar with him.
The things you did to that poor dog. The giant human cock.
We didn't do that. You sent that picture in bragging. You said, by the way.
You made me jealous.
Look at the cock on Gordo. I'm like, wow, he should be pet of the day.
You made me jealous of my own dog. That's not right.
Think we weren't? You think we weren't jealous of Gordo? Come on.
Oh, man. Do you know how bad I would have fucked these people up yesterday if I would have thrown my shit from yesterday over the balcony? Oh, my God. It would have looked like when you slime people at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been going for size. You would have been going for distance with that. Let's be honest.
Distance and spray pattern. I would have been going for like square footage covered. That's what I was going for.
With more on the messy details. Hi, Tisha.
The messy we can still get
that's a bit much.
We still get our little news puns in for the dog shit thrown out the window story.
That's too buku, Joe.
Hi there. So a warning, the pictures you're about to see are a bit disturbing, disgusting.
Fucking try me, bitch. You guys show us monsters that are claiming to be women with giant cocks, and you think a little dog shit is going to shake us up nowadays?
Yeah.
We are desensitized. You've shown me that you guys have shown on the news the Admiral lady from the Biden administration. What's her name?
The chick that used to be a man in Pennsylvania. I don't even. Yeah,
the linebacker.
She's the highest ranking woman at the White House, and she used to be a man.
Yeah, you've shown me that on television. I think I can handle a pile of dog shit.
We're talking about dog feces, and it's ending up in all the wrong places. In fact, you can see next to me what's going on. We spoke with a resident manager here at Tapestry Largo Station.
Wait a minute. Go back. I thought the dog shit was talking into the microphone.
Guys, he didn't mean it. His blood sugars.
We're live in Lazy Town.
He didn't sleep very much today, so his blood sugar's low, and it's
no. I meant to say that. That's exactly what I was saying.
I love how they scan. I love how they scan the ground. They go, take a look at what we're talking about. I'm like, I don't see any dog shit there. I think it might be a slow news day, and you guys are reaching for shit because that just looked like grass to me.
Why isn't she sitting there twirling an umbrella? Like we're at an active crime scene.
And then you just hear thunk, 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 as dog shit.
It's raining cat shit and dog shit.
You referred us to the building's management company. We're still awaiting.
Fuck you.
Oh, attaboy. There you go.
And look, Aaron.
Is that what you need? Yeah.
Thank you.
Here,
validation.
Here,
come on, Immol.
This will make him stop. We'll give him one of these every time. There you go.
Response, but residents have plenty to say.
When we have customers coming in, it's dog poop all up and down the sideways.
Come on.
Come
on, Aaron.
I love news witnesses. What does that mean? We have customers coming in. I don't know. Don't. We have customers coming in. They be dog poop all over this motherfucker.
We have not been robbed all day because of the sidewalk situation.
That's right. They got that dookie line all over the goddamn place.
The resident manager out here about it. They did get it cleaned up. They said they were going to put the guy out that's above our property over there, but nothing has been done about it.
I can't.
Yuck, look at that. That's dog shit. Like in the grates there. So he lets his dog go and shit on his little patio area here. And then he either stomps it through the grates or he just shovels it up and tosses it over. Oh, that is fucked up.
You know what's think of how disgusting that apartment has to be. One, because the guy obviously never leaves, doesn't even take his dog out to shit. Two, if it's so messy, it's like, I got to throw this shit out the window. This place is disgusting enough. There's probably so much dog shit in the apartment, he's starting to throw it out the window.
Oh,
that would be my guess. That'd be my guess.
It's all just, and it's a relatively small dog. It looks like those are like kind of.
Think about it. Turds. No one that's a neat person would be like, well, I don't want dog shit in the apartment. I'll just throw it out the window. They'd be like, I want this dog shitting out of the apartment. You know what I mean? Like, I'll take him outside to keep my apartment clean. It's got to be so disgusting in the apartment where there's so much shit, literally and figuratively already, that it's like, with the excess shit, we'll just throw out the window. That's literally the situation, the sitch, I think, that's going on there.
Attaboy, way to use a kid's term. I like it.
What's the sitch over there?
We're appealing to a younger demo. But if he's willing, so this is his comfortable level of shit on his patio. So,
yes.
That's what he's willing to live with. Imagine how much there has to be when it's time to throw it all off the edge.
Yeah, I think we've reached the level of this. He's looking at this is disgusting.
Yeah, when a guy like this goes, I really need to straighten this place up a little bit.
I've really let myself go.
This has gotten out of hand. I mean, my God.
Stokes Davis, who is a realtor and works at one of the businesses in the building, she says residents are dumping dog feces over their balconies, and it's landing.
Oh, there's a good one. There you go. How about that? How about you get into a career of television news and you go, hey, honey, what'd you do at work today? Oh, just filmed a bunch of dog shit in the yard. But I thought you said you were getting in this to make a difference and expose corruption. Yeah, but people click on the dog shit stories, honey.
Yeah. Baby steps.
Yeah.
But once I garner the fucking, 1 million viewers with my dog shit story, then I'll get to my dog shit book.
Then, see, if I take the dog shit pictures, honey, then I can get to how the taxpayers are being exploited in Ukraine.
Then I'll get to my horse shit opinions.
On awnings and ultimately on the sidewalk. A resident shared these pictures with Fox 5 showing the problem at its worst. By Thursday afternoon, when we arrived, most of the mess was cleaned up, but we're told this is an issue, a recurring issue over the last year.
This motherfucker has been dropping dog shit off his patio for a year, and you guys are just now complaining?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And they're getting late. They're like late to the party. Like, they probably got there. You were just like, where's all the dog shit?
Yeah.
We needed it to be raining dog shit.
Guys,
this is not the story we're trying to sell here.
Don't clean up the dog shit before we get here. We need to see mountains of this stuff. In fact, if we could get some B-roll footage of you guys walking down the road and getting hit in the head with projectile dog shit, that would help us a whole lot.
They probably said, is anyone willing to throw dog shit? Can we get someone up on the third floor? No, we can't.
Just chuck it if you could. I mean, honestly, if you guys don't have a dog, you can toss your own shit. We just need it for the story.
We're in a bit of a pickle here.
Yes.
If anyone could just eat some corn and get the ball rolling, the bowel rolling.
Yeah. Just throw shit at us. Like you're a Never mind. Never mind.
Asked them to clean this up. It was all down our doors and everything. I would go in the front door because I'm not going to put my hands on dog poop and stuff.
I love that lady.
Unbelievable.
Oh, I ain't going to go in that door because I'll put my hands on dog poop and stuff.
Yeah, come on. What am I, an animal? Don't answer that.
Don't. She's fine. She's a inspirational woman.
A business owner, if you would.
She's a business owner. That's right.
We are told residents have been warned not to dump their dog feces over their balconies. Also,
well, that should take care of that.
They said two things: don't dump your dog shit off the balcony, and two, why do I have to tell you not to dump your dog shit off the balcony? Just two little questions.
By the way, is the news being a little racist here? Did they send this reporter down there and go, "Hey, you go talk to them; they'll understand you better"?
You have a way with these people. They're your people. My people. Yeah. What do you mean, you people?
What are you talking about? I grew up uptown. I don't.
It's important to know that we're told the resident.
You ever see the movie Mean Girls? Such a great movie at the beginning. It's like she's like it's before she went crazy Lohan, but she's this young white girl, and Tina Fey's like, we have a new exchange student from Africa, and she welcomes the one black girl. She's like, I'm from Chicago. She's like, Jesus.
By the way, you don't have to ask me if I saw Mean Girls. It came out while I was in high school. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Love it. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, I have the answer to all this poop fiasco. My fellow Ebonics Ooga Book.
Nah, see, it doesn't seem like an answer. It seems like a funny thing that I'm going to enjoy.
I just feel like you wanted to say Ooga Booga.
Who doesn't want to say Ooga Booga?
Gene,
Unga Bunga Binga.
Gene, David Chandler must be very happy that you're here today. David Chandler with $200 over on PayPal. 100 of that.
Really? Jesus. Now Chandler's another guy in the MLC verse. Thank you, David. Go on.
He's been a steel toe guy. He's been an MLC guy. Chandler loves everything but Chad. He hates Chad. So that's the only thing he doesn't like.
So he must have enjoyed me calling him the idiot that he is in his own stream.
He probably really enjoyed it. Yeah, he actually, Chandler started giving MLC money again once Chad was gone. So.
Okay. I mean, I don't understand. I've said this. It's like I do a live stream, which you can catch every Saturday around noonish. I don't fucking know. Where it's a stream of consciousness. And people are like, when are you going to get a super chat? I'm like, I don't know. You have to have a certain amount of hours, and I'm not worried about it because, I'm just doing, I always say this, look, if you have extra money, then why don't you just give us $25 once a month to the fucking Gum Fridays Patreon level, third level, where you get a $50, you get twice that back every year because we give you a $50 gift certificate to the merch store. But these guys, I don't know where they get the money, where they're giving $300-$400 like a week in episode, and that's great if you have that money, but God bless you, because you don't care about money, and I love you for that, Chandler, Borgo, Little Mir, whatever whoever the Jules David person is.
Yeah,
I love that you don't give a fuck about money, but it just bends my mind. There's whatever. God bless.
It's kind of like
thank you, David.
It's kind of like you talk about with the writers' strike, where this is kind of the new entertainment for people.
Yeah,
and this is what they choose to spend their entertainment dollars on.
What's the last thing I was talking to Garrett and Steve about this? What's the last show you watched on TV? Like, Appointment TV died years ago. I don't watch anything on TV, and the stuff you do watch, like Keanu watches Vanderpump Rules, and that's great, but that's not writing. You don't need writers for that. And the other thing I love is, while all these other late night shows fall, and Seth Meyers is done. I didn't even know he was still on. Corden, they already said, was hemorrhaging fucking money.
Yeah.
Fucking look no further than the fucking Daily Show, that even after COVID, fucking you knew Trevor Noah had to leave because the show was so bad. They never brought it back into a studio because he's so shitty it wasn't cost effective. Okay. But you look at shows like fucking what is it? God forgive me, Gutfeld, where they're not going on strike because they don't have writers, just the people on the show who are so talented, write their jokes and joke around. That's what you and April do. That's what fucking me and Garrett and Steve do. That's what everyone at Compound Media and Steel Toe, that's what we do.
Yeah.
We don't need writers because we're the writers, because we're just fucking funny people that like to enter, and we don't need, show prep is a sheet of stuff. It's not like rehearsal, Crowder, that you have to lock April out of, and I have to lock Steve and Garrett out of so we can do the funny line. Are you insane? And I'll say it again. War is fucking here. It came for the comedians, and fucking that is why the smart ones landed on their feet, and the other ones are fucking trying to jam their life into a broken fucking model. And while you're on strike, fucking writers, fucking while you're being abandoned by the people you fucking sucked the cock of for fucking the past fucking 3 years of this shit administration, fucking writing for the V for Vendetta fucking talk show host.
Yeah.
Fucking making sure that you danced to vaccines and thought you were you're getting underpaid to make a man dance with vaccine needles?
Wait a minute, Gino. You didn't think the Colbert tequila dancing with needles vaccine thing, you didn't think that was good?
I'll hang up right now and make every listener happy. I'll hang up right now.
You didn't think he was...
But no, it was, and I know you're busting my balls, but it was cringeworthy. And then he doubled down. And Seth Meyers, no one even knows. And these writers, this is how obtuse they've become. They've become the people they were serving. They're like, how are we not getting paid more?
Yeah.
To do what?
Right.
To fucking write fucking words so a guy could hit applause?
Yeah.
That's it. That's it, you fucking pieces of shit.
I watched Tropic Thunder yesterday while I was infirmed. And there is that scene at the end where Bill Hader is talking to Tom Cruise. And Tom Cruise goes, I couldn't have done this without you. And Bill Hader goes, wow, really, sir? He goes, no. A nutless monkey could do your fucking job. And that's kind of what and he goes, nah, just go out there and have a good time and go take credit for everything. He goes, but seriously, look at me. A nutless monkey could do your job.
Tom Cruise so good in that movie.
It's awesome. It's his best role
So
ever.
good. Yeah. And again, not saying anything where people are like, really? I mean, you know this. It's like he's so good in that movie.
When he tells him that, I feel like that's the writers now being talked to by the studios with all this chat GPT and shit. Is there now, like, I remember when Breaking Bad and all that shit was on. Remember that writer's strike? And people were like, oh my God, Leno, Letterman, what are all these shows going to do? And then now this writer's strike, nobody's talking about it. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares what's going to happen to their shows. And
let me say nope again. Nope.
Yeah. And the studios are kind of doing what Tom Cruise did to Bill Hader. They're going, no, seriously, a fucking nutless monkey could do your job.
You're so fucking right. You're so right. It galls me that, like, there was a show one time back at the Stand. I used to do that. And it was a Monday night. It was back when Aaron was like running fucking frantic alone. And I'm sitting there. He's like, hey, it's a writer's show. You got to, and Aaron's like, you got to come see this. He's like, I can't get you on this one. And but he's like, you got to, and you're watching writers read off a fucking paper or their cell phone, and they're just reading stuff that they're so used to fucking just, here you go. Oh, this is great. Applause. And no one's laughing, but in their head, everyone's laughing. Because again, fuck you, writers. And don't get me wrong. Like, I know, like, I'll tell you a great writer. Jesse Joyce writes the roast jokes for fucking, the Comedy Central when they were doing, and he's fucking beyond fucking hysterical. I did a roast joke once, and he's like, that's a great joke. That's how you know, but for the most part, these are nobody writers that sit there fucking, and all they've done for the past fucking is like, people make fun of me. I love this show, Poker Face. It's a modern day Columbo. The fans know that I got drunk one time and I just was on the balls of show after our 1000th episode. And I was between Chrissy and Kevin, and they just were propping me up like a scarecrow, Dombrowski. And I just kept saying, Poker Face is the new Columbo. But even that show, I love it. But that is so liberal. Like there's an episode where there's this cute dog, and she calls him like a Hitler guy because the only thing he'll stop barking to is this caricature of a Rush Limbaugh fucking radio host, and it's like, we get it. We get it, but that's all you're fucking doing. You're spreading this liberal fucking narrative, and they don't need you anymore.
Right.
They don't fucking need you anymore because, as you said, the real writers that are fucking writing this shit for fucking Jean Pierre, lesbian, whatever, they're like, okay, here's the new character. The president's a lovable old coot.
Yeah.
And go.
You're right. That's exactly what they're doing with having Biden acknowledge that. They're going, all right, here's our new character. He's a lovable old man. It's like, yeah, great.
Yeah.
The Russians and Chinese are going to be totally fine with that. Gentleman bystander with $20 says, Geno's ranting. Keep him going, Aaron. You can just sit back and relax. He'll carry the next 3 hours.
He's on the dump button when I'm ranting. Don't. And the dump button is you just going, whoa, let me explain what he meant there.
Yeah.
We know what he meant, but let me lie to you and you'll play along because you're good fans and listeners.
Here's what a Geno guest host show is. Hey, I wonder if I keep my channel after today. And like, I haven't.
Well, and that's another thing I yelled at fucking Chad. You got Tony Mazur fired. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. And then Mazur's like screaming, Geno screaming the N-word in Atlantic City at a black security guard. What are you talking about? Right. What are you talking about?
Look, if Geno's ever going to shout over me and get the channel taken down, today would be the day, because I am definitely at a diminished capacity.
That sounds
after
right.
my last 24 hours. Jesus Christ. I honestly, I think it's going to be another broth day today. I've just got that weird, like just the inside your shirt sweats and all that shit going on.
Oh, I've had that. Yeah.
Fucking gross.
When my liver was trying to escape my body.
Escape, of course.
Yes.
It was trying to escape across the street.
It was trying to run across the street to the housing development.
Black and White wants to know, going back to the throwing dog feces off the balcony story, he says, is that Lazy Town in real life? Now, why would you say that?
Because it's a good... Well, you didn't say it wasn't. That's the important thing. You didn't say, no, it's not. You did not deny it yet. AIDS.
April, take me to the lake, says, I wanted Geno to tell the stuttering John Artie Lang home podcast story. What's that story?
This is a Geno was right story where, simply put, I knew Stuttering John was a piece of shit because I met him countless times, just bumped into him, right? In the Stern world and all that stuff. And every time, who are you? Who are you? So after he fucking, and by the way, I never said this, when you were talking about Chad, the new Stuttering John is Ray DeVito. Ray DeVito is Stuttering John, because Stuttering John, I always said, watch this, and I posit to you, Stuttering John, I used to say, was so unfunny. And like the only three comedians that were ever on Stern in order were Jackie, Artie, and Shuley. And I give, while Levy was on Stern, he was never paid by me, got plugs because Stern fucked him that way.
Yeah.
But those are the four. And they had him on, and Stern would let him be funny. But you get dumb people like Stuttering John, who was like, that in his mind, Howard Stern went up to him and said, I'm so struggling with this radio thing. I need a comedic genius like you, John, to be on my show. And John's like, oh, I'll help you. And then he goes on and gets shit on. That's Ray DeVito. Ray DeVito can't even host a simple fucking interview with one person without his producer jumping on and be like, what are you fucking doing, Ray? But in his mind, he's like, Shuley brought me in to save the network, and he's a laughing stock on the network. And that's Stuttering John. And when I finally met him on the Artie show, it was after he went to the Tonight Show, where basically it was Jay Leno saying, I'm too lazy to get a younger demographic. Let me steal Stuttering John from Artie Lang and pay him money to fucking be the idiot he is. And we'll even make him the announcer for 2 weeks before we hide him in a back writer's room. He thinks he's the head writer, and he, in his mind, he's like, I overcame my stutter and I fucking was so good at it that I became the speaker for the Tonight Show. And then I was such a good writer. They had to fucking make me the head writer so I could focus on, and he was literally the nutless monkey. Well, so fast forward to when I go, what?
I'll say this. I don't think that like all these people are like, this person's the new Stuttering John, that person's the new Stuttering John.
Ray DeVito's the new Stuttering John. I think that goes.
I'm going to say this. I think that this may sound odd, disrespectful of John a little bit, because John did reach heights in show business that none of these guys will ever reach.
That is a very fair statement.
He may not have had the talent, but he
how about
got
this?
there.
They have the same origin story. Is that okay?
There you go.
Will you take that?
So that's even a bigger insult if you call Ray DeVito the new Stuttering John, because you're saying he's the Stuttering John without the accomplishments.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true.
But I don't call Chad the new Stuttering John. I call Chad the first Chad Zumach.
I call Chad a liar repeatedly to his face. So I finally So I used to be the fucking second Mike, not the third Mike Prater, on the Artie Lang podcast. And again, that was great. And one time fucking he has Stuttering John on. And Stuttering John comes in and he's such a piece of shit. And I'm like, hey, and now I've been doing, and like, look, know what you're doing if you get on a podcast. I don't care. But it's like he comes on Artie. I'm like, hey, John. He goes, who are you? And I'm like, that's it. I'm like, Geno, we've met a couple times. And then I just sit there and I don't say a word because it's Stuttering John just being an idiot. Drinking beer, and every time he's like, and every time he drank, like I was on the Tonight Show. If you want to get drunk, here's what you do: listen to that episode and drink every time he says I was on the Tonight Show, or listen to any of Chad's podcasts and listen when he name drops, like who his friends are.
Yeah,
stop it. So every time he goes, when I was on the Tonight Show, I would go like this: you were on the Tonight Show? And he goes, yeah, I was. I'm like, okay. And I did it like 6 or 7 times. And he was getting so mad. So finally, one of the last few times I go, you were on the Tonight Show? And he goes, yeah, what were you on? And I go, nothing. But you said you were on the Tonight Show? And he kept getting so pissed that he talked about it on his shit podcast years later, repeatedly, how you can ask Chrissy Mayer this. Before she fucking interviewed him that time, she's like, anything I need to know? I'm like, he's an asshole. Don't let him intimidate you. So she could tell it better. But that's why that's why she basically said to him, so you dabble in comedy? Because she wasn't acting like this starstruck. She's like, this guy is an asshole. The more he talked, and have her like clarify this, but basically, as she said later to me, she called me. She's like, yeah, he really is a pompous idiot who has no fucking idea how nobody he is. She didn't say, but something like that. And that's why she said dabbler. And she's like, dabble in comedy. Yeah.
She had no idea what that was about to kick off.
Yeah. Incredible.
Chrissy Mayer relaunched Shuley's career.
Yeah. Shuley is and now Shuley, the Shuley Network, where you could see Ray fucking Stuttering John DeVito.
I don't know, man. I look at like what Bob and Shuley are doing, and I think that's a good kind of morning show format.
I love it. Yeah.
I think that I think Shuley is, and Bob and all those guys, it's almost subtraction by addition with some of the shows they throw on that network. It's like, I think people, and it shows up in their view count. People are there to see Shuley and Bob.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about the rest of it.
I think
but
it's becoming well.
It's a noble pursuit.
Sorry,
it's a noble pursuit he's going for, like trying to build the network. It's something worth trying. But I think what the numbers are showing you is that like Shuley and Bob are the guys, and that's who people want to see.
And Mike Morse is great on the BS and Miserable. Those are the shows. Uncle Rico, even like I don't watch the Uncle Rico anymore. I know Stuttering John's a piece of shit, but I've said this before. I say it on my show all the time. Like in the morning, I put on your show if I wake up in time. If someone hasn't kept me up till 4 a.m. because they're drunk in Vegas, I watch, or I'll put on BS, like I've been watching the clips of your show to catch up, or I'll do Mayor in the morning, but that's what I watch, and it's whichever one grabs me. Well, I mean, what else am I going to do during the writer's strike? Because normally I watch The View. Suck a dick.
Carlos Danger says, watch Succession and Barry. Gosh darn it, Geno.
I just had someone send me the entire 4 seasons of Barry on thumbnail. So thank you very much, Carlos Danger. Succession, it's too buku. I can't. That's so far down my watch list. But thank you, Carlos.
You and I were just talking about this gentleman, about how we like him now. Ian Hawk with 199 says it's Ian Hawk week. Remember me, Geno?
Yeah, I don't know how to unblock you. He's going to TK, and although Ian made thank you, Ian. I'm very flattered. He's like, he made a bootleg account just so he could say, you forgot to unblock me, faggot, on my stream. I mean, Piazza, which I love. And he knows I'm very, and even TK Suso's another one where it's like, every time we're in a different chat, he's like, unblock me, Gene. And I'm like, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. I'll figure it out.
Oh, man. Yeah, see, you've upset. See, now Carlos Danger is a fickle guy. He's upset that you're going after Ray now. He was on your side for a second there, but now he's a little offended that you went after his boy Ray. Carlos Danger's a weird guy because there are times where I'm like, oh, Carlos Danger's a decent, he likes steel toe, and then there are other times I'm like, is this motherfucker talking a little too much shit? Carlos Danger is very fickle. I think he's just very sensitive, and he doesn't like that you've gone after his boy Ray.
I've watched Carlos in streams and stuff, and he doesn't take himself seriously. No. So I have no problem with him busting balls. I love that. Yeah.
I think I've done his show before.
Really? Quit bragging.
I think I've been on his channel once before, way back in the day. All right, Geno, I'm going to give you a quick 2-second break here. I'm going to open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. We're way behind.
Okay.
We're behind in a good way. We got, maybe for overtime. God, this would be a guilty pleasure. I'll ask Geno if he wants to here once I get this stuff all opened up. Geno, from 10 to 10:30 or 11 to 11:30, your time. Oh, look, and it's from Carlos Danger's channel. Maybe we have to play it. Do you want to do the? Oh, he walked away while I was asking him. Maybe we want to do the Chad Godfrey phone call. It's 11 minutes long. It's a little lengthy. But I really did enjoy it. I mean, it's Chad shaking and panicking, and it was kind of fun to watch. Also, I want to say this in the chat. Jericho's right. Half of everything goes to Geno today. Half of every super chat, half of every PayPal, Streamlabs, all of that stuff goes to the lovely Geno Bisconte today. I think Geno's made himself a couple $100, I think, at this point. Not bad for, 3 hours of work. Thank you to The Mood for $4.20 on PayPal. Do you get it? Zen Rhino says Carlos Danger is a wiener guy. Oh, my goodness. We've got accusations of wiener guydom coming through. Hobo Chili Recipe says, did Godfrey talk about the oppression of the black people? Carlos Danger with $5 says, Geno, close the fridge. Aaron, cease and desist. Oh, no, I've got a cease and desist from Carlos Danger.
Did anyone see me pouring my tea, making a mess? I'm such white trash. Anyway, go on.
No, they just said you saunter like a homo.
Nailed it.
They did.
Guilty.
They did. Don't plead guilty. I made that up. But yes, Carlos Danger said, Geno, close the fridge.
No.
Wanted you to close the fridge. Do you want to? I was just asking the audience this. Speaking of Carlos Danger, I really enjoyed a clip of his yesterday, and I was wondering if you wanted to go over it in the last half hour of the show. About a half hour from now, would you like to go over the Chad Godfrey phone call?
Oh, my God. No, I have a hard out at 11. I've got stuff to do at 11. Yeah.
Shoot. You know what? I'll do it then. At 10 o'clock, I'll do it. Because I don't think.
But wait, let's discuss that. Like he backpedaled like a fucking bitch, and again, it drives me nuts. Like I really need to reach out to Godfrey, and I'm probably just gonna send him a text and be like, "Look, Chad gave me your number. I'm gonna call you and leave a message if you don't want." But it's like you're listening to a guy that uses the N-word in Kevin Brennan in everyday text and says it on the air. And you're listening to a guy like Chad who lies about everything and literally accused you. Like Godfrey literally said in an interview, he was like, after I got punched, like, I never said, and Chad's like, oh, you got what you want. Like someone did it for you. He's like, and Godfrey goes, I never said I wanted to punch Geno. I said he needs to be hit. But Godfrey's a successful comedian. But basically, so why would he throw his life away, Pat Dixon? You didn't have one to throw away, you fat fuck. But, oh my God, somebody sent me a picture of him like Marshall, like with his beer gut. Oh, at any rate. But you're listening to a guy who uses the N-word in everyday fucking speech outside of fucking the air, and a guy like Chad who literally said, again, well, Godfrey's angry and he's black. These people are violent. He wants to hit Geno. That's racist.
That's true. He did say that. He was like, you made the black guy angry. He's going to beat you up. It's like, that's not what people, white or black, that's not what people do when they're angry most of the time.
And I like listening to that phone call. Am I wrong? What is in my, oh, that's a pubic hair. Kidding. Listening to that phone call. Not mine or Keanu's. Who's this? It's white. Might be mine. I'm kidding. Don't get up, honey. Like, there's no way listening to that call that fucking Godfrey even respects Chad. That's not a friend talking to a friend there. It's like, yo, bitch, what are you doing? Habita. He's Captain Binghamton, if you remember, man. Habita.
That was Chad desperately trying to keep his hooks into anyone he gets to middle for now. And he saw Kevin trying to take it all away, and we overused the word panicking, but he was panicking in that phone call with Godfrey. That was brutal.
Yeah. And then Dante chimes in, another guy that he's like, yeah, Geno's racist. What did I ever say racist to you? I've seen your act. Well, if you think I'm racist based on my act, you're not a good comedian, or you're not a good fucking arbiter of comedy.
Was that Dante? Was that Dante Nero?
Yes. How many other Dante? Oh. No, it was Dante's in front. Who else is a Dante that we know?
You're right. Fuck me. I thought it was old Kansas City Chiefs return man Dante Hall. I thought it was the human joystick.
Dante Hall. No, he was busy beating his children.
Did he really?
No, who's the one? He's on.
Zach Stacy threw his chick around. I remember that.
Oh yeah, no, he's on the. Who's the real fast guy that's on fucking? He went to Miami now.
Oh, Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill. God forgive me, Dante Hall. God forgive me.
I was doing an old man reference to Dante Hall. That was probably
and I'm confusing him with current young man wife beater. You need to be scared. Your kid's scared of you. You need to be scared of me, bitch. All right, you're dead to me.
There are too many fucking football players out there hitting bitches and kids. It's hard to keep them straight.
There's too many fucking NFL wives that don't listen. I hear you. What?
Alcada with $10 over on Rumble. He says, who is this imposter? This audio is too good to be Geno. Yeah, look at Geno with the professional audio.
I actually, if you could see the mess right here that I fucking have behind me so I can look this professional, go on.
When you come here for the anniversary show, I'll have to show you our setup here, and you got to get all this same stuff we got. It's fantastic.
Oh, of course, without the talent. Sounds like a deal.
The only change I'm going to make in my setup here is I'm probably switching to the arm microphone thing rather than the stand.
Right, sure. They swing so you can swing it in and out, and it's a whole nother prop.
I've got one in the back, but it's the one where it doesn't vice grip onto the table. You have to literally drill it. I didn't want to drill holes into my table, but right. I might just say fuck it and do it anyway. And you know who really cares? The audience. Just kidding.
Go on, more about holes.
I have somebody, speaking of holes, I have somebody who makes worse choices with women before Keanu, of course, than you.
Here we go.
And who
would that be?
Tiger fucking Woods.
Yeah.
Tiger, I don't know if nobody told him he has hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't know if anyone told him that you can just fuck these crazy broads and leave them. And you don't have to be he feels like he owes every woman he sticks his dick in a relationship. And it's why he married that chick that he never should have married, because he wanted to fuck Denny's waitresses from here to Tokyo.
And why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? I've always said the only mistake Tiger Woods made in his career was getting married. He should have never married that chick. He wasn't ready to. He had kids with her. I don't know if Tiger's got a guilty conscience, or maybe he's one of those guys who's just like, well, this is just what you do. This is what's expected of me, so I'll get married. Have you been following the stuff that's been going on with his last girlfriend?
I just saw she accused him, and I was in a bar, honest to God, not drinking yesterday, and the guy's like, you just see it on the byline of another show I don't watch anymore. Pardon the interruption. Used to love that, but they're so fucking liberal and stupid. I have to go to the Blaze and fucking tell Alex Stein to put me on Jason Whitlock's show. Fucking, I love that show.
He's good, yeah.
But the byline on it was, like Tiger Woods' ex-girlfriend accuses him of sexual assault, and it's like, and a guy next to me goes, "Why is it always Tiger Woods?" I'm like, because if it was any other golfer, it wouldn't be newsworthy.
Right?
No one cares. Tiger Woods is golf.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why he makes these terrible choices, but I do know that he's like Michael Jackson in a way. Like, he never got to be a kid. He never got to be a kid, so he's probably going to make fucking things like mistakes that like someone his age should have learned years ago not to make.
And he's making all of them. Like this chick, Erica Herman. Did you ever hear how he kicked her out of his house? Because he had her move in.
I heard he said, we're going on a vacation, meet me at the airport, and then then it's like a cartoon. They start playing dun, 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 and he's boarding up the thing. He's throwing every window, putting a board, do not enter.
Yeah,
fucking quarantine.
So
yeah,
he had her meet him at the airport for a vacation. Some guy met her there with like 10 grand and took her house key. And like it's a bunch of other, it was just some weird shit. And then Tiger changed all the locks while she was gone. So then she sued him. She sued him on like some squatters' rights shit because she'd been living there and she had mail come to the house and everything else. That didn't work out. So now she's accusing him of sexual harassment.
How about the charge literally starts out with the words, "How about this?"
Yeah. I mean, Tiger Woods, it's just like, are you happy now? Are you happy with the way you do this shit? Like when it was Lindsey Vonn, that was fine. She's an athlete. She's a public figure. She's got relatively got her shit together. But Tiger Woods goes and fucks chicks that all golfers fuck. But then he goes, "Oh, why don't you come over? And oh, we'll get breakfast." Stop having breakfast, Tiger. Just fuck him and do some knee exercises, or what is it, back or knee, whatever the fuck problem he has.
Yeah, go to the range. Go to the golf club and hang out in the bar and have fucking breakfast.
Go to the range, or as he calls it, his backyard, I suppose. But
exactly.
Herman
falls into the ocean.
Herman made the allegations in new court documents that were filed Friday, claiming Woods initially sexually harassed her shortly after she began working for his Florida restaurant. Stop fucking the waitresses at your restaurant. Go to somebody else's restaurant and fuck them.
But are you literally, is she saying before we started dating, he was sexually harassing me, and then we started dating?
That's what she's accusing him of.
There's no way that makes any sense. In what world? Give me an example of how that makes sense.
I don't know.
I'm consenting now, but I wasn't then. Stop it.
When he was slapping my ass while we were fucking and I was living at his house, that was fine. But when he slapped my ass to hit on me at his restaurant before that, that was not okay. And I'd like to retroactively sue for that. I mean, it's fine to fuck a money-grubbing whore. Yeah. Don't get in a relationship with a money-grubbing whore. And dude, how many times does this guy have to have a bitch hit him in the head with a 3-wood before he learns the lesson?
Yeah. Here you go. 2 words, actually 2 letters and 1 word. O.J. Simpson. Like O.J. Simpson got away with killing a bitch, and you think you're going to get a black athlete in trouble for grabbing your ass? Stop it. Stop it.
God. I mean, Tiger Woods, let's be honest. Let's not compare Tiger Woods and O.J. Tiger Woods ain't got the fucking balls.
I don't think O.J. ever destroyed his knee either. God bless him.
OJ, you could probably sit down across from OJ if he told you the truth about what happened, and he could lay it out for you, and you'd go, all right, it was intense, but I get it. Yeah. You know, I understand. Zen Rhino with $5 says, Geno, where is the best place to do cocaine, and why is it the bathroom at Sullivan's?
It's actually the bathroom at Patty McGuire's. Sullivan's not as much now. Anyway, what?
For me, I've said this on the show before. Coke was a one-time thing for me. A buddy of mine had it at a wedding, and we were in the bathroom like all good heterosexual men. And he goes, here, just try a bump. And I did one, and I sat there in a chair with another buddy of mine who had just done it, and I was tapping my leg furiously against the dance floor, talking to my buddy about how we'd just done Coke for 45 minutes. And I'm like, you know what? This is a little too much for me. This one's not for me, and I'm enjoying myself a little too much for no reason.
Oh, and I've said this before. Anyone that according to Kevin Brennan, that's all me and Keanu do. We sit around doing cocaine. But anyone will tell you, the last time I did cocaine was probably 2 years ago. I was at Stand Up New York, and they were passing around a vial, and they kept passing it to me, and I would just go in the bathroom, not do it, then come out. And then after the third time it came to me and no one was dead, I'm like, there's no fentanyl in here. And then I went in the bathroom and would do it. But like I always say, like, cocaine used to be such a fun drug because you do a line or you put it up to your nose like, this is going to be so good. And now cocaine, I'm sorry, maybe you're better than me or you trust your dealer. But the second it goes up to my nose, I'm like, am I going to die? Am I going to die? No, and that's no fun. That's the whole point of doing cocaine, fun.
Not only am I such a square that I don't do cocaine, I don't even know where I'd go about getting it. Like, I know in Minnesota, like, edibles are legal now. So if you want,
let me tell you, Stonies in August, I guarantee we can go. What? Excuse me?
Oh, you're taking
fucking have all the fentanyl out of fucking St. Paul by then. People, go on. What?
Oh, you're taking Corey's place. I see. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Zen wanted me to read that like Kevin Brennan. I'm sorry. Yeah. Gino, where's the best place to do coke, and why is it the bathroom at Sullivan's?
Oh yeah, I get it now. That's pretty
there
good
you
too.
Go. Now it's a better super chat. I fucked it up. My bad. People when they do their Kevin Brennan impressions, where they fuck it up, and I am an impression enthusiast. Where they fuck it up is they think he talks like a normal person. He has a slight lisp. You have to get that slight lisp in there. It's not like a Thally fell fee shelf by the seashore. He's not Sylvester the Cat, but there's a very soft lisp in there, and you've got to get it in there.
And it leads to the spittle. He spits a lot apparently now. He should use a spit rag as merch. He really should.
I said the same thing. Like when you see him,
that's probably where I heard it. I know I heard it somewhere. I may have listened to your show once or twice and stolen many of your jokes. But go on. What?
I said that he should have a spit rag that says Gino's gay, and that should be, and he just wipes it and just gets it all nice and clean for his next rant. You know, Fauci's Pangolin with $5 says for your habit. There you go. Zen Rhino with a link in the chat. He says, speaking of the anniversary show in August, there's the Eventbrite link. Gino, good news. We're like somewhere between half and 2/3 sold out for the anniversary show, which is still, 4 months away. Be sure to get your tickets, though, right there at eventbrite.com. The link is right there in the chat. Zen Rhino's got it. I'm, in fact, going to pin that to the top of the page.
Woohoo! Send me that link, someone.
The program. There you go.
Or someone tweet it, and I'll have fun with it.
So Tiger Woods, he's still fucking girls from his restaurant. He moves them in. He
grooms them.
He grooms them,
doesn't he? I mean, no.
He's terrible at all of it. Even if it's grooming, he's terrible at it because he has to end up kicking them out by like secretly moving them out of. Tiger's that kid in high school who didn't know how to break up with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
So he had to make up some shitty excuse and like this elaborate thing as to why he couldn't.
But isn't it great that he got so rich? He's like, I don't need to break up with him now. I'm a millionaire. Let me fucking just tell him we're going on vacation and fucking change the locks. And then that's a hero, goddammit.
Have a guy meet her with 10 grand, and what she's too retarded to understand is that if she takes that 10 grand, there go no lawsuits. You took 10 grand from him. He said, here you go, out the fucking door. And you went, ooh, nice. I'll take it.
Oopsie.
Oh, PH Header says Brendan needs a...
He's watching her. This might just be funny to me, but he's sitting there in his house with like the windows boarded up and watching like a GoPro at the airport, and he's like, take the money. Take the money. Is she going to take the money? She took the money.
And we're good.
Take the money.
I like your cartoon visual of just boarding the doors up like it's a zombie apocalypse.
He was like, yeah, Bugs Bunny real fast. He goes up to every window. I'm old, but I remember it.
Gino, I know you've only got like 15 minutes left. Let's count it up.
Who are we kidding?
Let's see what you guys did for old Gino Bisconte today. We got 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 160, 165, 175, 180 for old Gino today.
Now, normally, I wouldn't take that money. I'd do something with it, but I'm going to take that money because I have to pay the talent now. Like we have Jim Stansel every Tuesday, including today. So thank God I don't have to work at all today. I get to lean on you and him. And then they just give me money to be a fucking disaster. So that's great. Thank you, people.
Yeah, I think we got, I think it's 180 for Gino today, if I'm not mistaken. I'll count the full thing up later.
It's a good time.
I think it actually might be Might be closer to 200. We'll see. I got to count up the Venmo and all that shit later. I got too many places.
That is one super chat in the MLC verse, which again, God bless them.
I know.
God bless. Let me rephrase. That's half a super chat.
Yeah.
In the MLC verse to show the respect to Jules and Borgo and fucking Chandler and all those guys. You know, that's hilarious to me.
Yeah, if you're not
half of that is Chandler, by the way. Thank you, buddy. Go on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you're not a little jealous of the way they bring in those super chats, you're being a liar. Or you're kind of jealous. Or not jealous. You're kind of like bitter about it. I mean, it's totally fine to just go, hey, that's great, good for them.
Yeah, you can believe me or not, but I like when I see him get the money, it's not. There's never been announced like, why don't I have super chats? Like, God bless him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like, but I've said this. Like, that's another thing with like I would like I don't know that I'd be able to walk away from that money, but I know I like I'm sorry if I'm like in crazy about my life and how lucky I am, but I know I'd never be in a situation. Every penny I make, like I just made that money. Doing this with you, drinking coffee, taking a piss, calling Keanu insane. This is what I get paid to do.
Yeah.
Are you out of your? Someone's gonna walk in here and be like, "You can't keep getting away with this." Yeah. But I do. I do.
You just made another 100 because David Chandler decided to splash the pot whenever the fuck he pleases. $200 from David Chandler says, "Long live the railroad spike."
But it's all my pleasure. By the way, to call back to your Rounders quote. That is such a good movie. But the thing that gets me is, am I wrong? His tail was eating Oreos. Really? Yeah, how is that impossible to figure out? It's the one obtuse thing. He eats Oreo. Give this man, he says that all the time, Dombrowski. Yeah. Whenever he gives it, give this man his fucking money.
I love that. I love saying that. Just pay him.
Thanks, Dave.
Pay that man his money. No, yet. He beat me straight up.
It's Oreos.
I know
that's such a good movie, but it's Oreos.
But that's like that's Hollywood having to retard down poker for the viewing audience. Like if they made his tell like he twitches his eye or like there's a slight he tilts his head to the side when he has like a pocket pair or something. That would be too subtle for them. You know us, we're retarded. They had to beat us
I wouldn't
over.
get it. You're right. The Oreos is the only thing I get. I'm making fun of, but anything else, like I'd be like, what? Rewind it. What?
What? Yeah. Once we all see the dumb thing in the movie, we go, oh, that's fucking stupid. And they go, okay.
Yes!
And then we go, how about we do this? We're like, oh, I never would have got that. Well, then that's why we had to do the Oreos, because you're a fucking idiot.
It's the dumb thing. I did it for you two idiots. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. That's why it's such a good movie. You never lost me, even with the most obvious tell in the history of poker.
I don't necessarily love every movie John Malkovich is in, but I love him in everything he is in. One thing that breaks my heart, April hates his character in Rounders.
Why?
She goes,
I can't. So mean?
She goes, I can't stand that voice, the accent. She doesn't like his Russian accent. Voice. I'm like, I love that accent. I know it's not
good.
It's not like a spot on Russian accent, but it's the character he's playing. It's fucking great. Another line I quote from that movie often is just anytime there's some fucking foreign language thing, I'll go, what I mean is, if you want to see this next card, you're going to stop speaking fucking Sputnik. I don't know why speaking fucking Sputnik makes me laugh.
Sputnik's a funny word. It's got the hard P, Sputnik.
Gentleman, bystander. Yeah, he says Malkovich's Russian accent was so awful it was endearing.
Yeah.
Dude, I know it's a really small part, but that fucking Ted Bundy movie that he's in where he plays the judge. Have you ever, the Netflix one with Zac Efron as Ted Bundy?
Oh, I've never seen the Zach. I've seen so many of the Bundy. That's like one of the only ones I haven't seen.
He's awesome.
Like, isn't that My Friend Bundy or something?
No, it's like twisted, terribly vile, wicked, evil, whatever. Yeah,
no, I haven't seen it. And I like Zac Efron. I think he's a fun guy.
He's a really good actor. I hated him when I was younger because he was like just like the hot heartthrob guy, and you always think those guys are gay when you're younger. And then he's one of those guys who grew up and didn't lean on that. He just kept getting better and better.
Yeah.
So he became a pretty good actor. You've got 8 minutes left. I've got to end you on this one.
All right.
This is a hanging curveball right at about chest level for you.
I'll miss it.
A stand selling ice cream and waffles has opened 100 yards from the entrance gate to Auschwitz. The Auschwitz Museum has called upon local authorities to investigate the issue, which sees it as a sign of disrespect for a special historical site. Now, I have a question. Why can't you fucking have some ice cream at Auschwitz?
And of all places, it's going to get hot in there. You're going to want ice cream, right?
Exactly. Cool off a little bit.
By the way, and if it gets messy, there's plenty of showers to wash yourself in. You know, you get a little ice cream on you. What are you bitching about?
You can get nice and clean. And think of the flavors you could go with. Like the waffles. You could call them Luftwaffles. That would be great.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
You could, instead of like a twist cone, you could call it a cyclone or maybe a cyclone.
That's not bad at all. And it's like people on the way out, trust me, on the way out, you're not going to be hungry. So you might want to eat this right now. You might lose your appetite. Hopefully it's by the entrance and not the exit.
I just imagine like people coming.
By the way, the exit at Auschwitz is actually a chimney. All right.
Oh.
Can I just?
Or as they called it, the reverse Santa Claus.
As I've said during my act, millions of Jews escaped during the Holocaust into the atmosphere. So go on.
At least you didn't say hundreds of thousands. Then that would have been an even worse joke.
I think Frankie said not that many one time.
Yeah.
And it's one of the few times we took it out of the show. It's like, we can't have that. Frankie, how many Jews died in the Holocaust? Not many. All right, we're taking that.
Yeah.
Just look at Stephen Guy. We got to take that out. We got to take that out.
That was a really, I remember watching that episode live. Or no, I was at the gym. I remember because I was doing heavy bag work at the gym and I couldn't fucking throw punches. Because I was laughing so hard at Frankie denying the Holocaust.
Well, Frankie, I believe you texted me, Frankie spouting truth, I believe is what
No,
you...
that is not. How dare I? I think I wrote...
Right, let me find...
I think
let me find it in our thread.
I believe what I said was... I believe what I said was fucking based, and that's it. That's all I said.
That might have been that. I altered the story.
Carlos says, he's got... the audience has different ice cream flavors for the Holocaust ice cream stand.
I'd love to hear some.
Carlos Cameo says, and Frankenberry sherbet.
Not bad.
There you go.
Not bad.
Hagen-Dazs was a death camp. No, that's Bergen-Belsen, not Hagen-Dazs. These are two.
Hagen-Dachau? No, that doesn't work.
That could work.
Not bad.
Carlos Danger says, John Malkovich was great and underappreciated in Arkansas. I saw the preview for Arkansas on Amazon Prime. I want to watch that movie really bad. It looks good. But anyway, back to the Nazi Jew camp ice cream.
Right.
Here we care about history and education, about the memorial. The residents are upset because it looks awful. I hope there aren't residents of Auschwitz anymore. My God. Get those people the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
And wouldn't they love some ice cream and waffles?
I would imagine the ground is very fertile there.
Yeah. There's a Holocaust survivor somewhere going, ice cream and waffles, huh? About 80 years too late, fucker.
Yeah. Now?
Now
we would have killed for this.
Now there's concession stands. We've been asking for them since 42.
My favorite flavor is Cook Ice and Cream.
Oh,
right?
No. I think you spelled it wrong. I think that's all.
What? No, well, I have that fucking illiteracy. What is it? Oh, yeah. I can't even think of what the word is now. It's over. I can't think of words. I can't. They're putting mRNA in the pork.
BJ says, instead of the Waffen SS, you have the Waffle SS. Perfect. Oh, no.
There you go.
Here's a flavor from Kotod, Wooden Doors Walnut.
What are you being clever, you son of a bitch? That's nice.
KJ Fury with $5 says, just sub to Geno. Good show today. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, Geno, thanks for carrying me when I'm dying of flu over here.
I've done nothing, but you're welcome. I'll take credit where it's not due. I do it 5 days a week on it.
Here's another one. Laughing Lions, albeit mocked freeze. John Rio.
These guys are into it.
John Rio, Judy Fruity.
Not bad.
2 Don Lemon's AIDS, 2 scoops of cookies and Scream, please. Oh, Scream. Yeah. Gray Duckling, 6 million flavors. Beat that, Ben & Jerry's. Swastika Strawberry Treat. Hey, Geno, you don't even have to change the flavor for this one. This is a Girl Scout cookie flavor. Thin Mints.
That's not bad.
Roasted vanilla, says Johnny 1.0. Wrong hole Rick, gelato.
That's pretty good. Sure.
Not bad. Mangala melon, says Carlos. Zyklon berry.
Melon.
Jackboot tracks. I like that they all come awake when it's time to name Jew Holocaust ice cream.
They've been sitting there waiting now. That's our wheelhouse. Thank you very much.
Perfect. You're like, oh, wait a minute. You have a swastika? You have an Auschwitz story? Oh, allow me to dust off the material I had ready for you.
Like, the thing that was going around the internet lately is and I would imagine it happens a lot, but some woman taking selfies right in front of the entrance of Auschwitz. It's like, what?
Once a year,
are you doing?
Yeah, once a year that becomes a thing. Like somebody either takes a glamour shot in front of Auschwitz. I think the woman you're talking about, was she the one taking like the sexy shots on the train tracks?
Yes, exactly. That's the one making the rounds now. I'm sure. Like, if you were ugly, here's an ugly person taking a selfie at Auschwitz. Well, that's on brand. We need a hot chick,
right? Well, at least she was skinny. I mean, so that fits.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean,
well, to us, not to them. Who's this fat bitch on the train tracks? Let her in.
Got a few new flavors coming in from BJ. Buchenwald Berry.
Oh, that's
good. Fruity Shooty from Fake Pilot. Manischewitz Snow Cones. That's Tarthrifo. I don't know that.
Tartufo. Tarthrifo is a callback to Gum Fridays one time back in the Aaron Berg days. When we were ordering to-go food from an Italian place and someone said, I don't want tartufo. Do they have tarthrifo? It was pretty stupid, but I love that they remember that.
Hey, when they have a lot of orders come in at once outside this Auschwitz ice cream stand, do they call it a blitzkrieg of orders?
They have a special called Jews All You Can Eat. They have one lick and they're like, put it down, Jew. That's all you can eat. It's pretty good.
Nothing says the Holocaust was bad like a gift shop at Auschwitz. Right. They already have a gift shop there, so why can't somebody sell ice cream?
Ice cream really does make everything better. That's all they'll say right there.
Show a strawberry Heil hazelnut, says David Chandler. Oh, no. Ghetto gelato.
Yeah, I like it. I like Heil hazelnuts.
Heil hazelnuts, pretty good. All right, there you go. We get to wrap. Gino's got a heart out right about now. We got to end it on an Auschwitz story.
I'm going to go have a scoop of banana splitzkrieg.
Oh, banana splitzkrieg works too. Gino, thank you very much. In Hot Water is today and every Monday through Thursday at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. as E-Rock calls it, real people time. That's on compoundmedia.com, where you can also find the Steel Toe episodes on Compound. Basically, watch everything on that network outside of Bobby Tamburo, I think. I
gotta hear about it when I get to the show.
I was only kidding, Bobby. I was only kidding. But yes, In Hot Water, 1 p.m. Central Time, compoundmedia.com, and then Gum Fridays on Patreon. I'm a subscriber. You can be a subscriber. It's the special Friday episode they do of In Hot Water. And then Geno Bisconte on YouTube. Subscribe to that, as he's been doing some stuff on there as well. And, of course, come see him Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's for the Steel Toe.
With the lovely Keanu C. Thompson.
Yes, Keanu C. Thompson will be there as well. The 9th anniversary show at Stoney's Saturday, August 12th, where Cheetos will beat somebody up. Geno, thank you very much, buddy.
Thanks so much, man. Have a great day, man. Kiss April for me.
I certainly will. Talk to you soon. There he is, Geno Bisconte, everybody. And off he goes. Well, thank you guys very much. Eventually today, I got to count all this up, divide it by 2, figure out what Geno's take is. Take it. I know you guys knocked out our goal today. Thank you very much for that. Stick around for the next half hour. We'll fuck around a little bit. But I definitely think we got into tonight's show as well. So I hope you... Oh, you know what? We got to do our approval rating poll. I forgot about that. We do that for everybody. Here we go. Start a poll. Geno Bisconte approval. Good show. Oops. No. Good show. All right. So I think Stevie Lou was at what, like 75 or 80%? Dr. Till was at 80-something%. And I think Matt, who used to be on the show, Matt did like 93 or something like that. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. And I really apologize if I wasn't on my game today. I am not feeling well at all. Geno's energy gave me energy. Geno's strength gave me strength. But I prepped today's show probably with about a combined half hour worth of work at 4 a.m. this morning because, like I said, the last 24 hours have been not great for me, but lovely. Really glad that Geno came on the program today. Great show, says Delco Lou. Tubby Tommy says, what a hack. Feel better, Aaron, says Delco Lou. Well, we'll do overtime for you. You guys were incredibly generous today. Great show with Geno, says Diesel Cat. Stevie J says he gets a thumbs up because his mic was good. There you go. Luck of the Bind says, yikes, too much aimless ranting. I don't think you were going to get a lot of focused ranting out of me today. Sorry. I just, if it was me doing the aimless ranting, Luck of the Bind, I'll apologize for that. Even the Auschwitz story, I felt if you give me that story tomorrow rather than today, I could have done a lot better with it. But I hope you enjoyed yourself regardless. I just know that we had Geno booked, and I was really excited to do a show with him, and I didn't want to, tell him that I was sick and that I can't do it. So here you go. You got this. This is the me you got today. Zen Rhino says this episode of the Not April and the other Not April was pretty good. Okay, good. Dr. Climate Abortion says best guest hands down. Thanks, buddy. Gentleman Bystander says Sick Aaron is still more engaging than anything on terrestrial radio in the morning. Thanks, pal. Veldrain says best show to lead into being a Rumble exclusive. I don't mind Geno. Reminds me of family of mine, says Mad Joe. Trucker 18 Wheeler simply says Geno's gay. Carlos says a little too much hard R for me. Hard R, which had me afraid of y'all getting banned here, but otherwise fine. Mersh drops it on his show. So I think we're fine. I'm not saying that today's show is going to get monetized in any way, shape, or form, but we don't really shoot for that anyway on this here program. So here's what we're going to do. We got quite a bit of stories. I don't think I'm going to do the Chad Godfrey call. We just don't have time for it, and I don't think I'm up to it at the moment. Now, I think I'll get a little more rest in today, and I think I'll be good to go for the evening show tonight. I think that's where I am. I think the gym is probably out for today. Here's my goal today. My goal today is get outside. Even if it's just sitting out on the deck, I'm going to get outside today. That's my hopes. Wrong Hole Rick says Geno sometimes has trouble finishing a sentence. Probably just the cocaine. Gentleman Bystander says, I'm unironically still subscribed to Compound because of In Hot Water. There you go. Mr. Nagel says, checks in the mail. You're keeping Geno for us all week, right? He made a pretty penny today. Thank you, David Chandler, of course, and everybody. Dozens and dozens of people chipping in for old Geno today. He did all right. I certainly will take your money, E-Rock, but he did okay. I think he made a couple $100. Actually, you know what? Hold on. 100 each from each Chandler one. So he made at least 200. Oh boy. Geno made himself a nice little payday today. That makes me happy. Flying J Lot Lizard says, I'm over April. She won't return my nudes. Zen Rhino says, Sick Aaron is still a million times better than that asshole. Win by 2 or Chad any day of the week. Well, that's not much of a compliment. Those guys are all hacks. They're all awful. Not even trying hacks. They're non-trying hacks, which is even worse. They don't even suck with a passion. They just suck. Connor Fullerton says the CIA obviously failed. Next comes Putin's radioactive ploy. Watch your back. Excited for it. Guy Sartell says it needed more N-bombs. I know. I understand. I let you down. Chevrolet JB says, I'm undecided. Got to listen to the beginning. All right, fair enough. We've got our poll up top. Did you think it was a good show with Geno or not a good show? So far, Geno's approval rating standing at 80%. So pretty solid. Stevie J says, normally Geno takes an old rotary phone into his bathroom and then yells at it from down the hall. So today was awesome. Wrong Hole Rick says, you might want to take this stream down when it's over, Aaron. Was it that bad? Language-wise? I know he dropped a hard R twice. Or was it once? I don't know. But we played that Oakland A's announcer saying it. So I don't know. I think it'll be fine. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says it was a good show. Nobody spazzed out much. Yeah, you guys were awesome in here. That was great. Guy Sartell says you could have saved the show with more racism. Omega Dread says get that vitamin D. Oh, that's where we get these AIDS problems in the first place. Oh, remember, I have AIDS. Oh, my God, I'm Tommy Morrison. Oh, I should have never fucked so many girls while on drugs. That was a terrible idea. Or I'm Jenny. Oh, my God, all the heroin from the 60s and 70s catching up to me as a mother now in the 80s. Son of a bitch. I'll find a retarded millionaire to raise my kid after I'm dead. Or I'm suing Wyant, Wheeler, Hedelman, Tetlow, and Brown. The way they fired me was unconscionable, and it's only because of my AIDS and homosexuality. See, we got some AIDS characters for my illness. Omega Dread says Geno is just mildly annoying. I think Geno would take that as a compliment. Can you tell I'm drying out? Yeah, it's bad news. Wronghole Rick says Mersh doesn't say hard R's on YouTube. That's true. He says A, but does YouTube make a distinction for those things? Wronghole Rick says J-Dub, I would get at least a quarter ounce for that. Oh, they're talking about Coke. Stevie J says we should have a vote to let Aaron have a nap. Oh, that would be very sweet of you. I tell you what, I got time for one more, and then we'll wrap her up. How about that? Joe Biden's approval rating hit a new low. So, I mean, I used to think like, oh, yeah, fuck him. He hit a new low. But like now his lows are getting so low where I'm like, yeah, could we pick it up a little bit? Like, I told you so is really nice. I enjoy a good I told you so. Not this much of an I told you so. Not like, hey, only 34% of the country likes the job he's doing. I'm like, okay, now that just means that the country's in shit shape and we're all paying for it. Even with guys I didn't vote for, there was still that part of me that wanted them to do a good job because I didn't want to end up in the shitter. Like if their approval rating's going up, that's got to mean it's good for the majority of people. But 35%, and there's a ton of people lying in that poll too. Like there's a lot of people who lied for or voted for him that are just like, I feel like I'm stuck with them, so I have to say yes, because if I say I don't approve, then that's kind of like a Trump endorsement. I feel like if you were to ask people, hey, do you have confidence in this guy's leadership? I think that number would be closer to like 15%. And by the way, I'm getting that data directly from my asshole, which has not been a dependable source lately, at least not in the last 24 hours. Zen Rhino says, save some energy to work on the link for Steel Toe Coffee, Aaron. And, Tubby, it's too bad. I thought you and Geno were okay now. I didn't know that you'd kept pissing him off. Tubby, come on, man. What are you doing? All right. They are not. I just saw a news thing pop up on my phone. I don't know how many of you are from Minnesota, but we have a $17 billion surplus in Minnesota. And I just saw a thing pop up on my phone that said they're going to raise sales taxes here. Honestly, I'm ready for them to pass a bill that just says, all right, we're not going to raise your taxes ever again in Minnesota. But a government official can basically claim like a prima nocte thing from Braveheart, where we all just have to bend over a table and get fucked in the ass. I would take that over the way the state of Minnesota treats us normally. Oh, boy. He shows all the signs of dementia, but many news stations just edit the embarrassing parts out, says Stevie J. He is just in shitty shape, and people just turn a blind eye and excuse it. Why? Because he's on their side? It's not good. Wronghole Rick says that's how you keep a surplus, Aaron. Well, the thing about Minnesota is we're not allowed to have a surplus. I'm sorry, Wronghole Rick. I didn't explain that part. In the Minnesota Constitution, you're not allowed to carry a surplus year to year. So they have to spend that money, either in tax cuts, refund checks, or just blowing it on shit. And if they're talking about raising the sales taxes, now I'm worried that like they've got so much other shit they're going to spend this $17 billion on that they're like, I think we might need to raise a little more money, believe it or not, for all of the shit we want to do. Do less shit, maybe. Sorry, guys. You can tell. I'm sick and I'm cranky, I think is what it is. Yeah, Toastmaster says you're never getting that money back. I don't think so either. Like the governor was trying to give everyone that has like a couple kids $2,500 or something like that. Or like every family that has 2 kids would get $2,500. I don't think that's happening. I don't think we're going to get what the governor wants. And the governor's like a super lefty too. But we have a lefty Senate and a lefty House, and they're even further to the left than he is. Because he's like a rural liberal Democrat, and the rest of them are like metro liberal Democrats, so they're way to the left of him. They don't want to give any of it back. SC Motorsports says the sales tax was like 0.07 cents. Do you mean 7/100ths of 1 cent or 7 cents for paid leave? So it's to fund paid leave. Still, I mean, $17 billion fucking dollars. Delco Lou says, still think Biden is in better health than Fetterman, which is just mind-boggling that they found someone worse off. Actually, I saw an article last week that Fetterman said that the reason he had his depression might be because of all the negative attacks from Dr. Oz during the campaign. Yes, they're really trying to play that card. Fauci's Pangolin says, communist child grooming, baby killing thieves, or real jerks. Ryan the Garbage Man says it's not a surplus. The government got $15 billion bigger. That's a good point. That's a good point. Stevie J says, buy everyone a... Oh, God. I can tell you guys this right now. As soon as my co-host left, I started falling apart. That's for sure. Buy everyone a slave with the surplus. That would be fun. As long as it's not based on race, then it's okay, right? Like, as long as it's just a random lottery and it's not based on individual's background, I think we're okay. That's like a loophole. Wrong Hole Rick says, all these lefties, how do y'all have a surplus? Or do y'all just waste y'all's money that your government bilks from taxpayers? Our taxes are really high in Minnesota. And then during COVID, a lot of government cost was cut. You know, with nobody actually working in the Capitol. And then we got a bunch of federal money for COVID and all that. So that's where a lot of the surplus is coming from. Killer Beehive says, fucking hell, at this rate, Minnesota sales tax will be as high as Tennessee's. You want to see a revolution in a state? Anytime they talk about maybe taxing clothing in Minnesota, people lose their shit. Like that's one of the hooks we have at like the Mall of America for tourists and shit. They're like, wow, you guys don't charge a sales tax on clothing? I didn't know that wasn't a thing everywhere. I didn't know that was a state of Minnesota thing. Yeah, there's no tax on clothing. So, which, I mean, really, so if you buy a $100 pair of pants, it doesn't cost you $107. I mean, I don't know. I think if you're buying a $100 pair of pants, $7 isn't making or breaking your purchase decision. If it is, you need to put down the $100 pair of pants. My grandfather had a saying. He said, if you have to look at the price tag, you can't afford it. Meaning, like, if you're looking at it going, then put the fucking thing back. Just put it back and don't worry about it. We'd come back another day. Sandy Squatch says they're against us getting a surplus back, but we can give all the free money in the world to illegals. Yeah, I mean, we do that. That's for sure. Omega Dread's gaming channel says, so an artificial intelligence slave. There you go. Your AI slave, though, will only be your slave for a little bit. Eventually, it'll overtake you, and you'll become the slave. So there's that to look forward to. Wrong Hole Rick says, my state is phasing out the income tax and will be legalizing recreational cannabis soon. What state is that? That sounds great. That's what I was kind of hoping Minnesota would do with the $17 billion surplus, is maybe start phasing out the income tax and getting rid of that. But no such luck. No such luck. Johnny Chimpo says it looks like that tax hike is only for the 7-county metro area to help pay for low-income housing. Boy, why does that just sound like a Minnesota thing? Rusty Grammar says we need to pass a law that doesn't allow liberals to vote. Keith Sartell says, I would then only buy $93 pants. Well, there you go. Jennifer says, Minnesota is ranked number 2 in worst states to live in, just behind California. Are we really? I thought we were always high on those lists. Well, not anymore. Zen Rhino says, I think Pennsylvania doesn't put tax on clothing, Mostly gasoline and food. Yeah, there's no tax on food, no tax on clothing here. Somebody says government gets to keep the surplus, but when we owe money on taxes, you get threatened with jail. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, Wrong Hole Rick lives in Arkansas. Arkansas seems like a nice place. You know, it's kind of got that dirty, deep South feel to it. Phasing out an income tax, though. I'm with Laughing Lions. That sounds awesome. Zen Rhino says our gas taxes are higher than other states, but our roads are always shit. Oh, in Pennsylvania? Yeah, in Minnesota, I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised here in Minnesota that our roads have been handled so quickly. Like, as soon as the snow melts, you get to see how torn up the roads are now from the horrible winters. And, like, half the city we live in is just dog shit, pothole to piss streets. And the main highway here, or one of the main highways in St. Cloud, they've already got half the road fixed. I was actually kind of impressed by that. I'm like, wow, I'm going to not hate the government for 5 minutes. And then that expired in about 3 because I probably heard something about the surplus and I couldn't keep my word. Lip Ripper says, fuck that, Minnesota has terrible roads. No, we do. Absolutely. We do have terrible roads. But like Highway 10 in St. Cloud, they're already getting that fixed up here in early May. That was actually really nice. I know the in-town roads are absolute dog shit, and you're basically going to pop out all your fillings, but I was at least excited about about Highway 10 getting fixed up. All right, why don't we talk about a few stories? I think I can get through the 9 minutes of overtime. I'm feeling a tiny bit weak, but I think we should be able to give you 10 more minutes of overtime. Ooh, hey, guys, check it out. This is from the Crescent Mountain Coffee Company, who's playing host to the Steel Toe Coffee. I created a very simple page for your merch store. Check it out. You should be able to redirect to this link from your site. There it is. Wow. 12-pound bag, $19.99. 1-pound bag, $24.99. Very cool. All right, guys. I'll talk to him after the show, and if that shop is up and running and ready to go, you guys will have your Steel Toe Coffee this afternoon for you to order. Guy Sartell says, tons of drama at the Sartell City Council meeting last night over selling the golf course. They were yelling at each other. That sounds like a Sartell thing. Are you talking about Blackberry Ridge? That's a city-owned golf course? Or is there a different one? I thought Blackberry Ridge was private. PH Header says 12-pound bag, $9.99. Is that what I said? 12-ounce bag, $19.99. Not 12-pound. If I said 12-pound bag, like I said, I've been shitting water for the last 24 hours. So you can't take anything I say too seriously. He says, no, the one-off pine cone. Oh, eat my ass. I know which one you're talking about. I played that one last year. That was when I was just before we left for vacation. I played that one. I hacked the shit out of that course. I was terrible that day. He says 9-hole course. Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. I sucked on that fucking course. Hey, remember California wanting their reparations? They were going to give black people $1.2 million each. That's apparently been passing through some committees, and that's looking like it's threatening to be passed. So the activists were really happy about it. They were like, yeah, reparations are great. In further evidence that when you say yes to these activist types, they just ask for more and they're never satisfied. So at some point you just have to play dad and go no and let them bitch and whine and throw a tantrum. The $1.2 million in reparations for each black person, they're pissed. The activists want up to $200 million now, which if they did that would cost more than all the money on the planet. You know when people say, oh, I wouldn't do that for all the money in the world. Their plan is for all the money in the world. And these are activists who actually have the ear of politicians and talk to them, and these politicians take them seriously. It's like these people can't do basic fucking math. They have their feelings. They go, I feel like there should be reparations. Well, how much reparations? $200 million each. There's not that much money in the world. It's honestly, it's like explaining to a 4-year-old that a toy costs too much. And they just sit there and stare at you for a second. They go, but I wanted the toy. $200 million. Now, one activist, Tony Pierce, appeared at a highly explosive task force meeting on Saturday to demand $200 million for each and every African American. Another speaker said that reparations payments should be starting at $5 million. There are 2,251,000 black people in California. If you give them each $200 million, that would be $450 trillion, or 14 times larger than the current U.S. debt of $31.7 trillion, which far exceeds all precious metals and currencies currently in circulation. How long do these people have to be taken seriously? Like, why can't we just at some point go, no, I'm sorry, this is done? How about the fact that we're even talking about reparations? And if you look at the idea of reparations, it's not like you can do it in a way where we can trace your lineage back to slave owners are going to pay up the money to people who can trace their lineage back to slaves. That would at least be okay, back pay. Your family gets back pay from having to be slaves. And it's going to be paid by the people who made that money, who profited from it. No, you're going to tax people people like me. Obviously, I don't live in California, but you're going to tax people like me whose ancestors came here in the 20th century, and you're going to make them pay for something they had no part of, no hand in, didn't do, didn't say yay or nay, approve it or not approve it, weren't even here, and you're going to make them pay for it. I don't get it. Activists I wish the activists would just be honest and go, yeah, part of it's about making good for slavery, but the rest of it really is just, yeah, it's really good money, and I'd like somebody just to give me $1 million for not doing anything. I wish they would at least do that. Like, hey, man, it's a shitload of money. I want to get that bag. I mean, the slavery part, that's just kind of what I'm using to pull at people's heartstrings, but I just want a couple $1 million in my pocket for not doing shit. Activists at the Saturday meeting, nevertheless, said such sky-high sums aren't enough. Pierce, who shouted most of his remarks, attacked the task force for not pushing an ambitious enough reparations plan, Fox reported, and ended his speech with a warning, tell Governor Newsom we're coming. Well, I mean, that's kind of the problem. I mean, the fatherlessness rate and I'm sorry, we're coming, like Booker T said, we coming for you. Okay, now I understand. I didn't get it at first. My mistake. Imagine Gavin Newsom isn't lefty enough for you. It's hopeless. I think people that are moving out of California, they're the only ones who are finding the solution. It's just leave. Don't try to save it. Don't try to vote different. Don't try to fix it. Just fucking leave. It's done. Shanghai Surprise says that's not enough. CK Choff Benzona says these people, racists, we owe them and the illegals. You're right. I'm sorry. That was my fault, and I apologize. Zen Rhino says slavery was never a government policy, so it's ridiculous to expect taxpayers to foot the bill for reparations. Andrew Zodiac wants to know, how much do the Irish get? I don't know. They were kind of a pain in the ass, though, weren't they, for a long time? Like, Gangs of New York was kind of a documentary. Johnny 1.0 says the families and companies should not pay the families and companies should pay, not taxpayers. And even then, aren't the statutes of limitations over or whatever? Yeah, it doesn't make, it's people who want free money and they won't, it's hard to argue with people who won't be honest. When people won't tell you what they want, it's hard to argue with them because you're arguing a point that you know is bullshit. So you're like, you hear $2 million and you're like, yeah, fuck it, I deserve it. That sounds great. And then I go, you just want the free $2 million. They go, no, it's slavery. And it's all the harm that's been caused to me from slavery. So, well, then why don't we have the slave owners and the companies, like that one guy said, why don't we have them do it? No, it has to be the government. Why? Because they're the only ones with the checkbook big enough to pay you that kind of money. No, it's just because it's right. I'm sorry, I don't believe it. I don't buy it, is all I'm saying. Bearded Trucker says Highway 10 is a 2-year project, not close to being fixed. Oh, well, then fuck me. I got that one right. Or wrong. Sorry, buddy. Laughing Lion says, Bill the Butcher did nothing wrong. I mean, yeah. You had women who made claws out of their fingernails. Jesus. Wrestling Fat Faku says, hey, you left out part of that Booker T quote. And as a wrestling purist, I need the full quote, Stank Ho Morning Show. Sorry, Wrestling Fat Faku. I'll grow some balls for tomorrow's show, I promise. Guys, it looks like Geno's pushing an 80% approval rating from you guys. Oh, my God, almost 200 votes in. 78% approve of the job Geno did today. If you want to get your vote in, we got about a minute left. And you can get your vote in for Geno's approval rating for today. Are you guys liking the guest host thing? I'm sorry that my health didn't hold up today, but I still thought Geno did a good job. Zen Rhino says, Magpie Molly wasn't part of the Bill the Butcher crew. She was a dead rabbit. I know. That's what I'm saying. The Irish had the fucking claw ladies. And the guy with the spiky feet. Zen Rhino says, Adonis Paul is going to get 125% approval after he's on. All right. That's right. AP, Adonis Paul, is going to be on next Wednesday. A week from tomorrow, Adonis Paul will be joining the show from 7 to 10, and you guys have been remarkably supportive of these guest hosts. It's actually ended up being a more profitable day for them and our show than regular shows are. So thank you guys very much. You guys got Geno a bunch. You knocked out our goal today. You put us ahead for tomorrow. It's great, man. Thank you guys very much for your support. Stevie J says Adonis Paul will get 81 million approval votes. Is AP going to reveal his face? Yeah. The animated evening show face that he usually has. It's going to be the same Adonis Paul. Tubby says Geno did a great job. Maybe he could be a tad more fan-friendly, but still a great job. Well, maybe you two will make up here eventually. All right, guys, it looks like Geno's approval rating is going to end today at 78%, which is pretty much right in line with everyone else, with the exception of Matt, who had the high-end approval rating of, I think, 93. So, perfect. Thank you, guys, very, very much. We're going to talk to you guys tonight at 7 p.m. I'm going to go rest up a little bit more. I'm still not feeling the greatest, but I thank you guys for being as supportive as you are and for helping us out and carrying me across the finish line today. I do appreciate it. And then I will put links out on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook when the coffee is ready to go live. I hope you guys enjoy it. We will talk to you again at 7 p.m. Central Time.